Hello everyone, my name is Whirlwind, aka Windasman, aka Whirly Wind, and yeah, we're going to be talking about Ritual Beast. Ritual Beast matchups, mostly the meta matchups we're going to go like in depth with, but also we have a lot of rogue matchups that we want to talk about as well. This will be published to YouTube as well, but we all get to do this in chat here on stream. And so yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of matchups, about 53, 54, something like that, different matchups. And it's mostly going to be like competitive talk. So we're going to be talking about like techs like having Book of Moon are going to be in your deck with Floodgates and Canadias, or at least like somewhat replacements. Not so much free to play, just stuff that once you've already established like a Ritual Beast deck, that you're ready to hit the ladder and it's you're ready to fight matchups. But what do you do with certain matchups? Well, here's where I come in to teach you guys about a lot of the matchups that you generally see on ladder. Some of them are a little bit more obscure, and we might end up talking about those matchups less. But the more like favorable like the more, I guess, unfavorable matchups, we'll probably talk about those a bit more. And the most prevalent matchups, the things that you see often on ladder, we're going to go into great detail about those matchups. And to answer your question, we have 193 windows right now. Right there. But, so, the list is in alphabetical order. So we're going to be going from like A to Z with the decks that we're going to be talking about. If your deck isn't mentioned on here, don't feel sad. It's not because I think the deck is like bad, it's very, very uncommon. And if I were to talk about like every single deck that's in the game, we would be here for an eternity. Like, about as long as a Ritual Beast combo would take, and you know how long that takes. So yeah, alphabetical order, a lot of matchups to talk about. And if there's anything I missed too, feel free to talk to like say stuff in chat as well, like in case I miss anything. If there's any questions being asked in chat, Sean, I know you will be there to help me out with answering all the questions that may be asked in chat in case I miss it, because I'm going to be talking a lot. I might not have all the time to read, but if there's anything that I see that any questions being asked or anything, I'll try my best to contribute as well and add anything that perhaps that I may have missed with certain matchups. Hell yeah. If all your Prismas aren't windows aren't Prisma, then it's a misplay. Facts. So yeah, let's stop stalling. No more window walling. Let's swing, bond, swing into this guide, shall we? So, the first deck I want to talk about right now is Aroma. Aroma, and right away, of course, we have a very bizarre matchup because Aroma, I would consider, it's not super unfavorable, but it is not favorable in the slightest. It is. Here's the thing about Aroma that makes Aroma kind of a headache, is they produce a lot of like roadblocks and speed bumps that piled all together is a massive like it's a massive like speed bump to stop what you're trying to do and you stop your aggression. And the biggest culprit here is Blessed Winds. Blessed Winds is what allows them to summon stuff in the battle phase, and generally requires you to use 2 bounces to deal with, because you'd have to bounce it plus the monster that it's bringing out into play. But then you're asked for more bounces because you also have to deal with if they have another monster in play, you have to deal with that. And if they have gardening, then it's a lot harder to sculpt an attack where you can get through without them summoning a monster. And generally, you don't want to destroy things by battle, because destroying things by battle has 2 different kinds of effects. The first one being is it triggers Aroma Garden, which allows them to gain more life points. And the other one is it triggers Marjoram in hand, which can special summon itself, and it's another roadblock body that you need to deal with. And her effect generally helps you by having to banish, and everything in Aroma is mandatory too. So pretty much is mandatory. Like Dried Winds is a mandatory pop whenever they gain life points. The second effect is not, but the first effect that pops is mandatory. The switching defense of Rosemary is mandatory. The drawing of Jasmine is mandatory. But the issue is you can't really grind them out because they can technically go infinite with Blessed Winds, the main culprit here. So generally, they need to set up pretty well, mind you. They need to set up extraordinarily well to like really like put you at bay. Otherwise, you can just bounce. Just pay attention to what they have got going on. You want to deal with Blessed Winds. If you're playing back row removal like Cosmics and MST, generally you want to go for the Blessed Winds and then maybe try and use your bounces for like Gardening and the Monster, and then they can't really put anything in play. But if you still see a delay afterwards, just realize that it could be an Angelica in hand, and they can end up gaining life off of it that way. So the main thing to do here is deal with the Blessed Winds, and then scout out for any more delays. If they have no more delays, your coast is clear. If they flip up stuff early, be mindful of Solemn Scolding, because Solemn Scolding can also be a huge pain as well at blocking, setting the combos. That does put them in like a relatively low life point range, but you might not have all the resources to stop Aroma from basically going off. And the grind game gets pretty atrocious, because like the more turns you give them for like drawing cards, they're going to find the rest of the things that they're missing, the rest of the continuous spells and whatnot. They're going to gain a butt ton of life, and destroying things by battle like is just not going to work out for you, because it just gain more life. Attacking into Gardening and summoning monsters means it can summon Rosemary and switch it to defense, which is also can be pretty bad. So you really need to attack their back row at any given moment. And Rosemary is a huge problem because it shuts off Winda from being able to float when any plant monster attacks while they have higher life points than you. So all in all, it's a pretty rough matchup, but if you can find a way to deal with with Blessed Winds with your either back removal, or if they don't open super solid, because that's a thing too, is they have to open extremely well, and that's why the matchup isn't like super terrible, is because if you open well and they don't, you can easily win. If you both open average, you can still win. If they open exceptionally well, it becomes much harder, even if you open exceptionally well. But if you have the right tech choices, like Cosmic Cyclone and MST, for example, then you should be in a good spot. Sweet Marjoram. What's Sweet Marjoram? Sweet Marjoram is another one of their Aroma monsters they can summon. Another thing you have to pay attention to is Bergamot. Although Bergamot is seen less frequently, just because it's mostly a brick in hand. So generally you'll win those matchups just by the nature of them drawing that card, which doesn't really do a whole lot on its own. And then, yeah, so just try to bounce the monsters. Try and force Blessed Winds out, like, early, or just flat out deal with it. And also, if you need to, if you're playing cards like Book of Moon, you can flip down your own Petal Fin and get a third bounce, and that might actually be what you need to do. Like if they don't have like another monster and whatnot, or they have the Blessed Winds, you need to do with Blessed Winds. You go bounce Blessed Winds, flip your Petal Fin face down, flip it back up, you get a second bounce on another roadblock on the monster that they summon. Gardening, you generally want to bounce, but you want to take care of Blessed Winds first, because Blessed Winds gives them double value, like twice the amount of value that Gardening is, because you can play around Gardening a lot easier by bouncing. So you can go like, for this triple bounce here, you can bounce with Petal Fin on the Blessed Winds, they summon a monster. You flip your Petal Fin down, you summon it back up, bounce the Gardening, do your search, do your tag out, bounce the monster, and then if you're continuing your play, you can make a Sin with like a Paleo and whatnot, and you can use a Sin to bounce the second monster that they don't summon. And now you have lethal with the Sin and the Apelio, assuming that they haven't gained too much life points. And then depending on how much you're able to still search and how much you've actually been able to set up, because like you don't have a whole lot of time to set up before they have everything. So you don't want to play from behind, but you also don't want to like give them a bunch of life points by attacking, because they can just utilize it that way. So that should be pretty much it for Aroma, I think. It's just attack the back row if possible. Try and sneak in as many bounces as you can and get direct attacks in. Watch out for Angelica. And watch out for Marjoram. Next matchup we have here is Blackwings. Blackwings is a lot easier to talk about because it's so easy now. It's a really good matchup for Ritual Beast. Mostly due to the fact that Blackbird Close no longer is in the game. So setting Winda usually most of the time is good enough. And they don't have a whole lot of like interaction outside of Book of Moon that they really play. And yeah, rip Blackwings. Blackwings are not nearly as good, but I think they're still worth talking about because you do see them often. They can make Malevolent Sin, which is a way to deal with set Winda, but if you have Winda backed up with like Sphere Creepo or a Book of Moon or any other interaction, it is very hard for Blackwings to push on through for any sort of lethal play. They can, if they have the right hand, it's like 3 monsters and like a Whirlwind or something, they can do a play that forces Winda, the set Winda to attack mode, half down with Gale, and then make a Chidori that's over 4,800, and that can one-shot as well. So set Winda alone might not be able to beat Blackwings, but Winda plus other interaction of Sphere Creepo generally will. And you want to be able to set yourself up so that you can set up Petalfin bounces and just always have access to Ulti Petalfin without losing your Windas like permanently. Obviously you have a Paleo to rebanish the Windas, and that also helps. You don't want to be stuck with too many things in attack mode, just because Chidori can be kind of a threat. And if you get really low on life points, you want to avoid tagging out into stuff like a Paleo when you don't like necessarily need to, because a Borothius Spear has piercing. Granted, they usually only play one Borothius Spear now because it's mostly Zephyros and sometimes Chris. But yeah, with the right hand, they can go Orochi into Onamaru, or Orochi into Chidori and make a giant monster that can swing over an attack position window, so you gotta be mindful of that. But flipping them down, if they don't have MST or Lance, that's usually good enough. If they open up Simoon, though, it might be a little bit, because they can still have an extra normal summon afterwards, which can then get them a search. But if they just normal summon like a Zephyros, a Book of Moon pretty much FTKs them. They won't get the search off. They're forced to pass the turn, and then you can just do your regular combo. You summon your Canahawk, do your setup, finish them off, get the bounces. And then yeah, your floats can be very easy with what you float into with Winda can be very telling. Like if they have multiple monsters, you can float into Winda, into Petalfin. If the third monster can't beat over the Petalfin, then you're generally good. If you have Laura in hand, you can float the Petalfin anyway. You want to bounce the big stuff. They have Hawkjoe out. You want to make sure you deal with that as well. And a lot of the time, you want, if you can assemble multiple fusions and you don't have a direct answer to Hawkjoe, because you've already had to use your bounces on something else, you can go into like an Ulti Paleo and then like do a Laura play, which brings back or whatever, and go into the Ulti Paleo, and you can crash the Ulti Paleo into the Hawkjoe. They would match attack at 2600 most of the time, because the field spell might not always be in play, and if they've replaced the hunting ground or the mountain with Necro Valley, can happen quite often as well. But you can also set yourself up where you can ram Ulti Paleo into Hawkjoe, and Hawkjoe cannot redirect because of the ability Ulti Paleo has. So that's one way to out that board, and then they don't really have much recovery after that, because when they use Simoon, they lose the Black Whirlwind. The Black Whirlwind's pretty much gone for good. Yeah, Gale into Chidori, yeah, exactly. But yeah, and then obviously, yeah, watch out for Sin, because they can make Sin. It's a very easy matchup, though, otherwise, right now. They don't have clothes anymore to deal with you. Their semi-limits are basically locked into Orochi and Chidori. Sometimes you might see, like, Enemy Controller. It's not out of the question. I've seen it before, especially because now like, the matchup, the deck is so rare that you never know what you might find, but most of the time, you should just be playing around the Orochi and the Raikiri. And we're very good at playing around Raikiri, and they're not good at playing around Needle Sealing. So Needle Sealing tends to be very, very good. A lot of backroaders tends to be really good against Blackwings right now, which is why you don't see it often, because they generally lose to Book of Moon, they lose to Floodgate Trap Hole. Needle Sealing completely like annihilates them. And then like Hand Traps with Sphere Creepo and Veil are also very prominent. So Blackwings not quite as good anymore, but you still might run into them on ladder. Next deck I want to talk about is the Mood Trapper Special, or the Block Dragon deck. So, with the new world, there was a new skill added to the game, which adds the card Smile Universe, something like that. Smile Universe into the game, and the card itself isn't really like that matters that much. It can matter because a lot of the monsters in the Block Dragon deck cannot run over Ulti Petalfin, but with Smile Words, sometimes they can. They can yank Onamaru though as well by using Block Dragon and Raiden. and that beats over Ulti-Petalfin. But a lot of the time, you can catch them with the pants down and have them completely clogged. And the only real way they could get out of it is with the Smile Word spell, but even then, Block Dragon doesn't beat over it after that, I don't think. I think it's the game, unless they do, unless it's like all monsters. In that case, it goes up to 29, so you have to be careful of that. The main reason, though, that the card, it's not so much the card, but the skill itself is why it's so important, is because it locks you out of effect activations until like the end of the next turn. And they have already been playing a Mono Iwado as a search target for Block Dragon, and also a way to stop the opponent from interacting with you. With the Smile Universe skill, the Smile World skill, you can use the skill to grab the Smile whatever, and then normal summon a Mono Iwado, pass the turn, and because you can't activate monster effects or activate any effects because of the skill restriction, a Mono Iwado does not return to the hand, so it stays up permanently. So that can be a huge problem, because Mono Iwado being 1900 attack means you can't, set window isn't going to help you. Sphere Creeble will not help you because it can't activate monster effects. And then when they want to play their turn, they can, if they really care, they can synchro it off for like a Scrap Dragon with a Raiden, or like overlay into Sin if they're playing Sin in their list. However, a Mono Iwado does not stop Elder. Elder is not an effect activation. It places a condition on after it's been summoned. It does not start a chain, which means you can realistically out a Mono Iwado board with Elder normal summon into like Winda, and then make Ulti Pelio, and you can swing right over it. And obviously, if you have Book of Moon, you can just flip it down and win that way. But keep in mind, you will not be able to activate any of the effects. You won't be able to win to crash into the Mono Iwado. The matchup itself, outside of that, is pretty favorable, actually. It's quite favorable. They aren't very reactive, and they don't have a whole lot of interaction, because most lists don't play Rock Bombardment anymore. They end up, like, you'll see, like, I think Charge and Needlebug Nest and maybe Volcanic Wall, the only mill cards you see in the actual deck, outside of, like, Raiden. But the whole gimmick of their deck is to basically just spam out like Synchros, XYZs, using Block Dragon, accumulating advantage, and just going for big pushes, like big single turn pushes. Which, without a Mono Iwado, makes Winda very good, because their main answers generally pop, or they have to attack and destroy. And Winda can float into another Winda, another Ulti-Petalfin, which could be a lot of stress on the player, on the Block Dragon player. And because the whole deck revolves around milling, you generally, if you don't have a way to kill them, you can just sit on defense, and they might not be able to even out the Ulti-Petalfin, especially if you can get them clogged. But remember, the Smile World spell is a thing that they have, so keep in mind for that. But otherwise, the matchup is pretty simple. Nothing has target protection, so you can just bounce freely. And if they go through the grind game very early, don't be afraid to attack into Block Dragon as well. Block Dragon does prevent card effect destruction, so cards like Needle Sealing get a lot worse. King Monkey George and Aiko J, thank you for the follows. Hello, welcome before dawn. So that matchup, the Block Dragon matchup, is pretty favorable, honestly. I wouldn't stress out too much about it, but just keep in mind that a Mono Iwado is a real thing, and it is searchable through Block Dragon, especially if they can send to the graveyard, so be careful of that. Also, Tactical Crusader is another thing they can interact with, but again, the only card that really does that in those builds at the moment is the Needlebug Nest that triggers the Tactical Crusader, so you don't have to worry too much about that. And even then, flipping stuff down isn't necessarily a big deal, because we could still tag out, and they still have to deal with Winda. Just make sure you're prepared. If they have a set back row card, it's probably Needlebug Nest, so be prepared to have a tag out for if they try to hit you with the Tactical Crusader. Otherwise, you're going to be caught with your pants down. The next matchup we're going to talk about, Blue Eyes Right to Dragon. So there's a common misconception with this matchup that people think that Blue Eyes is the worst matchup, the end-all be-all matchup for Ritual Beast. It's actually not even that bad. Especially because we're playing D-Draw, it's actually not even that bad. As long as you play an inherent out to like their board, such as Needle Sealing. The people would say that Spirit is the worst thing about the Blue Eyes matchup, Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, because of its ability to stop tag outs and to stop window floating. Which, yeah, obviously that's incredibly bad. Incredibly bad for Ritual Beast. But the real culprit of this matchup is the back row. The back row that Blue Eyes has generally is very, very good at what we're trying to do, mostly the counter traps. And this 1-for-1 spot removal can also be very deadly, especially if we're trying to set up combos. So if they have multiple back row, you want to try and avoid setting up combos and instead try and set up a window. Obviously, if they have Spirit Dragon and back row, that's like the worst case scenario. That's how the matchup is really, really bad. But the best thing about Destiny Draw, and the best thing about this matchup in particularly, is they can't really play around Destiny Draw. So if you have cards like Battling Box of Veil or Sphere Kriabo, you can leverage that to bait them into attacking you to trigger Destiny Draw and give you a free Needle Sealing, and that's basically how you're going to come back from the game, is using a card like Lightning Vortex or Needle Sealing and just annihilate the board after they exhausted all their resources. So a lot of the time, it's generally correct to set Winda, even though they can make Spirit Dragon. Sometimes if you have like Battling Box of Veil, sometimes you just need them to set any monsters. Sometimes you just do the Lunalight thing and force them to come at you, and then you can retaliate with like a Lightning Vortex, Needle Sealing. If you open Needle Sealing, you want to avoid setting it early in the game. You do not want to set Needle Sealing on turn 2, because that's going to open up a whole can of worms when they go, Vaigeki break your back row, and then they go, haha, Ancients effect, summon Dragon Spirit of White, ooh, snipe your Needle Stealing. Well, now you don't really have a big out for the board, and now they're just going to make a Spirit Dragon, and they're going to have, basically, they're going to force your top decks to be pretty bad, like, even if they have, at that point, even if you do have Destiny Draw, they could just have Ultimate Providence for, like, the Laura Destiny Draw ad, or they might be able to split up the combo with, like, Vaigeki Break, or Karma Cut. And so yeah, you generally want to sandbag some of like your silver bullets, like Needle Sealing mostly here, Lightning Vortex. If you don't have or don't play Needle Sealing and Lightning Vortex, don't worry, you can still outgrind the matchup as well, because they're still not the most consistent deck. It's just if they go like Cards of Consonance a bunch and then they set a bunch of back row, that's where the matchup can get pretty stressful. But you just gotta analyze and understand how you think they're going to play the game. Check for delays is important when trying to deal with back row. If you set a back row card, the hourglass lights up, probably means they might have Hollow Light Barrier or Vaigeki Break. If it doesn't light up, might be a Karma Cut or an Ulti Providence. You set another monster, alright, it's probably an Ulti Prov or a Karma Cut. So you can help play around that like that, and just if you can buy a turn from shutting them off from the back row, is actually huge, especially if they just set back row and pass, or they set back row and they set another card. The means it might have opened up double Ancients, or potentially Ballista Squad, because some Blue Eyes decks can play Ballista Squad. Some play Book of Moon and Treacherous as well, so that's also to keep in mind. But a lot of the times, if they just pass without sending any monsters, or they go Sage and then pass with back row, probably means they have Karma Cut or Ulti Prov. And you need to assess that and find it out by setting other back row. Like, you don't want to set Needle there because it can honestly like snipe it. But if you got like Book of Moon or Return, you might want to set those just to get a read in the delay. If there's no delay, like set the Winda. If there's no delay, then you should be good. Because then they need to find a different way of getting their monsters into play, which makes it a lot harder for them to make a Spirit Dragon without having to use like Ancient rules. So if you can avoid Spirit Dragon from hit and play, that's very good. Like if you can even Fiendish Chain the Sage from even stop them from getting the other tuner for the Cards of Consonance or their discard, that's also very powerful if you play Monster Effect Negation. Floodgating or like Book of Mooning the tuners is also very helpful because they can only get one of those per summon. So when they go normal summon, they can't. There's generally not going to be another way for them to get another tune to play to make a Spirit Dragon. If they do get a Spirit Dragon, however, you can chase it out with Book of Moon, which is helpful. Or you need to, like I said, you need to play the, like the whole Lunalight game where it's like, oh no, I'm wide open. What can I ever do? And just like utilize these Spirit Creepos to help potentially Destiny draw into Needle Stealing, and that will get the Spirit Dragon. If they predict it though, they can go into Azure Eyes, but usually if they do that, they won't have like a big play afterwards, it basically would be forced to go into Helio and then try and pop it, which is, I guess, less stress technically overall, especially if you can back it up with a window. Yeah, so that's the big thing about the matchup, is you want to be able to test for delays early. If they don't have if they end up making a Spirit Dragon and they don't have any back row, that's actually not that bad. Not that bad, because you still have, you got to watch out, obviously. Like, you still might be forced to set window and, like, play into the negation. But a lot of time, like, especially if you go first and you have combo, you want to generally search out Laura and make sure you have a live Laura. Spirit Dragon being 2500 attack allows Altea Paleo to beat over it, which is very important. Which means a lot of time they have to summon in defense, which can help alleviate some of the pressure. If you suspect Spirit Dragon's coming out and you have your combo already, you want to take out the double window, because the Spirit Negate is a once per turn effect, which means if you don't tag out, then you won't be able to tag out at all, because Spirit Dragon will lock you out of tagging out. And if you take out early, if they want to beat both windows, one of the windows is going to still float, and that window can float to like a paddle fin, which can chase out the spirit afterwards. So yeah, if they make level 9, availability to make level 9, you want to take out the double window and make sure that you have at least one float. Otherwise, you're going to get probably blown out by like an extra blue eye. Even if they don't pressure, like if you have ulti paddle fin as well, and they aren't pressuring it right away, with Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, the Blue Eyes coming off of this stone will. So you gotta make sure that you have a way to get Spirit off the Dragon. Spirit Dragon off the table as fast as possible. And usually by doing that is you can search Laura early on and just make an Ulti Paleo play that attacks over it. Mind you have to watch over back row because you can't tag out. Or search a Petal Fin so you can normal summon and bounce it, but it's usually more comfortable doing that if you open up cards like Bond in the process. I think you keep in mind if they summon Spirit attack. Yeah, exactly. That's generally how you chase Spirit Dragon out, is by when they're trying to apply pressure to you. That's why the Laura search is important, because it allows you to normal summon going straight into Ulti Paleo, and the Ulti Paleo chases the Spirit Dragon out. So, which then goes into Azurize. Azurize goes into the Dragon Spirit of White. They might summon another spirit on you, which is why you'd want to take out again. Or, you either tag out again, or like, just basically that, just tag out. If they try and make another Spirit Dragon, and then at that point, like again, they still only have one negate. You can still do the Windless Float, and then even if they deal with that, this is generally the point of the game where Destiny Drawing Needle Sealing is going to win you the match. And even if you generally will spend a few turns even searching as well, you might even just have the Needle Sealing to begin with. And then Lightning Vortex as well, obviously very helpful. This is under the assumption that Blue Eyes has like a really, really good hand too, by the way. Like this is, you're playing through the back row and the Spirit Dragon. That's how that matchup will usually go. Like, yeah, it can be pretty stressful, especially if they have everything. You obviously can't really play around Ulti-Prov, spot removal, Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, and then like Blue Eyes the two. Like that's really, really difficult to play around. But those hands are so rare in the first place that you won't really even need to bother too much, because it is Blue Eyes, it's a brick house. And then most of the time they just end up like Sage setting a couple cards passing, which then if you have Cosmic Cyclones and MSTs, that lets you get in there pretty effectively. Some Let's Play Maiden with Eyes of Blue as well, and Altea Paleo just kind of laughs at it, because when you go to attack it, they try to negate it. Negate is unsuccessful, and then they lose their Maiden, take 2600, they don't get a Blue Eyes, and like, oh my god, how could this have happened? And then, so Maiden Pass is completely destroyed by Ritual Beast, which is amazing. Just don't bounce it. You just attack over it, and they can't summon the Blue Eyes. And generally, we can bounce all this stuff too, so we don't have to worry about Deep Eyes as well, which are sometimes like played, but not super often. So just keep that in mind. That's another set pass thing. If you have lethal on board through like a set monster, make sure you attack with anything over 2100 attack first, just in case it's the Keeper or Dragon Shrine, whatever that card is. You don't want them to, like randomly clash your window into the Keeper, and all of a sudden you don't have lethal. You want to attack with a boosted ulti Paleo or like ulti or attack with the ulti Paleo or boosted Paleo first. They don't know either. This pretenders not knowing either. Law, how's it going? How's it going? So yeah, a lot of discussion about the Blue Eyes matchup and how to make it better. But yeah, usually you want stuff like Needle Sealing, Lightning Vortex, helps take a lot of the heat off. Also, number 91 is very good for dealing with Blue Eyes, but you have to chase out the back row first. But usually you can do that with Petalfin. Keep in mind though that if you're trying to do this setup and with Ambush and you're playing Ambush in your deck, Ambush will lock you into Ritual Beast summons. So don't try and go for it if and then like go to Ambush and then try and go for it, because you won't be able to. You have to Ambush afterwards. So make sure you get your monsters into play first before you decide to go for the route that is 91 setup. It will nuke the board, and they would have to take out early, basically, to prevent around if they had Spirit. But you're not going to make that board on Spirit. You're going to make that board when they've already exhausted the resources. They have like a Dragon Spirit of White, or like their Twin Burst is already in play. That's generally when you want to set that up. But a lot of time you don't even need it, because you can just bounce with Petalfin. And when you have Book of Moon, you can sometimes triple bounce as well. Next matchup is a strange one. Bujin. Bujin is a weird one because it is so uncommon. You don't see it very often, but it does pop up from time to time. And the main way to beat them is just bouncing. Bounce their monsters. They have to use... they're very slow as well to get off the ground. But... So the only like problematic card in the deck is Bujingi Fox, which prevents damage by banishing it and discarding a Bujin card, which is annoying. It's not like, oh no, I lose. It's just annoying because you want to be applying pressure, and if your main way is bouncing the Bujingi Fox, that can be annoying. But that effect only triggers in the graveyard. So if you're playing a skill like Seal Tombs, that can completely shut them off. But if you're playing Destiny Draw, then just play how you normally would set up. They can't really pressure you all that often. If they have ways to extend into Susanoo, that can attack everything, but Crane's effect only works in one damage step. So if they end up attacking like Ulti Petalfin and you have your setup, you want to tag out the double window, obviously. It can attack everything, but at least one of the windows can float into a Paleo and get the boost, and the other one can go into Ulti Petalfin for the extra tag out, because when you set up, normally you're going to have double window plus either like a Hawk or something, or a Hawk Elder Engrave with the ability to float the Paleo from the deck, or you're just going to have a Beast and a Tamer in the banish pile on top of the double window banished anyway. So yeah, Susan can attack everything, but the Crane effect is only one damage step, so they can't deal with the second Ulti Petalfin, basically, especially if you have the extra bounce to go with it, without having unless they have another Crane, which at that point you probably have searched Laura regardless and have a follow-up. Just note that the damage step effect can happen between either battle, so if you try and tack into their monster, you can get punished. So just be mindful of that. But again, it requires them to have multiple Cranes for this kind of setup to work. Otherwise, you just bounce them, force their like turtle activations, and then generally you can just sneak in and kill them regardless. And then obviously, if you have flips like Book of Moon and Canadia and Floodgate, that'll help alleviate pressure from the Susanoo as well. You do it right away because it has a detach effect to add a Bujin, or like put it to the graveyard, something like that. Very similar effect to Yamato, but that's generally what you want to do in the matchup. It's just they don't play like a whole lot of like interaction because all of it's just from the hand and graveyard. But what you want to be doing, like, you just want to be able to bounce the board. You don't have to talk about this too much because it's a very straightforward setup. You just Turtle doesn't destroy, it just negates the effect. So I think you can even feed his chain and Turtle doesn't even protect it. It's kind of like Crystron Impact, if I recall correctly. So that's obviously something you want to do, is just use your back row on them. If they attack, you might even just want to Sphere Creepo anyway as well. Even if you're not like super pressured, if they attack into like a Ulti Petalfin trying to telegraph a Crane, you can just Sphere Creepo anyway, and it's a safer route. So yeah, pretty simple matchup, honestly. They're pretty much always D-draw, Destiny draw, but I don't think they play many hand traps otherwise. What do you do strategy against heroes? We're gonna get to that. We have heroes on here. We have a couple versions of heroes here too. But we're gonna go on to the next deck because we're doing this all in alphabetical order. Next matchup is Chronomaly. Again, this is a very, very straightforward matchup. They make beat sticks that don't matter. you just summon Winda, and they don't have a way to beat over Winda in like your floats. Like set Winda Pass is really good against them. Keep in mind they do have like access to Book of Moon and like MSTs and Treacherous Trap Hole, just like every other deck does nowadays. But it's super easy to play around. If you open up combo, like they just can't do anything. Hyuk negates or doesn't negate anything. It just sets attacks to your attack to 0, which they can do the damage step. But if you're attacking with Ulti Paleo, then it doesn't do anything, and it doesn't decrease defense either. So like Ulti Paleo still kind of walls them. And then they can make the Atlantis and make it 4,000 attack, but if you combine it with like obviously back row removal, Sphere Kribo, and like Winda, you should be fine. And if you open up Elder Hawk, then you're just not going. They're just not going to be able to get to you. This matchup is easy. Thank you so much, Potato, for the resub. I appreciate it. 14 months. Let's go. So yeah, this matchup super simple, super straightforward. The only other thing to really look out for is the XYZ block counter trap, which can stop your combo. That's basically the main way they'd be able to beat you, is by using the XYZ block to counter your setup. And I guess if you leave something in attack mode, they can hit you with the surprise Concentrating Current. Just be careful of that interaction. That Hyuk in Concentrating Current is lethal with an Apaleo boost, because it goes up to 4,500 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, exactly, Sean. You don't want to expose yourself to that. So if you're doing like an Apaleo setup, like an Elder Hawk Apaleo setup, make sure you summon the Apaleo in defense mode. There are matchups where you want this in attack mode and matchups where you want it in defense mode. This is one of the matchups where you want defense mode. Anything that can set your attack to 0, you generally want to put it in defense mode. And I guess the hero matchup too, but we'll talk about that later. Otherwise, the matchup is very straightforward, very easy. They fold to a lot of single card tech choices, on top of Winda just being the best, the absolute best. Next matchup, I wasn't even going to include here, but I think it felt like it was necessary, and that's Crystron. Crystron has a lot of different variants right now, but they are also very, very scattered, I guess. We've got lists that are playing like Mud Dragon, which uses King of the Swamps with Rich Poly, and then you use Polymerization to make Mud Dragon of the Swamp. It's a little annoying because it stops you from being able to target things. So you can't Pedalfin bounce, you can't Book of Moon, you have to do everything prior to it, basically, hitting the field. But the matchup itself has gotten a lot easier since the old days. Before, it was a pretty 50-50 matchup when Crystrons were at like full power. It's gotten a lot easier now because their grind game with Amatrix isn't nearly as powerful anymore, because they only generally get to play 1, maybe 2 copies of Amatrix. And they have the one Quarion, the Black Rose, and then sometimes, not always, they have Samurai Destroyer. The Powered Insectron is still there. Big point thing for this matchup is you never want to bounce the Synchros, because that gives them more grind game. You never want to bounce Powered Insectron, because, I mean, I shouldn't have to explain why that's bad. It will just they'll just on a later turn resummon it and just not be able to die, be unprotected. You generally just want to plow through all the Synchros, because the grind game isn't nearly as powerful anymore. You can bounce some of the other ones. Impact is still kind of played, not in all the builds, but there are like heavier back row versions that can play Impact. But a lot of the times they play Citririon and still do the whole Synchro engine thing. This match used to come down to really who has the bigger brain player. Basically, yeah, it was a very, very skill intensive matchup. Now it's not so much. Just like if you're playing like a lot of back row, just don't overcommit yourself to dying to Black Rose Dragon. Be careful for Quarion setups. You don't want to be caught in a scenario where you have to tag out of Ulti Paleo because of like a Brio bounce or a Coral Dragon pop, and then get hit out of maybe not Brio Dragon, but a Coral Dragon pop. Sometimes you want to go Ulti Petalfin if you want to play a more defensive route, which sometimes is correct because of the ability to go into Coral on the Ulti Paleo to chase you out, and then they can make a Aquarion with like a Citri and a Rose Nyx token or whatever. That'll help make the Aquarion play. That will banish the windows that you've tagged out into. So you want to be very careful when regarding those matchups. You generally want to start punching in with Ulti Paleo when you know that they can't really make that board. Otherwise, you just want to bounce their stuff. Just not the Synchros. You always want to kill the Synchros by battle, unless you know they just won't be able to come down again. So like, Aquarion can come down multiple times, but it's definitely a lot harder with the resources they have, and if you're playing a skill like Seal Tombs, it's so much easier. They don't play a whole lot of back row though, so you're not going to generally have Seal Tombs active for the most time. If your way to get to that point is to use Cosmic Cyclone. And I think most lists don't play Samurai Destroyer really anymore, which used to be a huge problem because of, you know, not being able to float with Winda and like interactions regarding Samurai Destroyer attacking into Ulti Petalfin. However, yeah, the matchup has gone a lot easier now. It's also a lot less prevalent. Main takeaways here is that interaction plus Winda still really good against them. Bouncing their main deck monsters and just running over the Synchros. Your grind game is generally very good, so it's not that bad of a matchup anymore. Also, Panda World, thank you for the follow. I missed that. Next matchup. The gift that keeps on giving and the roach that never dies. Cyber Dragon. Go Cyber Dragon Core. Cyber Dragon Core's effect activates. Searching either one copy of Overflow or one copy of Cyberload Fusion, because that deck should be dead, but it's still here. Matchup actually wasn't even that bad to begin with. Again, Winda kind of walls them out completely. And the only way they can really do it is if they Herald of the Abyss or like set up the full gate combo. But the gate combo doesn't really exist anymore. They have to use Overload Fusion basically as a way to puncture through. And Cyber Style is effectively gone because it only allows you to summon Cyber End. So I almost didn't want to include this as well, just because like it's the deck is practically gone, but it has topped some events even post nerf, and it might be worth talking just a little bit about. But the same principles still apply. Sphere Karibo and Winda are very, very good in the matchup. They can't really make ginormous Chimera Techs anymore, so it's a lot more safer to throw things into attack, but also keep in mind that they can still have the ability to make giant Chimera Techs. Just understand how big it can get, and like another thing to scout out for delays. Thankfully, you don't have to worry about the fusion support gate combo really anymore. That's effectively dead, which is good, but keep in mind that Cyberload Fusion is a thing, and you don't want to try and go for like a lethal swing, like late leaving in the Paleo in attack mode, for example, and then have them cyberload into something big that you can't deal with. The Cyber End Dragon's piercing can be kind of problematic, but thankfully, because we play a Destiny draw, we can generally find outs to it. And sometimes you don't even really want to set back row against them because of the ability to like Cosmic Cyclones. But the matchup has changed quite a bit, honestly, and it is a lot easier. Even if it's already easier kind of to begin with, you had to play very, very patiently beforehand, utilizing Window and Defense, and sometimes you just wouldn't want to summon anything else until like many turns later. But you didn't want to dawdle it as well, because you didn't want to wait for them to get all the answers and have all the extenders to do the full setup. But now that the gate combo is gone, I don't think you need to worry about this deck too much, honestly. Like, the main thing is, like, you still need to worry about, like, overflow is the big thing. So if you open up, if you go second, and even if they, they searched overflow with core, or even if they didn't summon core or search it and they already had overflow, you open up Elder, Hawk, Winda, you generally want to set the Winda and not go for the combo unless you opened up, like, an extender, like Return of Bond. Because they can, If you go Elder Hawk, they can overflow your setup and you've got nothing. Or you could set Winda, play more defensively, and force them to overflow at an inopportune time. And then like even next turn, even if you just have like the Winda there and you go Elder Hawk, you're generally backed up by the Winda regardless. So we need to have Herald and a lot of other things. And when they do have Herald too, they also play Book of Moon. They can chase you out with Book of Moon and then Herald the Abyss if you go into double Winda. So sometimes it's actually even correct to go into Winda and a different tamer, just so that if they do Herald the Abyss, you can send the other tamer. Generally, I would still recommend you go to set up to double Winda, just because it has more defensive applications. But you can use Return to summon a tamer if they do Herald the Abyss and you have double Winda. You can use a Return on your opponent's turn to summon one of the tamers and send it. You can do the same thing with Ulti Petalfin as well. And I've actually done this before, where they have tried to... They've had to Herald the Abyss and I had no live tag out. And I was able to return back Petalfin and send the regular Petalfin and keep the Ulti Petalfin still active. So that's a thing as well. If you can get different... like the same type on play, you can really mess up Herald plays like that. Did I mess up Darklords yet? Not yet, but we're getting pretty close to it. So I think that pretty much covers Cyber Dragon, though. The matchup is relatively the same, except they're a lot less explosive in what they can do. And back row actually kind of hurts them now, for the most part. And like they still lose to Winda and Sphere Kuriboh quite easily. So that's it for Cyber Dragon. Next matchup, another random matchup. Dark Magician. Dark Magician used to be very annoying, but that was the same thing for all decks. Like, a lot of decks had a problem with Dark Magician just because it was just the best. It was the most annoying going first deck to play against. However, one way we would have combated this, like Dark Magician, is like, let's say we go first and we open up Winda Hawk. We would obviously set the Winda if we didn't have like Return or any other extender. And they would do their search, they do their circle, their rod, and then their like navigation, pass the turn. We would draw. Immediately, we would set either like another Winda or the Canna Hawk and go into a fusion. The reason why you would do this is it plays around toggle delays. It plays around the toggle button. So if you set a monster and they aren't toggled on, they don't get their response to react before you make your next play. So that would allow you to go into a fusion, because normally if you would summon the Hawk here, they would go Navigation, Summon Dark Magician, Banish Winda, well now you're kind of screwed. But if you set the Canna Hawk and go into a fusion, well now you have them being able to, they can still navigate Banish, but you can tag out of the Apelio now and still have a Winda, which forces them to have more action. So that was how we would beat in that matchup if we didn't open up Cosmic Cyclone. But that's how you beat that matchup though, was with Cosmic Cyclone. Now you can use MST if you have it as well on the circle when they go to activate it, or if they activate navigation, you can like that was a big thing too. Is if you went second and you like had combo or whatever, and they had their combo, you would hold on to the Cosmic Cyclone and wait for them to activate their navigation, and then when they had the Banish, you would Cosmic Cyclone that at that point. Instead of blind hitting navigations, you would hit the actual problem card, which is a circle, because if you do your full setup and you leave yourself with no tag out, and they go to navigate, like during the end phase, for example, you could still Cosmic Cyclone the circle, and you would still, and then it would be their turn, you need to have a tag out. And if they don't navigate, they don't use navigation for the circle banish at the end phase, and you are stranded with a Cosmic Cyclone in your hand, who cares? You have combos, you have takeouts live again. So you were perfectly fine in that regard. Sphere Kuriboh was actually useful there too. I like it's the same things that Dark Magician does, they still do. It's just that they're a lot less consistent because of the whole limitations that they've received. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get released stuff sometime soon, just with the release of like Evan Magician. Seems like they might be trying to support it some more. But yeah, we could use Sphere Kuriboh, not really against Dark Magician, because we were just always bigger with than Dark Magician with Ulti Apelio. outside of Expanded, but they don't really play Expanded anymore. This was an answer to Dark Cavalry, which was commonly played. It's still commonly played sometimes in Dark Magician, especially on ladder. Being able to switch to defense and beat over is important when most of our removal targets it. And usually, like, whatever doesn't target it, they can protect with Magician's Navigation, with an extra Dark Magician. When they have 2 monsters already in play, you generally want to start attacking back row first, because if they have another navigation set, you don't want to bounce a Dark Magician to their hand, because that'll liven up the navigation, that'll give them the space to summon 2 monsters, and it gives them the Dark Magician. So you want to be able to bounce the back row and attack the Dark Magicians, pressure the Dark Magicians in play, and you'll win the grind game that way, because they only have a certain amount of Dark Magicians they can use, and if you kill Illusion and Dark Magician in play, they're forced to have another Magician's Navigation to put things into play, and generally they're going to run out of resources quite fast. Yeah, Eben, it's the new rank 7 XC that summons normal monsters and can banish on attacks. Ideally, we can stop that before it even comes down, but you gotta watch out, because but that's why the double Winda setup is also very good. Like, it's when you can go Winda into set Winda to play around toggle, go into Alti Paleo, is because it plays around a lot of things. Like, obviously, if they have Circle Banish and you're forced to tag out, and then they go Ebon Magician, that's pretty awkward. But you can still bond. If you have bond in hand, you can still make a bond play. Obviously, you want to do the bond play when navigation's either not in the graveyard or it's just put there this turn, because you don't want to. You got to keep track of navigation. Make sure that you understand that there's a navigation in the graveyard and that can negate certain effects. This will banish for cost, and you might be left with nothing. So just make sure you don't accidentally play into navigation. But that's generally how you would play the Dark Magician matchup. Is you would want to set things to go into fusions and then attack them, utilize stuff like Sphere Kuribo for defense, and just break apart the board. Bounce their back row when you know that they have, like, when their field is glutted with Dark Magicians or bodies. You want to be able to bounce their back row so that you don't liven up any navigations right away, and then you just attack them. Attack their Dark Magicians, and then force them to have to recover, which generally is a hard thing for them to do, so that's generally how that matchup goes. Next matchup, Darklords. Darklords, once again, received another card of support in the form of Odd Eye's Advanced Dragon. So now they get to play this. Oh, and Eccentric too. Eccentric has been in Darklords as well, as another way to have spell and trap card removal without it being a spell or trap card, which lets them use Dross and spell and trap more effectively, because you won't have to worry about drawing back row removal. You basically always draw banishment. Will this be on YouTube? It will be on YouTube, yes. So regarding the Dark Lord matchup, they are a lot bigger now. They can't play Ixchel anymore. They're pretty much forced. All their plays basically start with Amdisk. Obviously they have banishment, which is still a busted card. But all their plays generally start with Amdisk into pitching Dark Lords and then using banishment or contact to bring back another Dark Lord. They can still glut out the field with multiple bodies, and they can still set up the loop that they have. But again, it's another matchup that struggles with Winda, and the negates on Sanctified are also very awkward. Keep in mind, Sanctified Dark Lord does not target, so when you do make some plays with your fusions, keep in mind that if you get negated, you can't tag out without being negated. You will not be able to go into your monsters with them, so you might want to tag out early. And if they activate, let's say if you have Laura and Petalfin, you tag out, obviously they're going to try and negate the Petalfin, right? But they're not going to gain any life, although unless you tag out into like Winda, then they can gain some life by negating Winda, but then they have to deal with Petalfin. So thankfully their negates with the Sanctified don't produce them a whole lot of life if they're forced to stop Petalfin bouncing. So that's generally what you do, is you bounce the Petalfin and Tez doesn't really do a whole lot in this matchup because they're not really destroying things by battle, which is trying to, or by card effects, which is mostly just trying to bounce them back to the hand, force them to use their negates. They only get like 2 negates, by the way, and if you have Cosmic Cyclone, sometimes that is good enough, and like sometimes they only have 1 negate because they have the Sanctified Engrave, just the one, and then you can just go bounce, they force to negate it, not gain any life points, bounce, maybe book a moon yourself, do a 3rd bounce, or go in and make a Sin play, and that will generally win you the game. They're quite bricky now, so again, they're not a matchup that's really hard anymore. And then obviously, and that's without the use of like your back row. Like if you got Book of Moon and Canadias as well, you can flip a lot of the Darklords down as well. They can also negate themselves too, to gain more life points that way. But the real game revolves around Pedalfin and just continuously bouncing. It's not that hard of a matchup anymore, especially now that we have so many like extender stuff. Like we have Book of Moon for extra bounces technically. We got Sin as well for more pressure. And as long as we get ahead, and we can stay ahead generally, the matchup isn't that hard. Darklord Desire is still a thing though, so they can send Winda, so just be careful for that. If you have a slow start, they can Desire to send the Winda and you won't get the effect. But Odd Eyes Advanced Dragon pops, so you will get the float off of that. Odd Eyes isn't really searchable. It is a card that you will generally draw. But unlike Desire, Odd Eyes can pop, burn, and swing all at the same time while basically having the same summoning restriction that Desire has. The matchup itself, though, is not too difficult. If you play Ambush, it gets a lot better because your grind game is a lot better. I wouldn't worry too much about the Darklord matchup, but yeah, you want to be able to continuously bounce the threats and just pay attention to the graveyard, see what they can do with their Darklord stuff, see if they can contact. They have to drop pretty well in order to like fully set up, honestly. So a lot of time it might just be pitching the Sanctified, having 1 Darklord in play, and then you just double bounce and they lose anyway. Next matchup is another really weird matchup. I didn't even want to include it in here because it's so obscure. Deskbot. The only reason why I felt the need to talk about this deck is because it's won, I think, a Frankly and a Battle Phase now. And Deskbot is... It's honestly, it's very straightforward. Like, you don't even really have to know what the cards do. You just gotta know that Deskbot 9 can ruin Winda with its effect because it has like a Samurai Destroyer type effect. And so what they do is they summon Deskbot. They basically spam the board with Despots. Like the Deskbot, I think it's Deskbot 3. Special summon the Deskbot from the deck, I think. There's another one that adds them to the hand. They're basically just like a swarm the board, beat down, and then use a bunch of back row to dispose of your opponent. Like they generally boost themselves either in the damage step or just on their own turn. Just pay attention. Just take a moment to read the cards and see what they do. You have to do some math, because the match they do a lot of like random, like adding like this boost in the damage step, boost on their turn. You want to be able to honestly, like, we're just pedal from bouncing here. Like Winda's still really good assuming they don't go Deskbot 9. If you try and stop that, that's generally a good thing. They're also an Invoker deck. They can play also the Invoker, but they don't play Purgatrio though. They only play Magellanic as a way to utilize, I guess, extra resources off of your Despots. And then they play a bunch of discard traps and like 1-for-1 like spot removal, like Ballista Squad. Some play MST as well. They're just they're just like almost like any other Invoker deck. They just summon things, search things, special summon things. Their board gets bigger, and it's just a very straightforward matchup. Avoid the onslaught of beaters. Bounce the see, I don't really know like the ins and outs of the matchup because it is very, very random. Like, it's so obscure, but you should be able to ignore most of them by beating over them. Just understand which ones boost when, how big they can get, and then just like bounce the ones that boost the most, attack the other ones. You should be fine. it's very strange, honestly. Like, I don't really have much to say about this matchup just because it is very out there, and it's just like any other generic like kind of random back row deck with beaters in it, and it's just so uncommon that I wouldn't even really worry about it. This is like the one matchup where I'm just like kind of don't have like much to say about, but I guess that's okay. If it becomes more prevalent, then obviously we can dive deeper into talk about the matchup, but for now I wouldn't stress out too much about it. Next matchup is DDD, Different Dimension Demons. The way it's played right now, it spams a bunch of beaters into play, utilizing Night Howl and like the King of the Swamp contract and like Vice Typhon to spam out. They usually want to spam out like Genghis and Beowulf and the two Alexander, or like Beowulf, Alexander, and Pendragon. And then you summon a big 6,000 attack Alexander and try and swing for big damage there. This matchup, usually you want to try and deal with Beowulf. Like if you have Interaction Book of Moon and like Floodgates, you want to stop the Beowulf, because Beowulf is what's going to be the most stressful. Flips are pretty decent because Alexander needs to check for 3 Triple D monsters to get the, or 2 Triple D monsters to get the big boost. And if you flip one of them down, then they obviously lose it. So back row is generally pretty good. They can pressure back row with Pendragon. So that could be kind of an issue. Night Howl is an interesting card as it can revive Pendragon from the graveyard and then can beat you that way. They have a lot of like weird extenders that can make it kind of difficult to play through, but just note that the most important thing that you want to deal with is Beowulf because of the piercing, and it can clear back row as well, which can be quite annoying if you're not prepared for that. Like if you're trying to like go haha, you're dead to your own contract burn, but they have Beowulf, they can pop their contracts before they take the burn damage, so you gotta watch out for that. Oracle isn't really as much of an issue. So generally, yeah, you want to be able to stop Beowulf. Like you might have to let them do some plays because of the Slime's ability to fusion summon in hand, Vice Typhon's ability to fusion summon in the graveyard, and then the contract, King of the Swamp contract, can allow them to fuse again. So generally, you want to stop the Beowulf when that time happens. They don't play too much interaction. Like I think they've got like maybe some Book of Moons and stuff. Like they might be able to do like Book of Moon, which I think is a card they play of like a 1 of. So your natural plays of like bouncing with Petalfin is obviously how you're gonna win. You're gonna want to bounce all the big stuff and just kind of outgrind that way. You just basically just don't want to die. Just don't die to Beowulf and you should be fine. However, there has been spoils recently for new DD cards, and I don't know how much the deck is going to change as a result of it, but they're getting a lot of new stuff. They're probably going to get a really good skill with the Declan drop, which is on the October 21st. I believe sometime between the 21st and that event. They're getting a lot of new toys. So I don't know how much that's going to change the deck, but if it gets a lot more new stuff, then we can honestly go back to it later and discuss DDD as that new archetype. But for now, it's just kind of like beat the Beowulf, and you should be fine. Realistically, the window floats are fine if you open up combo. Just like try to make it so you don't die to 6,000 Alexander. You should be fine. Sphere Kribo is a lot better in Veil in this matchup for that reason, to stop the Alexander from doing stuff. You can kind of bait them into forcing you and go into Petalfin, which is nice. But obviously if they have Bayo, 6k Alexander, and like another DDD monster, then it's not nearly as easy. So generally if you have combo, you probably want to search either Petalfin. Well, obviously you're going to search Petalfin or Laura, one of the two. Or if you have multiple, another like Hawk in hand or Petalfin, you search Elder. You just want to be able to get all your bounces in one go and make sure you don't lose to random spot removal like Witch. Next matchup, Evil Eye. Evil Eye it can be pretty back and forth, and a lot of the time it might even just be coin flip dependent. Evil Eye is a... It's not that... It's actually probably a bit better, honestly. If you play Ritual Beast Bond, the matchup gets increasingly better. Because the way that they can control the game... If you go second and they have Evil Eye of defeat, that can be really, really backbreaking. Because then you might end up just like losing on the spot. They can't do a whole lot of damage right off the get-go. It requires them to have to use Gorgonio and like a bunch of life point managing, but they generally don't have a whole lot of ways to abuse life points without you having a great like stuff in your graveyard. So they generally can't utilize life points to that effect to help make Gorgonios better, because it requires you to basically have monsters in your graveyard for them to get lower outside of like other random things. And I guess the Selene activation, whenever you activate an Evil Eye Spell or Trap card, might help, but it only goes so much because you can only... You're probably only going to be able to use the Evil Eye defeat in the Gorgonio. I guess that's an extra 1,000. So they could technically kill you. But if you have Bond, you can tag out a lot more freely. Like, you can go into your normal plays, and then when they try to Evil Eye defeat you, you can Bond, and that changes momentum drastically in the matchup. If they don't have defeat, though, or they're trying to wait for something else, I guess, wait for a different setup, like if they want to bounce a window and bounce one of their own monsters to recur defeat, that's a thing they can do as well. But they can't like pressure you like all. Like if you have window, there's a good chance you might just have Sphere Creepo as well. So you can utilize Destiny Draw here to potentially draw like pieces that you might be missing. Return is obviously good here as well because it's an extender for being able to like summon a window if you need to an emergency as an emergency blocker, or just as another monster to summon. So that you can continue a combo in case they like Tretch you, like hit you with Treacherous, so they bounce only one because they didn't have the full Selene setup. However, keep in mind if you try and revive something from the graveyard while Selene is equipped to a Medusa, they can banish your graveyard target and you will not be able to special summon it. Even though it specifies here banished or in the graveyard, it only works if that monster is still in that zone on resolution. So if you target a monster in the graveyard and it gets banished, you won't get the summon. So keep that in mind as well. But yes, if you go first, generally you will probably win, like because you'll like have a lot of momentum already just by like because they can't beat a set window really if you go first. So then you can do like the same kind of Dark Magician tactic where you can like set another card basically, and that plays around the toggle delay. Or if you have the Bond, you can like flip summon the window, then summon the Canohawk, and then if they try to defeat you, you can go Bond. Bond is a really like is a big game changer here. Otherwise, when they have an established board, you want to be able to set up multiple bounces. Triple bounce here is pretty good here as well for the whole like Book of Moon shenanigans, because you can bounce Selene, you can bounce their Medusa, and you can bounce Basilius. They have Basilius, and generally you can that will lead to a no TK push. Otherwise, you just kind of have to play the game naturally using like floodgates and books on. Generally, when they have Book of Moon and they go to activate Evil Eye Selene, equipping to a monster, you can still flip it face down when it hasn't resolved yet. So it'll attempt to activate, it'll target the monster, you can book it face down, and then Selene will go to the graveyard. So that's a thing you can do. You don't have to target something else at that point. You can target there. But if you let Selene resolve, then book is no longer on the table, and you have to find a different target. You'll see it's pretty bad in the matchup for the most part. Floodgate can be good, but they can still Evil Eye defeat, recur their floodgated monster, so it's a lot less good in that regard. And then yeah, that's basically that matchup. Just like try and bounce the Selene, deal with the Selene. If you have Cosmics, that's even better, because then that can deal with the Selene or the Evil Eye defeat. If not, then you need to probably play a dancing game with Ritual Beast Bond. Just make sure you have access to it, so when they do try to Evil Eye defeat or Treacherous Trap Hole you can bond away and maintain momentum and put them on the back burner, which is what you want. You want them to be one step behind, basically always. And if they're a step ahead, you want to drag them down and put yourself on the pedestal there. So that's the Evil Eye matchup. Next matchup is Evil Hero. Evil! No straightforward matchup, honestly. You gotta watch out for the Evil Hero. What is his name? Bane. The main deck monster one, not the like the extra deck one. Obviously, can be bad because it forces you to attack on your turn. But a lot of the time, you're not going to go to attack and be forced to attack it because you're just gonna bounce it with Petal Fin anyway. And they don't really have protection on your turn, so that's not really an issue. The main issue is the main deck one that has piercing and can send things to the graveyard to boost it with the Supreme Castle field spell. And there's also like the skill as well that lets you reveal materials. Lets you send materials by revealing one of the fusions. Because now they recently got new support with a Dusted Gold. So now they can search Dark Fusion and Dark Fusion away to make it an untargetable one. But that won't generally be lethal even with the field spell, no matter what you set, really. So you'll generally be fine with like a Wind of Float, and like they don't have too much pressure. You gotta watch out for mass change because they can mass change into Anki. So utilize your life points accordingly. Like that monster is one, like, because it's the main deck monster isn't a fusion from like Dark Fusion. You can still Book of Moon it, and you can still Floodgate it, which is fine. And it's a pretty easy matchup, honestly. There's not a whole lot of like tricks to, or like anything particular that kind of like throws a curveball in it. It's basically just how you would play any hero matchup. Just like a lot of these matchups you'll see too is just floating into like Petal Fin or floating into Hawk and just setting up Petal Fin bounces, and that's basically game over. They don't play like interaction as well. They're pretty much locked into heroes, so you don't have to worry about hand traps. So just playing it a normal game with your Ritual Beast setup, and you'll be able to just bounce the thing and eventually just kill it. The fusion is like the one that doesn't matter. The piercing one is the Earth, so they can't Anki. They only the Malicious Edge, that's his name, right? I think that's what it is. Malicious Edge is Earth, so they can't even go into... Oh, yeah, they can't... Yeah, that's right. They can't even go into Anki, but they do have other darks as well, right? Like, let me just check here. Because I know they do play other darks for the... and they also have, like, Stratos, obviously. They can use Stratos to do bounces and whatnot. Or to go into, like, Blast. They might not even not play Blast, honestly. I think the whole deck has to be... Might even have to be Evil Heroes. Either way, it's not a matchup that is, like, you really have to worry about, honestly. It's pretty easy. Which will then lead me to the next matchup. Infernal Gainer, yeah. Dusted Gold can be mass changed to Koga, exactly. Feeling better? It was always good, man. Talked about this cough. The next matchup is also kind of very similar. We're going to glance over this just very quickly. It's the Dark Gaia version of the deck. But instead of using more like evil heroes and defense setups, Malicious Bane, this one's set to focus on cheesing out the opponent using Dark Fusion to make it a giant untargetable evil hero Gaia. And this goes by using like the Dusted Gold, obviously, but you use monsters such as like the Magna Warriors. You have a small magnet engine, so you can search out the Magna Warriors, whether it's Berserkion or Valkyrion, because they're rocks with high attack. You technically use Lava Golem too, because it's a fiend, but the whole purpose here is to make a giant evil hero Dark Gaia that can't be targeted because of the Dark Fusion. It gets bigger with the Supreme Castle, and then when it attacks, it forces everything to attack mode. The only issue with this matchup is, if they attack window, we can Sphere Kuriboh it. If they flip us to attack mode, we can Booker it face down. And if we have combo, then we don't have to worry about any of it whatsoever. Because they will go into attack. Make sure that when they do attack, you wait for the effect to resolve. This will force you to attack mode, and then you tag out into your like window setup. You don't want to tag out before attacks, and you don't want to tag out to while its effect is chain link 1, because when you do tag out, it'll force everything to attack, and you're just gonna get sacked. No, I wasn't feeling sick. No, it was just my cough that's been here forever, is all. So I'm gonna be drinking quite a fair bit because we have a lot to talk about still. Yeah, Gaia can flip everything to attack mode, which is why you want to tag out after the attack. Like if you're really scared, just toggle on, wait for the battle step to tag out, and you'll be fine. You won't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry about them sacking you out of nowhere. And then yeah, they have no defense, so you just like literally it has 0 defense. You can beat over it with the Superheavy bow, and then just bounce it, and then just have nothing. The match is very easy, very light. Talk about floodgate it too, whatever. It's because it can't be targeted. Like all of our techs still do things against it because we can still book ourselves face down after they flip us up, and we're still fine. Easy matchup. Wouldn't stress out about it. Oh god, Fire King. Ugh. Fire King is really annoying. It's not a bad matchup, it's just really annoying because you have to you have to play it very smart. Obviously most games you have to play very smart. But this game this matchup you want to try and outgrind their Avadas, and you want to be able to put yourself in a position where you aren't going to be like lose to Arvada. Because Arvada can be a pain, especially when they have like tanky to search it, because that makes it be able to beat over Winda, which means they can negate the Winda float. They have a very tough time dealing with Ulti Petalfin, but a lot of the time their deck is over like 25 cards, so you are still generally forced to have to apply pressure onto them. But you want to be able to make sure that you don't just like lose to Arvada. And a lot of the time when you have Ulti Petalfin and they have the Gorgonic loop established, you don't want to tag out. You want to make sure that you can tag out on your own turn after all the Gorgonics have done their floating, and then you can tag out and do your bounces and deal with them that way. The Fire King Island, when popped or banished, will destroy the whole field, so you can use that as a way to have an opening to punch through. Also, if they don't have Fire King Island, it's a much easier matchup. Because all you need to do is bounce the Gorgonics, have them stranded in hand. And yeah, as long as you always basically sit on Ulti Petalfin, then you should be fine. Arvada is a huge culprit. Having flips, again, obviously back row will be very helpful against the Arvada. And just trying to outgrind them. Punch in the Arvadas, and if you fear another Arvada might come down, you can always tag out into like double Winda during your own turn, so that if they do have Gorgonics, you can use the Winda to like float into another Winda and like an Ulti Petalfin and have a live tag out there as well. If you don't have Book of Moon, you can use Canadia or Chalice. Yes, you don't have to have Book of Moon to deal with most of these matchups, honestly. A way to play around Destiny Draw in the matchup, because they're pretty much all Destiny Draw now. None of them play Ties That Bind anymore, which means you don't have to worry about Gorgonics being able to beat over Ulti Petalfin. They pretty much have to answer Ulti Petalfin through techs, like Book of Moon. Most of them don't play Invoker anymore either, because they just play Veil for more defense. So you don't have to worry about that as well, so that's fine. But the way you can deal with Destiny Draw is poking in with Ulti Canahawk. Is you can deal 14 to them or 19 to them with an Paleo boost, and that'll either reveal the Veil or the Kiteroid, and then you can play around accordingly. As long as you don't give them D-Draw, it's going to be a little harder to get footing in the early game. So poking them with Ulti Canahawk, and then, like I said, taking out the double Winda, if you fear that a Nevada might come down, is also going to be very important. Just when they have the Garunix lock, lock loop, Ulti-Petal Fin is going to be your best friend, pretty much always. Set on Ulti-Petal Fin, make sure you don't lose it by accident. And if you have to, like, if you already have, like, access to a window as well, and, like, you force to negate with an Avada, that's fine. It'll go back to the extra deck. And you can float into it later with the other window that you have. Which is still really good. As long as you don't lose the Ulti-Petal Fin, you should be fine. And they have a hard time dealing with it anyway. They could book a Moon it face down and then pop with Garunix, which at that point you generally will want to try and tag out, even if there's Avada in play. Just keep that in mind. That the matchup pretty much revolves around Arvada and just trying to outgrind it. Sometimes they play Circle the Flying King, sometimes they don't. But if you can get through all 3 Arvadas, then you're going to be fine. Tanky and Tie That Binds made this match a bit worse. Yeah, they don't really play ties anymore. But Tanky allows Arvada to swing over window, and that's kind of important. If you're trying to do like your bounce, like generally a lot of this matchup is like being defensive until you can make a big push, and then because your big pushes are going to involve around like pecking in with Ulti-Canohawk before doing like a bond, like before you're doing your return bond, the Paleo swings, like your 4 to 5 attacks pushes, because that you can snuff out hand traps pretty early that way with your setup, and then as long as you always like have like an access to a window or like a Laura for your turn, then you can make these like aggressive like setups and these pushes against like Arvada. It should be fine. Arvada floats too, don't keep that in mind. And Garunix also floats, it's destroyed by battle, but you generally want to bounce. Do you want to attack the Arvadas, bounce the Garunixes generally. Next matchup, I think we covered most of Fire King. I think that's fine for now. Is the Gadget deck, the Pendulum version, the one that pen summons a bunch of gadgets. Sometimes it summons Stratos as well and can go into Plasma. This matchup is pretty straightforward. This is one of the decks that plays double Malevolent Sin, so they can out like set window boards pretty effectively. Although it's a lot harder to do so with like cards like Sphere Kubo in the back row, obviously. I don't think they generally play a lot of back row removal because they're kind of limited in what they can do with the pendulums. Because Pendulum requires you to play a lot of pendulum monsters and a lot of things that work well pendulum monsters. So there's very limited interactions. Sometimes they play Treacherous Trap Hole, but you can play around that accordingly. So yeah, they can make Sin. They can make 2 Sins in a single turn, and they can make Plasma as well. So you want to watch out for that. Your Book of Moons will be very good here. Your Canadius will be very good at stopping them. Sphere Kuribo can help when they try to make pushes. You can get your D-draw triggers here. And if you play Floodgate, cool. Goodbye. They pen summon 2, pen summon 3. Floodgate them, it's pretty much GG. They pretty much have to have have to have Plasma. And a lot of them don't even play the Stratos Plasma engine anyway. Yeah, this deck doesn't play hand traps. This deck doesn't play like back row. It just says go, go, go with the rank 4 spam. With sometimes Plasma, but not very often. So yeah, this is a pretty easy matchup too. Honestly, as long as you don't brick, you should be fine. They also have a very tight extra deck, so they might not always be able to run like Dweller and like another thing like to beat over like the windows as well. So you should be fine for this matchup. Yeah, and if you Cosmic their scales, if you deal with their scales, it's super devastating. Because they might not have the other skill to pen summon, and what do? They normal summon a gadget and pass. Like, do they have the Gungado pen monster? Not usually. Usually they play Eccentric. Sometimes they play Aether, but not very often. And then right now they play like Dragong and like the Beast Warrior package, like the vanilla pen monsters plus like the Performer Power one. That are searchable through Tanky and searchable through Painful Decision. That's how they usually set up the skills. But they are very fragile, and they do gain a lot of advantage, but they're very fragile, and they don't have that much grind game. Like, if you can deal with the board, it's pretty easy. Like, if you set up your Ritual Beast setup, then it should be very easy, honestly. Like, you can just beat over everything, bounce all their XYZs, and they can't really beat a Petal Fin into double window tag out, so if you can set that up, you should be perfectly fine. Next matchup, Gaia. They recently got a nerf kind of. And it actually does make the matchup slightly better. It is not a great matchup, though. Being able to have a skill that negates your entire battle phase, so no tagging out, no window floating, no cheeky Book of Moon, Sphere Karibos, none of that works in the battle phase if they control a Gaia the Dragon Champion monster. But the skill nerf made it so that they had to return a monster card from their hand back to the deck. And the way they would do that now is by using Archfiend Eccentric. And they removed the like MSTs and the Cosmic Cyclones they could have played. And instead they're playing Archfiend Eccentric now because it's still back removal, but it counts as a monster, so you can send it back with the Gaia field spell. And the matchup is bad mostly for the reasons that I said, that the field spell completely ruins us. But if you can deal with the field spell with like back row removal, the matchup gets quite a bit better. In terms with interacting with them, you want to be able to like flip their, if they summon the Gaia Magical Knight, you want to wait till after they summon the Curse of Dragonfire before you hit them with like the Book of Moon or the Floodgate, because that's going to stop them from making a fusion play outside of like using Dragon's Mirror. So it forces them to have Dragon's Mirror and to commit those resources on board to making the Dragon's Mirror play. And I think those banish as well, so they don't have it later on for like a future Dragon's Mirror, and the Gaia won't be able to revive the Curse of Dragonfire, so that puts you in a slightly better position than you would have been if you just ended up resolving. So you want to be able to flip down the Curse of Dragonfire, and then even if you don't have like an immediate answer to both of them, you can still beat over one of them and then keep them like stranded in play, basically, because they you want to be able to not like, you want to make sure you don't have Ulti Paleo in play by the turn comes around, because that'll allow them to summon the other Gaia the Magical Knight without a tribute, and then they can fuse from there, assuming that the Curse of Dragonfire isn't floodgated. If it's Book to Moon, they can flip it up and then fuse. But if you don't have a monster with over 2300 attack, then they can't tribute summon over the Curse of Dragonfire. They just have to sit with it in play and then like try and summon through like Origin if they play Origin, or like do a Dark Flare play, maybe make a rank 5. The plays become a lot limited if you don't have a monster with 2300 more attack and they have only one monster in play. So that gives you some breathing space to like potentially hit them back. They still play Treacherous Trap Hole, so be careful. Book of Moon is also there. And then they have Chalice. You gotta be mindful of Chalice, because Chalice, if you try to beat over a Gaia the Magical Knight, they can Chalice their Gaia, make it 2700, and then we end up losing the battle. So be careful about that. And then obviously they can be set stats of the Gaia the Dragon Champion, Magical Knight of Dragons, whatever, fusion monster with Chalice. Keep in mind, if they do Chalice their Gaia the Magical Knight of Dragons, it loses the name Gaia the Dragon Champion, which means you can activate stuff in the battle phase. And then Origin in the graveyard as well can reset the Gaia. So a lot of things you need to be careful about. A lot of things about the Gaia matchup is also, there's a lot of 50-50 decision making in the matchup. It's like the Aegislash of Gen 6 Pokemon, where you have to make a lot of 50-50 decisions, and if they have it, it's like, shoot, like, you got me there. But you can kind of snuff it out sometimes based on like how they play and like how they they end up setting cards. So like for the whole Magical Knight like Floodgate book thing, if they have Dragon's Mirror, then obviously that sucks. A lot of the time when going up against Gaia, if you expect it to be Gaia, sometimes the correct thing is to not like if you have back row and like Winda, sometimes you just don't set the Winda, because if they can play through your back row, like obviously if you have multiple back row, you're going to set the Winda and then multiple back row. But if you have like just Winda, you might not even want to set the Winda, because if they do have a fusion, that's going to let the fusion monster go up to 5200 attack, which is an extra pop, and it's harder to beat over in that regard. So you want to sometimes you just might not want to summon the window whatsoever and just wait for like a D-draw activation. Or let them set up to the point where you can like book a moon and then like combo on them. If they don't have any back row, of course. And if they do, it might just be a chalice and you might still be able to get them that way. However, with the only problem with the line of not playing window or anything is if they open Dragon's Mirror, they just kill you. So, because they can go their standard setup, Curse Dragonfire, whatever, with the Magical Knight, go into Magical Knight and then Dragon's Mirror for something else. Or if they have a Dark Flare, I guess that also does it. So you want to be careful with what you do. It's another one of those like 50-50 decision things where it might be okay to do a certain play, but you're just not too sure. That's what makes the matchup really stressful, is that you're not always sure what you should be doing or how you should be approaching the matchup. Sometimes it's very simple. Like, obviously, I think you just have to go for the book on the Curse of Dragonfire to stop it from making a fusion. That's pretty obvious. Nielsen's not very good there. Venus Chain on Gaia the Magical Knight is also another 50-50, because if they book a moon, their own Gaia the Magical Knight, they still get the Curse of Dragonfire off, but I think it's still probably... You have to make them have it. Usually they do, unfortunately, but you have to make them have it. And then Ambush is also pretty good in this matchup too, because you ability to recur resources. You want to be able to set up aggression and like defense at the same time. Yo, Shamatrai, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Stephen Freshy. Let's go. But yeah, Ambush is pretty solid in this matchup just because of the ability to recur like Petal. You can recur Petal Fin from the graveyard. Like, the way you set up your banish pile doesn't matter as much, just because the nature of negating the battle phase means that having multiple windows isn't really gonna save you all that often. But if you have like Ambush and like Petal Fin, you can set up a scenario where you can bring back Petal Fin, force them to have to pop, and then if you have Laura, you can bring back the Petal Fin, have an actual bounce, force them to have to interact with that. And if you can force them to have to pop too, keep in mind that that'll generally put the Gaia down to 0 attack, which will give you the chance to like sit back for a little bit, because they're basically forced to get a Soldier Gaia or another Chalice to reset its attack, or the Origin, I guess, to reset its attack. But a lot of the time, you want to force very awkward activations from Gaia. And then if you have return as well, like in the combo setup, you can just run over them too. So that's pretty much that matchup. It's very, very awkward. Legendary Redeem Hydrate. Oh, don't worry, we're hydrating. It's not favorable, but if you can deal with the field spell, a lot of these problems instantly go away. But watch out for Spiral Spear Strike and Sky Galloping, because the random piercing can kill you out of nowhere, and the switching battle positions is also very annoying, especially when they have the field spell, because you can't really do anything about it. You see the Windadaki? Yeah, she's there. Next matchup. Did someone bust it out? Yeah, I did. YouTube. Gaia. No, this is Gimmick Puppet. Yeah. Gimmick Puppet is another weird matchup. It's another one of those Unga Bunga OTK decks. Back row is obviously your best friend here, and same with Sphere Kribo. That's why we have the deck the way it's set up, is because it tackles a lot of the meta plus the random stuff. Gimmick Puppet has the annoying ability to make their stuff untargetable, and make their stuff, you can't respond to it. So, just realize when they go, Terra Berry has the effect that banishes it, that makes it so you can't respond to them, and then Bistal banishes it, so it makes it so at the end of the turn you can't target them. So when they go to banish Bistal, and they have, usually that requires using their skill first, they need to use Relinquish Puppet to put a Destroy into play. The Destroy is summoned that turn, so if they do activate the Bistal, you want to, if you have Book of Moon, you want to flip it down. You want to make sure that that thing gets set face down so that they can't do a Gigantus Doll play. As if they set up a Gigantus Doll play, and you don't have the defense to like if you're stuck on like Petal Fin, or maybe not Petal Fin, but if you're stuck on like set window, they can kill you by making Gigantus Doll and stealing your monsters. This is a matchup where you probably don't want to have a like another body in play. Like if you're going for the combo with like Elder Hawk, you probably don't want to put a Paleo into play. You probably just want to have the Petal Fin with the double window tag out, just because if they do my Gigantus Doll, they can yoink away the Paleo, and that could probably lead to them making either a Giant Grinder or a Gimmick Puppet of strings. So you want to be able to be cautious with how many bodies you put on board. If they have Terror Baby into the mix, though, that can get really annoying, because then now you can't play around. You can't tag out freely into Gigantus Doll because you can't respond to them. So, that point, Sphere Kribo is what's going to save you. And I guess they might not even be able to make multiple bodies, so maybe you get a free Destiny Draw activation. Sometimes they play Constrained Current, so you got to watch out for that. I've seen some lists play the face-up continuous one, which basically lets them go infinite with the battle destruction, but you can bounce them. It's very straightforward. They sometimes play Book of Moon, sometimes Karma Cut. I've seen XYZ block as well, which can be really annoying. But your natural game plan should be able to beat them, assuming they don't just complete sack you with the Terror Baby Bistal shenanigans. Also, watch out for enemy controller, because they can do that too. If they make it like a giant Gimmick Puppet of strings and you try to tag out, make sure you tag out into the biggest attack threats, I guess. So in this case, it'd be like Double Winda, which would be fine. But they can switch you to attack mode after the tag out, and then maybe get you that way. I think Gimmick Puppet of Strings Concentrated Current is 5,000, which would not be enough to kill you with a window here. They'd have to have multiples with that, and then they'd have to draw 2/1 of text as well. Other than that, back row pretty solid against them. If they activate Bistal, use your back row on what's in play. The Destroy usually. You can make Destroy miss timing too, kind of. If you can destroy it somehow at Chainlink 2, but that generally won't happen because all of our removals generally bounces. And yeah, if you bounce Drury Doll, if they try to set up a defensive wall with Drury Doll, bouncing in the hand effectively keeps it stranded. Patiently waiting for the Triamid matchup. We've still got quite a ways to go, and holy crap, is my voice starting to get stressed out already. But yeah, that's that matchup. The matchup is, for the most part, straightforward. Next up is Gorgonic Control, or the Centrifugation matchup. This matchup revolves around them rank 3 spamming into Gorgonic Guardian for effect negations. Their back row is not very good against you, because it's all like Book of Moons and like the general popular back row that doesn't really do anything to Ritual Beast. And they can't really beat over Set Winda, but keep in mind, because they are a rank 3 deck, they can go into Giga Brilliant and Corbage, and then potentially rank up into Gaia, so they can spin away the Windas that way, so you might want to be careful with that. But again, back row very solid in this matchup. And if you open up combo, like I don't know how they're supposed to beat you. Setting up, even like you don't even have to get a successful bounce on. You just need to force out the Gorgonic negation once, and then beat over it. They can keep spamming though, with the Sentry Soldier Stone in the graveyard that they make off the Centrification skill. All they need is just another level 3 rock to keep on spamming the board, basically. But they don't have a whole lot outside of the Gorgonic Guardian. I guess you could Nightmare Shark too, but that requires multiple turns, and you'd have to protect it with back row. But if you have the Petal Fin active bounces, then you should be fine. And they have multiple back row, so generally you can do things with Ulti Paleo. They can force negates in the battle phase, I guess, and force you to take out, but that's fine because they still need an answer to Double Winda if you set up properly. So matchup is, I want to say, it's pretty easy, honestly. I don't think you have to stress out too much about it. Just the back row can get a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. You just have to watch out for Giga Brilliant and the Corbage shenanigans. Next matchup, Gouki. Gouki is kind of a grind. It's a lot. It's all fun and games until the Necro Valley comes down. You're like, oh shit, hold on. The Necro Valley, basically the Gouki matchup, you can infinitely window wall. And the window wall revolves around like a Paleo and like multiple windows plus another Tamer. But if they have Necro Valley, then you can no longer do the window wall. But the thing is here, this matchup is pretty easy as well. They have a lot of back row, again, obviously. but you can beat them by forcing Twist Cobra activations. If you try to bounce the Twist Cobra, they're basically forced to tribute it off to make sure that they don't die, boost one of the other Goukis for a turn, which is fine. You don't have to kill them. You don't have to kill them that turn. You can sit on Ulti Petal Fin and relax. And then they have to search something that's not Twist Cobra. And obviously those other Goukis can get sacked off to like Blissa Squad and enemy controller and this and that. Make sure you always leave a tag out in this matchup. Make sure you always set up double window and a tag out into double window, because you want to be able to make sure like have these floats, because they can't really deal with window floating at all. And so you want to be able to make sure you don't get econ take to die as well. Blissa squads are kind of like whatever against you because you have the windows. You always want to just set up window floats, set up ulti pedal fin with a live tag out always, and just grind out the Twist Cobras. As soon as you deal with all 3 Twist Cobras, the matchup's over, basically. It's done. Like, what can they do? They can't really do anything, honestly. And like normal summon my Scorpio isn't really a threat. But normal summon Suprex on itself isn't a threat. The main problem, the main stress in the matchup is Twist Cobra. And if you can deal with all 3 Twist Cobras, then that's pretty much it. And if you need your graveyard back from Necro Valley, you can always bounce the Necro Valley. Just make sure you don't accidentally get your Petalfin stranded. Because if you don't play back row removal, it might be stuck in there forever. But you can still, with the combination of back row and like Ulti Petalfin, you can force a bunch of weird activations to force Twist Cobra out. Chase it out with by beating over it after like flipping it down or switching to defense with Sphere Karibo. And then yeah, it's just grind out the Twist Cobras and like matchup is basically over. Why is everything prismatic? Because oh, I didn't even do that. There they all are. Alright. Next matchup. Oh boy. Harpy ladies. This matchup is awkward. It's awkward because you are forced to play techs that if you try to play off meta techs, you get punished hard in this matchup. So playing like Needle Sealing, you get punished hard. Playing Ambush would be amazing in this format if it weren't for Harpies Hunting Ground, and that's the big issue is Harpies Hunting Ground and the ability of the bounce. This matchup, you kind of have to open pretty well. Because, like, they always have the Nest. They always have the Lance. And basically, you want to be able to flip this. If you have, like, Book and Floodgate and the window, you're in a pretty solid position. So when they summon the first monster, obviously you just want to chain the back row that they're targeting. But hopefully they target the Floodgate first. So that if you Floodgate it and they go Swallow's Nest, you have a Book of Moon to flip the other thing down. That's the main thing here, is trying to stop them from making Slash. Obviously, if they go first, they can easily make Slash, but that's why stuff like Book of Moon is here, and like Bond is pretty good. Return is a lot less good, because if you go to activate Return, it probably means you already have something in play, so you'll get bounced by the Slash. But you can chain block Slash if you have a Paleo or a Ritual Beast already in play. You're not generally taking out, you're usually waiting for the Slash bounce to force you out, but if you know that they don't have any more Swilla Traps to activate and you have like to set up a Paleo, this is where you want a Paleo in play, like on turn 1. You want to be able to put a Paleo into play and have your standard setup. So this is one of those matchups where if you open up Elder Hawk, you're going to try and get the Paleo into play with the double window banish so that you can get the boost. Is obviously nice, but the main focus here is it gives you, if they want to bounce the Paleo, they'd have to bounce it, obviously. That gives you more fuel for later. And you want to make sure that you have like you can choke them at any point with the banish, because if they activate a like they go Cyber Slash and they activate like Egotist or Harpy's Feather Rest, you can use a Paleo here if you know that they don't have something else to activate immediately right after. You can use a Paleo here to banish, and that would stop them from being able, that would stop the activation window for Cyber Slash to bounce, which is really good. However, get to that point is kind of hectic. Bond can be pretty useful there because you can bond away. A lot of lists play Treacherous still though, so there's a lot of pressure involved. This matchup is really, really awkward, honestly. But it's not the... It's still winnable, obviously. It's still very winnable. If you open up combo, you pretty much win. It's just too good. Sphere Kuribo is like fine, but I think Veil is better for the Harpy matchup, honestly. Because Veil is a lot harder to beat over, and like, because like you can't risk taking a hit from Cyber Slash to trigger Destiny Draw, because you might just be dead to Swallow's Nest, even if you have the Sphere Kuribo. However, Veil lets you play more, lets you play with a little bit more life, and like they have to do some weird attacks, and then maybe you can do a Sin play with the Veil to help unclog and whatnot. Then they obviously can't bounce the Veil, because the Veil will you'll get the effect again if they bounce Veil. It's happened before and it's funny, but yeah. So yeah, you want to set up double Winda, because it's really hard for them to break through, obviously. Because like how they would be able to break through, like if you have a fusion out, is they go Cyber Slash bounce, take out the double Winda, and then Sin to get rid of one of the windows. But then you still have another Winda. If that window can take out, that's where you want to be. That's pretty much how you want to beat most matchups in the metagame, is have double Winda and be able to tag out into, have the double Winda with the float into an ulti fusion that can tag out as well. Pretty much every single matchup is like this. You also generally want to keep like your Cannahawk banished. Like your Laura is plays are also fine. Like good to search if you have the combo. But you kind of want to have, because they can't really pressure out too well. Like if they can pressure out the ulti Pedalfin into double Winda on their own turn, then you're obviously going to want to take out the double Winda. But if they pass the turn, you want to be able to take out into the Cannahawk in the Winda, so that the Cannahawk can start filling your banish pile, which will allow you to do more safer searches and more safer plays regarding Pedalfin and getting bounces off to get rid of the Slash Dragon, so it stops becoming a problem. As soon as you get Slash off the field, or stop it from even hitting the field, that's how generally the matchup will end up making it a lot better for you for the matchup. And then like Ambush can become better late game. The only issue with Ambush for the matchup is Hunting Ground if you open it. Yeah, the whole deck's prismatic, pretty much. You can also crash Winda or Ulti-Peleos into the Cyber Slash, but you can't crash it in. I know you see the nice 1600 stats on Harpy Lady 1 when it hits the field, but you can't crash Winda into Harpy Lady 1, because Winda will go up to 1900 because she's a wind, and it's a global boost to all wind monsters. Harpy Lady 1 can also make Slash beat over Ulti Pedalfin, I'm pretty sure, which is a little awkward, but generally you're being chased out anyway through the back row, Book of Moon, Chalices even, they play. So yeah, this matchup is very awkward, but still manageable as long as you can, if you can stop Slash from ever hitting the table through Book of Moon and Floodgates. Obviously it's a lot harder with like Swallow's Nest. Also you gotta realize too do these, like if they go because they have Hunting Ground, that makes it a lot harder to just not chain everything. You kind of have to chain everything to Hunting Ground. Sometimes you just don't set any back row though and force them to pop themselves, but that's generally only if you open up like Veil stuff. And if your back row is like stuff like Needle Sealing, you obviously don't want to set Needle Sealing there. But yeah, Hybrid Mountain Trap, kind of awkward. Hunting Ground, kind of a legitimate skill, but we have to deal with it for at least a little bit while. But either way, next matchup is Heroes. Here's the Hero matchup. Very sacky, another matchup where Winda is very good, but you have to be careful of Plasma. Plasma can take the Winda and leave you effectively defenseless, and then they can mass change and kill you. But if you have like Sphere Kuribo, like Sphere Kuribo Winda are very good in the matchup. I say that a lot, I know, but it's the truth. Interaction like Book of Moon, you generally want to Book of Moon them during the battle phase, or like if they go Trinity or Plasma, you want to Book of Moon. You want to Minimum Ray can also stop you, barely. Honestly, Minimum Ray doesn't. I'm not worried about Minimum Ray. That still requires the use of a hero monster, and it only pops like level 4s. So like, I mean, like I guess like if you have combo going second, but it's face up. Like you can play around it because it's face up, so you don't have to worry about Minimum Ray all that much. If you have Cosmic Cyclones and MSTs, you can wait for them to activate the Vision Hero increase from the graveyard, and then they'll lose the monster that they're attributing, plus the increase will not be able to get the summon because it'll be destroyed in the grave. So if you play back row removal, that's what you want to use it on, is the increase there, and the, I guess, the vision heroes that are in the back there. So yeah, play defensively. If they make Trinity, it can be a problem, because the Trinity alone can deal with all three of the Windows like floats. But if you, again, like if you have Sphere Kuriboh, you don't have to worry. It's pretty easy, honestly. Try and like look at delays, see if they have like mass change. If they have mass change in hand, it can get kind of annoying, I guess. But it's still not like unbeatable, because like they can't really waste mass changes to attack directly because you have the Destiny Draw skill. And if they destroy a monster by battle, yeah, they can grab another mass change with Anki, but they can only hit for so much with the mass changes and the form changes. To go into Koga, I guess, but you can just bounce them. They don't have any ways to really stop you once it's your turn again. So float wisely. Like, don't be afraid. Like if you have Sphere Kuriboh and you know that they don't have like another mass change, or you know that they have final attacks, don't be afraid to float into like Petalfin and like utilize your Sphere Kuriboh on their last attack, so that your Petalfin can get multiple bounces. You obviously don't want to YOLO the top of your deck if you don't have a Tamer in hand. So in that case, you probably want to float into like an Elder or something that something else can't beat over it, like Laura, after you've used your 2 floats there. And then maybe you go Counterhawk next turn and you get to hit them there. They can mass change. They can set mass change too and try and like dodge your bounces that way, but that's generally not good enough. Because like, you can still set up double bounces and that applies pressure. You can bounce the back row to force it out too. It's probably better actually if they have set back row. You can use the Petalfin bounces to force out the mass changes of the back row, and if not, then you just get a second bounce anyway. So yeah, the grind game's not super impressive. The only things to really look out is that they can sometimes summon Plasma and Yoinku. This is a matchup too, by the way, where you don't want to summon a Apelio. Just because if they do Plasma you, they can steal the Apelio, and it'll make the Plasma 2800 attack, which means you can't beat over it with Ulti Apelio. And then when you have like the Windows set up, your Window's going to be like you're going to have Windows set anyway, so Plasma's not going to gain any attack there. And if you have the Fusion set up, because they don't have any real ways to like chase you out outside of Plasma, you can if they make Plasma, you're not negated for tag outs, by the way. So you can tag out when they go to activate Plasma on like your Ulti Petalfin or whatever, you can tag out the double window or whatever, and they can't, like, that's their activation for the turn. You get the double windows. Windows on field are negated, but they still float when they're destroyed because they're not on field when their effect activates. Similarly, with Petalfin, if they have Plasma in play, you can use the Petalfin bounce to banish a Ritual Beast, whatever, and target the Plasma. And then if you have Bond in hand, you can chain the Bond to the Petalfin bounce, which will remove Petalfin from play, which means it's no longer negated by Plasma, and you get to bounce the Plasma. Go into like an Ulti Counterhawk or an Ulti Paleo and continue from there. They lose the Plasma, the thing gets bounced, which is the same thing, obviously. And yeah, you're just set up at that point. That's a cool thing you can do to avoid Plasma if you're stuck under it. There is another hero match like deck as well, which is the talk about a little bit of it as well. It's the Wounded Hero version, which it utilizes skill Wounded Hero to summon like Bubble Man or any other low attack hero to make rank 4 plays. The only really difference between this matchup is like they're more rank 4 oriented instead of like fusion oriented. And they play the hero variant that plays Battling Vox or Veil. So that's a matchup actually where I'd rather set Bond instead of have Bond when I'm trying to go for a lethal play. Just so that we can... the worst case scenario is we're trying to go for a lethal swing with like Bond in hand. And we end up having to go attack, they go Veil, attack, and then what, we don't Bond here? I guess technically you could Bond into Ulti Petalfin here, which would probably be the correct thing to do, because if they go on their turn, they can go like Stratos, or they can go like Galaxy Soldier, summon Stratos, search a card, Wounded Hero, go into Abyss Dweller, Lightning Vortex, and And like if you have Ulti-Paleo here because you didn't commit to the bond play, or you didn't set the bond, and you just have Ulti-Paleo here, they can Lightning Vortex you after Dwellering, and you lose everything, and that's exact lethal. Because the Dweller will have plus 500 boost from Bubble Man, and the Stratos is 1800, it'd be exactly 4000, so you want to watch out for that. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. You just punch like any other rank 4 spam deck. The rank 4s in the game don't generally deal with Ulti-Petalfin Double Window very easily, if at all. So you can just control the game how you normally would. Stratos can pop back row, but a lot of the time they want to be searching the other heroes, I guess. But you gotta watch out though for that one thing, like where you might want to set bond instead of doing it, because like the only hand trap they really play is Veil. So poking in with like Ulti Canna Hawk and then like Ulti Paleo whatever, or like Canna Hawk a Paleo. Like you have 2 attacks anyway, and if they don't have Veil, they still die to that attack if they're on an empty board. And if they do have, like if they don't have Veil, they die. If they do have Veil, then the bond isn't getting lethal through that anyway. So you generally just want to have like 2 attacks to kill them so that they don't have the random Wounded Hero Dweller Lightning Vortex set up, because that can happen sometimes. That's all I want to say about that. Oh my god, my voice. Next matchup is Hieratic's. And Hieratic's is another very uncommon deck. They're basically just a generic, like a rank 6 spam deck. They utilize King of Atum and to like summon. They tribute it off themselves. They have a little bit of popping with Sue for back row. But the builds right now spam out just like rank 6s. They spam out Bouncer, they spam out M7 Bounces, and they rank up into Gaia Charger. So, yeah, again, I don't have to talk too much about this because all we need to do is just like, if we set up Winda, they'll probably go for a bounce, so you gotta be careful of that. Sphere Kuribo can be pretty handy here. We gotta watch out for the piercing, and then our back row is pretty good against them. If we can stop like a ton from setting up stuff, and like if the Sue pressures back row, it can get a little bit annoying. But if you have the ability to flip it down, like with Canadias and whatnot, that'll set them back a fair bit, because then they can't make the XYZ plays and then the rank up plays. So that's pretty easy in that regard. They also play Treacherous. I've seen List play Treacherous, so one more thing to worry about. But overall, very straightforward matchup. You do your regular combo setups. Nothing is really nothing's ever deviated from your normal pathways. You're still gonna do your double Winda Petalfin setup with your Laura search, and then you're gonna have your Petalfin bounces the turn after. Not a whole lot of recovery either. They don't even play Heliopolis. That's the funny thing. They don't even play the main boss monster. Back row's good. Sphere Creeper's good. Winda's good. I'm good. Not a whole lot to say here. Same with this one. Infernity. Infernity is another like super sack deck that nowadays uses the skill like Shell of a Ghost, Ghost in the Shell, something like that. I don't remember. But it's puts Infernity Launcher to like the top of your deck. And this is another like explosive deck. I need to remember what else they do, like some stuff that doesn't matter. But they can like Brio bounce, and that's like a big thing. If you open up soft, you kind of need Sphere Kuribo to do a whole lot for the matchup. To like not die, obviously, and like interaction. Back row is obviously good, and you want to hit the synchros. I think the main setups they do now is they try to make like Bouncer or Rhinoceros with like Archfiend, and they have like Barrier and Break set. But fortunately, that can be countered with Winda and a Return. Because let me just take a look here. If I remember correctly, some of the Infernity lists I see, they usually just run. Sometimes they run Sin, I guess, yeah. But it depends how they set the board up. Like if they go like Brio, Coral, I guess they can go Onamaru as well. Is another thing. But generally, yeah, it looks like they want to set up like Bouncer, maybe Rhinoceros, and then an Archfiend, and you can just kind of, with a Winda and a Return in the same turn, you can kind of beat them there. They're very inconsistent though too, keep in mind. They do have a lot of like draw stuff with like Into the Void and like advanced draw to like try and get them there, but it is a very explosive deck that sometimes, a lot of the time, just doesn't pay off at all. And so the Infernity matchup is just really sacky, and it really all depends. If you open up combo, then what are they going to do to you? Like, you just have to worry about the Infernity barrier, but they can't generally pressure you. If they make two level 6s, be careful about Bouncer. You might have to tag out against the incoming Bouncer. But also, like, you gotta be careful how they do it, because if they have Stardust Warrior and like Coral Dragon, then you can easily tag out. Because then they're either gonna make Onamara or they make Bouncer. But yeah, it's a very like, it's another like pretty straightforward matchup. Honestly, just watch out for barrier and break. You should be fine. Invoked Neos, mostly any invoked variant for that matter. So the Invoke deck can be problematic for Ritual Beast. A lot of the back row is kind of annoying because it is spot removal, 1-for-1 spot removal, like Karma Cuts and Mayakashi Breaks, which can break up our like combos and synergies. But the main issue is obviously Purgatrio. Everything else about the Invoke deck doesn't really matter. The only thing that really matters is Purgatrio. And being able to beat Purgatrio isn't exactly the easiest thing, just because it can keep coming down. So having back rows specifically for Purgatrio is how you're going to win the matchup. Sphere Creepo is obviously going to be really good. Having, like, if you're pressured, like if you don't have any back row at all, and you just have combo, just have the one body here. Then you can have your Laura set up, but you might want to put something like Kanahawk to the graveyard, and then sit on just the Petalfin, or just like the LT Paleo or whatever, if you're trying to do certain things. Because this will make it so that they have to use the Alistair in hand to boost over the fusions here. And if you can do that, that might stop them from any further plays that they might do afterwards. You can go Petalfin bouncing, obviously is your main source here, and you gotta make sure that you can play around the back row. Obviously they're going to be setting a lot of back rows, so a good portion of the time you're going to be trying to set your Ritual Beast to try and play around the back row. But if you have back row removal, obviously you can be more aggressive with plays. If you have more extenders, you can be more aggressive because they can't play Treacherous really. Anything like that. Some of their back row isn't always the best either, but I think they might have to be used Kanadi and whatnot. If they have little back row, you want to attack the back row first before attacking the Purgatrio. If they're playing like the Stratos version, they can be a little more aggressive, I guess. But again, we're not too worried about that because we just need to stop the Invoker, and as long as we have like Sphere Kribo and Book of Moon for the Purgatrio, hopefully you should be able to get rid of it the turn after. You can't really attack into it because Alistair can boost attack and defense, so you're going to have to deal with it by bouncing or banishing with Sin. And if they play Winda for some reason, then we aren't really concerned about that because our Windas are just always going to be better than theirs. Like they can float into like Ulti Paleo or Ulti Petalfin, but we can still just bounce it. Like their Windas aren't really doing a whole lot here in the matchup. And then I guess all the Barrier Magician, like the Magician Girls too, are like all the engines that are in those decks are basically the stall for Invoker. So you basically realistically just need to win the game before they get Purgatrio out, or just deal with the Purgatrios. Whether it's Floodgates, Book of Moons, Canadias, if you can potentially Needle Sealing them too, is an option too. Just stop Purgatrio from hitting you, which is, unless you're going for like OTKs, you don't want to set up a second body, because that might be the same reason. But I guess technically you could play a Paleo and have the Petalfin and have the boost. It's just that they still will be able to beat over, because they can pitch Invoker to make it 3500, which would run over the 3300 Ulti Petalfin, and then the Paleo afterwards. So you generally want to keep that, and then if you have D-Draw active later, it's pretty good too. And then I'll have your follow-up Laura, so that if they do run over your Ulti Petalfin, you can have a follow-up and maybe deal with the Invoker, especially if they don't have a whole lot of back row. Next up is the Lunalights. The Lunalight deck is, it's an interesting one. People thought this matchup was, really bad for, Ritual Beast because we didn't have outs to the boss monster Saber Dancer and the Cat Dancer could attack everything. But the reality of it is, it's actually not that bad of a matchup. We have text now, like now that our decks are built differently, like we have needle ceilings, we have floodgates in our decks, we've got the lightning vortexes. It's actually not that bad of a matchup anymore, because like we have several ways to deal with it. If we wanted to, you could play 9x91 as well. And like the big thing about the matchup here is when they summon, when they try to go for Lunalight Fusion, and you, like we have set window, obviously they have to use the materials in the hand. If we have a Fusion though, and they activate Lunalight Fusion, you can tag out of the Lunalight Fusion here into like double window. And they're forced to use the materials from hand because Lunalight Fusion only checks upon resolution to see if there's an extra deck monster. And at the time it's resolving, there isn't an extra deck monster, so they're forced to use the hand. And also, if they make a Saber Dancer, you kind of have to play a more defensive game. But sometimes they might not even have the materials to make Saber Dancer, and they have to make a Cat Dancer. And at that point, you just kind of win the game because they can't really pressure. Like obviously, they can tribute and attack over your windows, but then those can float into like your Ulti Paleo, or they can float into like a little Paleo, which can then banish, and then that can float into Ulti Petalfin. And then you have a live tag out with the Ulti Petalfin anyway. So the Cat Dancer play doesn't really work unless they have butterflies, and even then, like, they have to have a lot of going on for that to work, plus they have to have, like, an Outer Bow, and if we have any sort of these back rows, it makes it even harder for them, just all with the materials in their hand. Keep in mind, though, like, in the early game, it's obviously correct to tag out when they activate Lunalight Fusion. Later in the game, though, if you're, like, trying to stall to get to, like, Saber Dancer out, or if you're trying to do the window wall, which we'll talk about in a moment, you want to be able to, let's try to thought here. Just easy needle blowout. Yeah, needle is a complete blowout for the matchup, 100%, and you can easily set it up very easily. But later in the matchup, when they go Lunalight Fusion, you might not want to tag out of your fusion, just because if they haven't like normal summoned yet, they could potentially summon like Rabbit, bring back a Lunalight, and then use like Yellow Martin effect, make a popular operative, and switch you to attack mode after you decided to tag out, which could be pretty bad. So if you don't have like Sphere Kubo or like a Buckamoon to flip yourself back down, you probably want to avoid, in those, as the game progresses like that, you kind of want to avoid putting yourself in that position. But then you can also set up what is called the window wall against them. The window wall consists of having double window, a Paleo, and another Tamer. And if you have a Canahawk, it makes it, or another Beast as well, then solidifies the wall even better. So what ends up happening here is they summon one Saber Dancer. They are indefinitely walled currently by the window wall. Because they can go, they attack into your Ulti Petalfin, you tag out into double window. Double window, one of the window, they attack a window, the window floats into an Ulti Petalfin again. And they pass a turn, this Ulti Petalfin could tag out to your Tamer, Paleo. Paleo can banish the window. Then you can, you know, go back into Ulti Petalfin, and you still have everything banished there. And then if they go to their turn again, they go to battle phase, you have the window in defense and the Ulti Petalfin. You can tag out into the Hawk and the Tamer, or a Hawk and the window. So now you have double window and Hawk in play. If they attack the Hawk, so be it. The turn ends. If they attack to the window, you don't have to float with this window, by the way. This window does not need to float if they attack the window here, if they have one attack. Instead, you can let that attack happen. You go back into a fusion, tag out, back into Tamer, a Paleo, banish the window or the Hawk that was destroyed in the previous turn. Go back into Ulti Paleo, you're walled again. Double window, a Paleo, Tamer, Hawk, back in the banish pile. If they have two monsters and they try to do this, you can do it roughly the same kind of way. If they go battle phase with two big monsters, like two Saber Dancers, tag out to double window, They can hit one of the windows that can float into Ulti Petal Fin. The Ulti Petal Fin can tag out into, if they have the extra attack, into Hawk Tamer, and then they can hit the one of the either the Elder or the Canna Hawk, and it'll die obviously. But then you still have the window and the other thing to go into, which then can go back into a fusion, tag out into a Paleo, and that gets the second window be banished. If this ends up getting broken later down the road, because you're still drawing, by the way, you're still drawing like Sphere Kribos and extra Ritual Beasts every turn. As long as you keep like a Laura in hand or like another Ritual Beast, you can just like resummon the beast, go back in, keep summoning the Paleo, keep tagging out into the double window. You basically set yourself up so you basically always take out the double window, and they just can't ever beat over. This gives you enough time to basically find the needle stealing, but if you don't play a Saber Dancer out, this will be how you win against them. By if they have less cards in deck, this is how you would deck them out effectively. It's by setting up this window wall loop, and then they would never be able to touch you. But this only works if you have deck out advantage. Otherwise, you're gonna have to find a different way to win. Which one of the other ways, I guess technically, is you could Sphere Kribo Saber Dancer, and then if you start the turn with a Paleo, you can go a Paleo boost, and then later during your turn, use a Ritual Beast return to summon the Paleo, and get a second boost, and then that would be able to beat over Saber Dancer's 2600 defense. Or you could do Book of Moon to flip it face down and flip it up, and then also get the boost that way as well. So that's basically the Lunalight matchup. It's not really that much harder than what people said, obviously. And then yeah, Cat Dancer, you just need to bounce several times with and then if they have Foxes to protect them, whenever, you just bounce till they get them out. And then if they have Butterfly or this, you generally don't want to let them have Saber Dancer. You don't want them to send Saber Dancer to the graveyard, because that's how they're going to get because it has the graveyard effect of boosting by 3k, and you don't want that when they're trying to go for like big Cat Dancer swings and whatnot, unless you have Sphere Kribo already to like protect it, or some other back row and they don't have Fox, because otherwise that's what's going to break your entire board. So just be careful with that. Alright, how many more decks do I have? A lot. Alright, Magnet Warriors. Also, if you end on a fusion, tag out, it's used. Yeah, we said that. We mentioned that if they activate Lunalight Fusion, you want to generally tag out most of the time to force them to have to use a hand. Magnet Warriors. This is it's been in the meta for a while, but it only hasn't gotten like recent success because they added like Gorgonic Guardian into the deck, and this matchup can be kind of interesting. It can be kind of grindy, but you generally want to just like punch through all the Magnet Warriors. Little tips that you want to avoid: you don't want to bounce back row because of Powerful Rebirth. If you bounce their back row into Powerful Rebirth, that just gives them more revives later on in the game. So you want to save your bounces you want to save your fuel and your bounces for Berserkion, honestly. That's when you want to do it. You want, when they, I guess you can do it on the small magnets too to try and threaten like lethal. If you do it on the smaller magnets and force them to tag out, that'll fill your banish pile and will let you be able to set yourself up with the whole double window strategy, which is obviously very good against them. And then yeah, they'll summon their deltas, and then you just kind of want to beat over the deltas, because like if they have the back row to revive anyway, they're going to use it. If the less amount of monsters you leave them with on the field is the less likely they're going to be able to make powerful rank 4 plays or like rank 3 plays. So forcing the monsters to the graveyard is like definitely fine. If they go, oh no, like what if I use my what if they use the Berserkion, whatever, they have the fuel for the Berserkion. Well, the Berserkion, you generally, like, obviously you have to care about Berserkion because it can chase you out, but if you have back row, that obviously helps. And like having double window, obviously very good, like being able to take out the windows. But if the reason why you want to punch the magnets is because if they have no magnets in hand, it turns off the magnetic field. And the magnetic field is a huge problem because that's what allows them to be over the windows and like bounce the window in battle, and the whole like setup that they can do gets fortified with they have a lot of revival in their deck. You want to try and like cut them off of that with the with the magnetic field plays, and like you just really need to stop them from spamming the board and just beating over them and forcing them to have to make Berserkion plays, because they only play 2 like Gammas and 2 Alphas in most of their lists. So they only get to activate the summon the Berserkion like twice. So if you can bounce it once and bounce a second time, they don't really have a way to beat you. So you can win like that. Magnus has to go. Yeah, Magnets have Gorgonic, which is also kind of a. It can be kind of headachy, but I'd be more afraid about the maybe they don't generally play Dweller because they just don't have the deck space, the space for it. But they can still do the Corbage stuff with Giga Brilliant and the rank up as well. So gotta watch out for that as well. Especially if you end up if you have like multiple fusions and you end up tagging out to like double window, they can spin back like one of the ulti pedal fins or something and like maybe rank up. It can be kind of an annoying thing to deal with. Neil Sealing is not very good unless you can Neil Sealing them before Berserkion comes out, like if they have a full board. That's how you can get them. You can Neil Seal them then and then force them to have to Berserkion. That's like the one time where Neil Sealing can be pretty good. And then yeah, it's just about trying to survive. Ulti Pedal Fin, obviously, very good. It's like sometimes you might want to stay defensive, but you gotta watch out. Magnetic Field can bounce, but they can only bounce once per turn. So if you tag out into multiple windows, obviously the windows can be very defensive. And they can't pop Ulti Pedal Fin with Berserkion without going to the battle phase, so that's always something to keep in mind. We can just tag out, like sit on Ulti Pedal Fin, and then when they try to attack us, we can tag out and be generally perfectly fine. Find a way to set up multiple like bounces, because all the back row is mostly revival stuff anyway. If you just keep bouncing Berserkion, they're going to run out of fuel eventually. And that's how you generally deal with that matchup. So the next matchup I want to talk about is Mayakashi. Mayakashi is another like simple matchup. They obviously utilize a 2-card combo in like Yuki, Musume, and Daki to do a synchro climb up to level 9, and they use like Mayakashi Return and Mayakashi Winter to like help special summon and like draw cards. Like Mayakashi Winter will let them special summon one from the graveyard, but thankfully our main way to deal with them is by bouncing them. So when they do their synchro climb, you can just bounce the top of the chain monster, which is usually going to be Yoko, the Graceful Mayakashi. So in that retrospective, window walling or setting window is obviously really powerful. You can interrupt the Daki with a Floodgate, Book of Moon, or anything that flips them down. That'll generally stop them for the turn, but a lot of the time you don't even have to worry too much. The debuff that comes with Mayakashi Winter can be a little annoying, but thankfully when we attack with Ulti Apelio, we're no longer affected by the debuff that comes with it, so we can just still attack over like the Nine-Tailed Fox. One thing that keep in mind though about Nine-Tailed Fox is if you destroy it, it makes tokens, which means they can special summon the Nine-Tailed Fox back from the graveyard. And if it's special summon from the graveyard, it gains piercing, so you gotta watch out for that. So generally our main tool of getting rid of the Mayakashi monsters is to use Spiritual Beast Pedal Fin to bounce their synchros, which makes it harder for them to recover, because they can't bring back Yokos and get the pops out of it. And the other main way they control the game is using Ballista Squad, very similar to Shiranui. The matchup itself plays kind of similarly to Shiranui. You just gotta... The only thing is they play like mostly odd levels. They actually play quite a handful of Shiranui monsters as well. Like, they might even play the same, if not even more Shiranui monsters in the Shiranui deck itself. They forego semi-limit techs. They can't go into Shiranui Synchro 6 though, exactly, because they forego Shiranui or tech cards like Book of Moon, like the semi-limits like Enemy Controller and Treacherous, so that they can play Solitaire and Spirit Master, because you can get the effects by banishing the zombies out of the graveyard. You get the summons that way. And like, yeah, they can send with Ryuki Mizume, they can send Spectral Sword, and then go into using the Tsuchigumo. They can go into Squire Saga. And the Squire Saga, that's one of the Shiranui. So they play Squire Saga and they play Shogun Saga. So keep that in mind. If they have the Tsuchigumo and play in the graveyard, they can go into Squire Saga and get pops that way. The pops from Squire Saga do not target. So if you want to, like, if you have your tag out available into the double window, and you have like Ulti Paleo in play and not Ulti Pedalfin, you're gonna want to tag out beforehand, because they can banish. You don't know what they banish on resolution. It all happens at once. They could banish their own like Fire Synchro monster, which is usually would be the Squire Saga, and that would give them the full effect of like popping your back row, popping your monster. So you're gonna want to tag out at that point into your windows to stop that from happening. And then obviously, like, watch out for getting the Shogun Saga sack, because if you leave something in attack mode that you didn't mean to, or you don't have a way to flip it around and you don't have an answer, you can get sacked by Shogun Saga, so you want to prevent that from happening. Sometimes they use a level 10 if they play it, go for a huge board and nuke. The issue, sometimes, but that's also another semi-limit slot being taken up as well. And most of the time, the semi-limits is taken up by Spirit Master and Solitaire, so they generally don't have too much room for the Sun Saga Shiranui. I'm pretty sure that's what you were trying to mention. So yeah, easy control with the Pedalfin bouncing on the synchro monsters, and even on the non-tail fox, because like if it's in their hand, it's practically stranded for the most part, so you can mess them up that way. The next matchup we're going to talk about is the Rock Boys Megalith. Megalith is an unfavorable matchup. It is not the best. The main reason why this matchup is kind of bad is they have the field spell, or the continuous spell from their skill, the Ritual Cage, which prevents the ritual monsters from being targeted by monster effects or destroyed by monster effects. And our main way to deal with the board is using Pedalfin bouncing. And unfortunately, we don't get to do that against Megalith. So how do we approach the matchup? Generally, we can be a little defensive in the early game with like Winda, like you usually do, and obviously if you have your combo, that's even better. But how do we react to them when they set up? I think what you want to be doing is when they do their first ritual summon, like you want to save your books until when they summon Ophiel, right? Like if they do their first summon on Ophiel, you can generally wait to see what they search first off of the Ophiel, because the Ophiel searches the monster. And then if you flip it down, they might not have a play afterwards. If they search a level 8, then that likely means they're going to be able to ritual summon again, because they can use the level 8 in hand. The level 8 is how they generally start their plays, is by using the level 8 to summon the Ophiel, then they start tributing off the field. So just pay attention to what they search and see if they have like any weak points. And even if they do search a level 8, you can still force the level 8 out, and they might actually be forced to do like improper searches, like suboptimal searches with Haggith. Like they might have to search Portal, and we leave you without Emergence, or if they search Emergence, they might not have a Portal, which can help stall for a little bit of time. So that generally can be helpful regardless. It's just Book of Mooning the Ophiel. And if they like search Haggith and whatnot, and they don't have another level 8 in hand, that sometimes just ends their turn on the spot, because they need to tribute on field. If they don't have another level 8, they have to tribute on field to continue their ritual summon, and sometimes they might not even get the Haggith to the search whatever missing piece are the back row. If you play back row removal like Cosmic Cyclone and MST, generally you want to hit the Emergence The Ritual Cage is obviously like a huge problem because it requires 2 bounces effectively by forcing you to have to bounce it and then forcing to bounce the monsters. So, but the Emergence is their main grind game. And if you can shut that off, it might allow you to build up resources in time to where, like, if you draw a Book of Moon later on, you can do triple bouncing. Bounce the cage, bounce the monster, do a search tag out, bounce again, maybe make a Sin as well. They don't play hand traps really. The only hand trap they really play, and it's not really in the main deck either, is one copy of Artifact Lancia. It is searchable through Cyber Angel Ben 10, so you gotta watch out for that as well. Because that in its own hampers the Ritual Beast game plan. Another thing you can do is flip down their ritual monsters with the Book of Moon, and that'll allow the Petalfin to bounce it with the Ritual Cage in play. So that's also something to keep in mind. But Portal can present an issue. The main issue with the matchup as well, outside of Ritual Cage, is the fact that they have quick effects that provide even more roadblocks afterwards. Like, so when they use Emergence to bring back a Megalith monster, pretty much all the Megaliths have over like 2600 attack, which means Altia Paleo cannot run over them. The only one you can realistically run over is Ophiel. But if they have the portal anyway, they prevent being destroyed by battle once per turn. Now granted, the portal specifically says when a ritual summoned Megalith monster would be destroyed by battle. So that means if it's brought back from, like, if an Ophiel, for example, is brought back by Emergence, you'll be able to crash into them and you'll be able to defeat them that way. Hey, there's my boy, Sean. Thank you so much for the raid. We're at the Megalith section right now. We just decided to get started. So yeah, Ritual Summon Monster only. Montez, how's it going? So if they bring back Ophiel, you can run into it and it doesn't get protected. Oh, thank you for the follows, my guys. Raven Gaming, Solar Nathan, thank you so much. You just faced worst RB build ever? Oh shoot. Well, fear not, we're teaching everybody how to Ritual Beast with the best of them. What else am I missing about the Megalith matchup? Oh yeah, don't try and Book of Moon Och. Hey, Sleeping Moles, thank you for the follow. Don't try and Book of Moon the Och as well, in the main phase, because it has a quick effect that will ritual summon, that it allows them to ritual summon as a quick effect. So if you Book of Moon it, they can chain the Och effect to ritual summon out a monster. Or if you chain the Book of Moon to the Och, it's still going to resolve, so you want to watch out for that. I guess one of the bigger takeaways, too, as well, regarding the Megalith matchup, is you want to... The earlier you can force out Bethor Pops, the better. So in this matchup, I actually don't mind Fiendish Chain, because that's very helpful. They do have a XYZ package that they can play, like Heliopolis is a thing, and the XYZs are a bit more scarier than... like other decks XYZs might have, because like they can make Abyss Dweller, they can make Steel Storm Roach. Normally those aren't like a huge issue, but when it's backed up by Phalanx boosting, it becomes a lot more difficult to crash a Winda into a Steel Storm Roach when the Steel Storm Roach has like 3,500 attack. 3 Petalfin, 1 Ulti-Pele, 1 Canna Winda. Oh no. Yeah, XYZs plus Phalanx is scary. Needle Sealing can actually be very good in the matchup in like Lightning Vortex. The Ritual Cage protection is only through monster effects, so being able to Needle Sealing them at the right time can also be pretty devastating. Like if you were to make an Altia Paleo, for example, and you had like Needle Sealing already set the previous turn, I guess you could technically try and force out Och and like go to the battle phase. A lot of the time they might just let it happen just because the defense on the Megalith monsters are kind of juicy anyway. And you can't really run over, so they might be like, oh, okay, well, he clearly can't get over us. What's he trying to do here? I guess we'll let this resolve. And then you can attack with the Altia Paleo, activate Needle Sealing when they have like 3 monsters on board, wipe the board, and then hit them directly for 2600. If granted, again, if they have emergence, they can bring back something, and that could be pretty bad. But regardless, the matchup is going to be pretty difficult anyway, just because of the nature of Ritual Cage and like how we need, and the fact that all the ritual monsters have a high defense. But these are kind of the pointers that I would give to help stave off some of the pressure. And like all this, and another big thing about the matchup too is they're not the most consistent. They don't always have the best setups. Like if they don't open Senju and they don't open like Ben 10, like their plays are quite limited, honestly. Needle's a monster, exactly. So I don't think like the Megalith matchup is bad, but you can also just win by nature of them having just mediocre hands. Sometimes they just don't do anything at all and just pass a turn. Alright, should be enough for about the Megalith matchup. Next matchup I want to talk about is the Noblest of the Knights. So this matchup was like pretty much always favorable for Ritual Beast. Not by much, but ever since Balance got hit, the matchup got increasingly better, obviously. They don't really play a whole lot of interaction. Like, maybe they might play like one Book of Moon and they play Parallel Twisters. Usually the skill they play is Light Barrier, so that they can Parallel Twisters, setting off the field spell to like deal with things. If they have the standard setup, which is going to be having a trap in graveyard, probably a trap in hand, the Noble Arms trap, the one that can special summon from the deck, and let them excavate and add. And then that's going to be generally backed up by a Sacred Noble Knight King Artorigus. The way you can approach that matchup is you got to be very careful, because you want to be able to apply pressure but also be defensive at the same time. So if you have ways to deal with the King Kustinin, or the King Artorigus, King Kustinin comes out after. The King Artorigus, the better, but you gotta keep in mind that because they have the Noble Arms trap in the graveyard, they can use its effect to banish it to summon a Dryson if you try to deal with it, like if you try to bounce it with like Petalfin. That's how you're going to be dealing with the monster, by the way, is by bouncing it with Petalfin. But if you don't have a follow-up, you want to try and set yourself up more defensively. Like if they have the Sacred Noble Knight and access to the trap, but if you're trying to go for a Petalfin bounce, but you don't have an extra follow-up at all, like all you left is a window, you want to be defensive. You want to not do the bounce right away. Instead, you want to go into Ulti-Petalfin. The reason for this is if you lose your Petalfin, you're sitting on the window, that gives them the opportunity, because at this point they'll have the Dryson in play. This gives them the opportunity to like activate, because they'll have the trap card set as well that allow them to excavate, and then that'll go into the graveyard. That allow them to banish to summon another level 4, which can get them the King Kustinin to bounce the window that you've left on board, and then they can do another normal summon afterwards. And if they have Gallatin, because they can keep searching it with like Boars and whatnot, or just bring it back with the other effects, that will be lethal. So you want to be very careful how you approach the matchup. You don't want to leave yourself dead to King Kustinin. But if you have a follow-up for the same turn, like if you have a Bond, or you have like a Laura that you can summon in the same turn, or just another monster, like even a Paleo works here, that you can summon when they try to pop the Petalfin after the bounce, that puts you in a drastically good position. Also, it's a matchup too where you don't want to leave things in attack carelessly, just because like King Kustinin can float by crashing into like a Paleo if you have a Paleo. So you want to try avoiding doing that, because that might allow them to rank up into Sacred again, and like be able to equip some stuff, crash over, and maybe they have more like lethal plays with another like Noble Arms trap. Merlin as well, you got to keep an eye out for Merlin. He's got the quick effect that allows him to XYZ summon, so if you have responses, make sure you do that while the levels don't match on the field, or you wait till after they make an XYZ play. Is that a train in the background? It is. I'm sorry about that. Another thing too about King Kustinin is that a lot of people, most people don't know this, but you can actually make Kustinin with 3 Noble Knights. And you can bounce 3 with the King Kustinin, which actually sometimes can come up, especially if you're stuck with like, if you end up having to take out early because of circumstances, like maybe they tried the Book of Moon, your like Ulti Paleo or Ulti Petalfin, and you had to tag onto double window and you had a Paleo in play. They could theoretically make a King Kusunen with 3 materials and bounce all 3 of them and leave yourself wide open. Thankfully, Sphere Kuribo is helpful for that regard, because they, without the trap and like Merlin, they generally can't OTK too hard through an empty board, because you can just Sphere Kuribo the biggest thing that's equipped. That probably have 888 Paleos, but not a single one's Prisma. Well, they can't be Prisma, so that's why. Anything else to talk about the Noble Knight matchup? Necro Valley is also very good against them. Seal Tombs. Seal Tombs was phenomenal back then, for that regard. So yeah, the biggest things to take away about the Noble Knight matchup is understanding the plays that they can make. And like Gwen can't pop Ulti Petalfin, so that's obviously good too as well. I don't think it even destroys itself too. I don't think it pops unless the monster it attacks also pops. Oh yeah, and then the easy way to beat Noble Knights is you go first, they summon a monster, and you Book a Moon it, and they lose. That's the easy way to beat Noble Knights, is just go first with back row. And then they're forced to like parallel twisters to the background if they have it. If not, sometimes they just, because again, they don't have too much interaction outside of the monsters and Noble Arms trap. Is sometimes you can just Book a Moon like the Merlin or whatever, or the Madrat, and they just kind of lose on the spot. If you can follow it up with like another Ritual Beast and start comboing off. So yeah, it's still a favorable matchup. Alright, next matchup I want to talk about. Photons. The Photon matchup is it's very swingy in that it's it's either amazing or it's terrible. Basically, really hate being flip bounce, which you have both in decks. Exactly. The Photon matchup, if they go first, it can be very difficult to beat their Glass Cannon OTK, basically. Their main setup is Star Liege into Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, setting a couple of Photon streams, and it's kind of really hard to. They also play Treacherous Trap Hole, so they have a lot of like quick play interaction that really kind of answers both opening Elder Hawk and set Winda. Photon Stream, and also Galaxy Eyes on its own can answer Winda because of the ability to banish during the battle step. That's the thing about the battle step. If you want to like flip it down, like if you get to the point where you are like grinding them out and you want to flip them down, but like no Book a Moon, you want to wait until you want to toggle on at the start of battle phase and flip it down. Then you don't want to wait for it to attack, because then if you do it, they can just banish it anyway. But generally, if you have Book a Moon, you're in a great spot anyway. Because if you just Book a Moon, you need to obviously have a setup already going on for you for it to really matter. But you want to be able to Book a Moon it down, and that'll turn off the Photon streams of destruction. And then that might allow you to set up, if they don't have Treacherous Trap Hole, that can let you set up a play where you can swing with Ulti Paleo onto the Photon Dragon. And since it won't be face down, it misses the activation window to like banish itself. Not that it really matters anyway when Ulti Paleo is attacking. So they end up losing it if this attack connects, which is what you want. Because a lot of the time they only play like 1, maybe 2 at most, and deal with that. You flip it face down, turns off the Photon streams, and you pretty much might be good to go. However, if all you have is a window set pass, you kind of have to take some risk and hope that they attack certain different angles, and you might have to do a lot of things that might confuse them. Like, let's say if they have the Photon streams and whatnot, or they have the Photons, like they have a Photon stream and you clearly can't play around it because your hand is like Elder, Hawk, Winda, you can confuse them by like going like Elder, Winda, and they might not, because it's the thing about this in tournament play. Obviously, this isn't going to work too often. On the ladder, though, it is very likely that the opponent might just not do anything here because they just aren't. They don't see like a threat or anything that matters. What they're told is that, oh yeah, Elder Candlehawk is going, we need to break that apart. But if they say Elder Window, they say, oh well, the hand might not be good. We'll just see what they do, and then that might actually give you a window to go into Petalfin and like stay defensively. And if they try to chase you out with Photon Stream, then obviously you have the window afterwards. If they have multiple Photon Streams, this obviously won't work, but sometimes you have to do some like really shady stuff that's clearly not optimal if the opponent is playing optimal. But you might just get them anyway. Yeah, you just kind of have to confuse the opponent sometimes. And if you have Bond, obviously it gets a lot better, and like Return as well. If you have an extender for a Photon Stream, it's very, very solid because that allows you to continue playing. That's how you deal with that. I guess Ambush 2 would be pretty okay in that regard, and being able to summon a window when they try and do anything. The reason why Yosenju Pen monsters don't go to the graveyard when they special summon my Lava Golem? Yeah, it's because they're Pendulum monsters. It's part of the mechanic. Veil is pretty solid against Photons as well. It gives you the additional if they hold onto the thing about Ritual, like when they know you're playing Ritual Beast, it's very unlikely they're going to play around Veil as well. So if you have Battling Box or Veil, there's a good chance they might set their Photon Streams instead of holding them in hand, and then that might actually give you the opportunity to summon a Veil. Like they have 3 monsters even after they set their Photon Streams that might let you summon a Veil, take a hit, because everything's going to hit you for at least 2,000 damage, so you're going to be able to get the Destiny Draw active, almost guaranteed. That's going to allow you to Destiny Draw into like a Silver Bullet card, like even the Needle Ceiling that you may... Maybe not Needle Ceiling is probably not the best choice here because Photon Stream, but something like Lightning Vortex. If you play Lightning Vortex, that can draw you into that. Maybe that draws you into the Book of Moon to flip them down. You can start comboing off. Maybe it draws you into the second combo piece, and you have like another extender. Maybe it draws into extender. Just little things like that can help if you play a Battling Box or Veil. That's how Pendulum works. Yeah, that's how Pendulum works. Basically, they have no grind game, so if you can deal with the Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, you're generally in a great spot. Because like they don't really have any other ways to deal with, like, after the Photon Streams are turned off, the windows become extremely good for the matchup. Next matchup. Resonators. The Resonator matchup got better, obviously. They don't get to... I think most lists only play like one Dark End Dragon now, which is very good for us. Some of them are trying to play the Red Nova Dragon. The way you'd want to approach this matchup, if you started off like kind of soft, is you'd kind of want to wait for them to Red Rising and let them Red Rising get their third body, and then you could flip down the Red Rising. That way they're stuck with 2 turners and they don't have any extenders for the turn. That'll give you the opportunity to like go into your Candlehawk if you have a set window and start controlling the game there. It's really hard actually for them to beat the combo outside of having cards like Solemn Scolding to like negate your Ritual Beast effects. But keep that in mind, like Solemn Scolding is a card, so you want to watch out for delays for stuff like that. And if you have back row removal, obviously that's going to help, because if you can stop the Scolding from being able to do anything, then you're in a good position. Book of Moon doesn't do a whole lot to break your combos. As long as you have one live tag out into like window, it's pretty hard. Even if they have like double Dark End and you have double window banish for the tag out, that helps in that regard as well. Otherwise, you just want to grind them out. If you attack the Red Risings, they're eventually going to run out of like Red Risings to even make synchro plays. They go through the extra deck quite easily, so so yeah, just punch in. Floodgate can also be extremely good too if you Floodgate the right monster. Like I know a lot of the time they might sometimes play like a thicker deck, but you can just win straight up deck out advantage, especially now that they can't run like random stuff like Obelisk, I think, because I think the skill locks them into having Fiends or Dragons. If you Floodgate like a triple monster board, it can be really hard for them to unclog. Keep in mind, they do have access to cards like Caius, the Shadow Monarch, so that's one way they can unclog. And I guess that's technically a way they could beat the double window setup, but it requires a lot for them to have a lot. They need to hard draw the Caius, I'm pretty sure. And then even if you have like Sphere Creepo in a follow-up, because you're almost always going to have a Laura follow-up when you do like all your combos. So even just having a Sphere Creepo is going to save you from dying, and then you just de-draw into whatever you're missing. or do you draw into Laura if you didn't have the Laura? If you have the Sphere Kuribo, then you're in a pretty fantastic spot to begin with. So, yeah, just outgrind them. I don't think it necessarily matters when they have like the Red Rising set up and the double tuners. I don't think it really matters which tuner you attack, because it just summons back the other one anyway. So yeah, that's the Resonator matchup. It's actually not that difficult. Next matchup. The mirror matchup. The Ritual Beast mirror matchup. So, this matchup is one of the weirder ones. One of the weirdest ones out there for sure. Because the matchup can be either very good, like, the matchup can be either very long and grindy, or just not grindy in the slightest. Like, if one player goes, like, set when to pass, the other person goes, like, Elder Hawk combo. Obviously, you already know which one's going to be winning. But, let's say if you both open optimally, you kind of want to set yourself up to where you need to look for holes in the opponent's game plan. Because the thing about this matchup is, like, clearly one person can misplay and completely ruin the game. You just need to figure out where that misplay happens, and when it happens, and why it happens. And if you can force them into really weird scenarios. Like, the common way you want to set up in the matchup is you want to obviously have access to double window, but you also want to have Petal Fin banished as fast as possible, so that you can have the double bounce and then potentially Sin to play through the double window and the other Ritualist fusion. You can also like book a moon their fusion to force them to tag out. Generally, you want to do this at the start of the battle phase. You obviously can't let them tag out with Ulti Paleo. Or let them attack with Ulti Paleo, because it's obviously not going to work. Unless you're trying to situate yourself like your window floats more effectively. Have a double bounce Tencent is the best. Yeah, very good. But like obviously, like you can book a moon and chase them out that way. Obviously pay attention to the searches. And it's like if they search ambush, then you know, okay, well, I'll have to play around ambush. Yeah, book a moon and like stuff like that. Like Floodgate and stuff can get like really awkward. But if you have multiples of them, you might be able to trick your opponent into playing into your back row. So like you can technically main phase like book a moon. Like if you know they only have one extra tag out, if you get a read on your opponent, you can book a moon them in the main phase, force them to tag out, and then if they go into another fusion without another tag out, that might let you set up a floodgate there. And another common thing I see a lot of Ritual Beast players do is they try to set up double Winda without setting up an extra Tamer banished first. Obviously, you can do that if you have like Winda and like Canohawk, then you can banish another Winda. That's perfectly fine. But you also need to like play around the back row. Like you need to properly assess what might stop your combo here. And if you like have double Winda, and like I see a lot of people go like double Winda, Canohawk, and like a Paleo, or like double Winda, Canohawk, Petal Fin, that doesn't leave you a second tag out. So when they do their first initial search and they banish a second Winda and they do their play, they're not leaving themselves an extra tag out. So that leaves them completely exposed to any back row to flip them down. They lose so much momentum. So you always got to be careful of what you search. Always make sure you have an extra tag out available when you're playing around back row. That is obviously very important. And you have to see, there's so many things about this matchup that just makes it very, very complicated, but also like not complicated at all, just because the nature that you can sack one another. A lot of practice will definitely teach you like how to win the matchup. Time management is very important as well. You can't dawdle around the matchup. You need to know, and by playing Ritual Beast, you can see its weaknesses as well. You can see what kind of flaws that kind of holes your opponent can do just by nature of playing your own deck. And you can understand, okay, well, what kind of plays what are they capable of their turn? But you need to manage it in a specific time frame, because you only have the time limit that's given in the game, and eating up all like that time, you don't want to do that. You want to be able to know what you're doing ahead of time and understand what kind of play routes they can do, and then adjusting to how they play the matchup. if you waste a bunch of time, eventually maybe there's a scenario where, oh, well, my opponent made this play, or I finally drew the Book of Moon to help chase out the Ulti-Paleo or the Ulti-Petalfin, and now I can go for double bounce lethal play. But whoops, I only have 40 seconds. So, or I only have 30 seconds, 20 seconds even, because I wasted too much time thinking about setups. Well, now all of a sudden, you might not have that lethal push anymore, and you might just have to end on, like, cut corners with your combo and just go into Ulti-Paleo or Ulti-Petalfin and pass the turn. Which then, like, will probably cause you to lose the game, because maybe now that gave them a window to do their thing. So time management is extraordinarily important for this matchup, and learning the pathways and understanding what your opponent is doing, the earlier the better. 100%. So more things to like talk about here about the matchup. You can almost needle sealing them too at good times if they don't summon like Windas properly, or if you can force Winda to have to flow into, like if they already used a Paleo, you can understand like when popping the Windas and they don't have access to their recovery is also important too. Like realize that most Ritual Beast decks only play 3 sources of recovery, whether it's like a Laura double return or a Laura ambush in a return. So understanding the recovery options is also very good. A lot of the time they might have to do weird searches, and they can't do weird searches to try and set up kind of unoptimal situations if they lose their Paleo forever. So to get good in the mirrors, understand the full mechanisms which will be themselves. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, Sphere Karibo is not very good, but you want to Sphere Karibo things early. Obviously, you're not going to Sphere Karibo Ulti Paleo, but if they summon like a Winda or to attack, or like a Candahawk to attack, you want to cut them off of that attack, because you don't want to put yourself in Ulti Paleo range, because then you might not have the resources to stop that. Yeah, and that's a big thing too. Exactly, Sean. Exactly, is how much to search. Resource management. You don't want to search too much too early, because if you don't have the pressure, or they have the defense, like they have back row plus like the double window Petalfin setup, you're going to run out of cards before your opponent does. So you need to search. Here's the thing with the matchup: you need to search not too much, but also not too little. You need to search the exact right amount. It's not completely obvious either what the exact amount is that you want to be searching at first, but you gotta keep an eye on your opponent's deck count. Keep an eye on what they have to do, like what they might be forced to do with like if they need to search a Laura follow-up for the following turn, if they need to search fuel for Petalfin, you minus those cards from their deck so that you understand how much you need to search afterwards, because you might be able to be the person, especially when you have stuff like Ambush for defense. Ambush is very good in the mirror because it allows you to play both offensively and defensively quite well. So yeah, the deck out is a real thing in the mirror. Time management is insanely huge. Also, checking for other delays as well, like Sphere Karibo delays too. Like, if they tag out into double Winda at some point, well, you have, like, oh no, Ulti, a Paleo threatening the board, and you have, like, a Paleo in play. Before even banishing with a Paleo, you can attack, because you might not want even to destroy the Winda, because the Winda might float into Petalfin, and that might let them get their double bounces on and, like, start breaking apart your board. You could just attack and just, just attack the Winda and just don't do anything until after the damage step. This will check for like Sphere Karibo delays, and like always keep an eye on like the Hourglass too when it's their turn as well, because they could have Ritual Beast Bond. If there's like any sort of like delays that might potentially pop up, like if they go like Elder and then they summon Hawk. Obviously, it's hard to tell specifically. If they activate Hawk and then you pass priority, again, it's kind of hard to tell if they have a book and whatnot. But that's the thing too, is they can protect their, I guess technically they could protect their own stuff with book. That generally won't happen very much. Yeah, you already need to use that's a big thing about the matchup, is you need to understand what resources they've already used, and you kind of have to guess their techs and what their ratios are. But generally that's pretty easy. Most RB builds have the exact same core of the 11 monsters here, and then like Bond, and then 2 recovery cards. That usually stays the same. The back row in Ritual Beast itself is like pretty easy to play around, honestly. But when you combine it with the Alter Petalfin setups, it can be kind of a slog to get through. But at the same time, if you're the one setting up Double Winda and Petalfin, that puts you in a more defensive and offensive position, and you can decide how you want the game to go that way. And then obviously, like I said at the start, if they just set Winda Pass, sometimes you just open up Elder Hawk or Elder Petalfin and you just win on the spot. Because like, if they have a clear board, you obviously just want to try and set up double Alte Paleo, because the Sphere Creepos will not do anything. If they have Veil, it becomes a little bit trickier, but they can also clog themselves with Veil, and it might shut off Bond plays later on, but also keep in mind that they can hit you with Malevolent Sin. So the matchup becomes quite complicated, honestly, but it's one of those things that you'll pick up in time when you run into the mirrors online, like on ranked or in tournament. There's some also tech cards that can help too. Like some people still play Herald of the Abyss, and Herald of the Abyss can be a blowout against them as well. Like when you Petalfin, force them to take out the Double Winda if they're careless sometimes, and they might not know you're playing Herald of the Abyss. A single Herald of the Abyss sending a Winda to the graveyard could just be game over on its own, because now she can no longer activate her floating effect when you try to battle over the other one, because it stops the name effect for the end of the turn. Next matchup is Satellarknights. Satellarknights can be pretty grindy, but it's also, the biggest thing about this matchup is trying to play around Stellar Nova Alpha. A lot of Satellarknight decks actually have cut Stellar Nova Alpha from their lists to play Oasis of Dragon Souls. This is actually pretty helpful, because that's the biggest thing about the matchup is getting counter trapped when we're trying to take out of our fusions, or like we're trying to do a search. Getting Stellar Nova is a huge problem. They have a tough time dealing with Set Winda, like a lot of decks do. Some lists play Sin, but the thing about Sin is it gets really awkward, because Altair, if Altair brings something back from the graveyard and they try to make a Sin, the Sin cannot attack because it locks them into Tellarknight attacks only. So a lot of the time, this opening play is like Deneb Pass with some back row. If you have the opportunity to summon Winda or set Winda, you're going to want to set the Winda. And the reason for this is if you attack the Deneb, the Altair that they probably searched with it, or any of the Oasis of Dragon Souls, or any of the Revival cards, will just bring it back, and they'll get the search off, and you kind of want to shut them off from getting a bunch of searches. So by leaving the Deneb in play, it basically gives them one less search overall. And then you just deal with the following turn afterwards with some of your other back row techs. Most our Ritual Beast lists are going to be playing some form of back row. So, like if you play Book of Moon or Canadia, which I would probably recommend right now, you kind of have to play back row because of like Harpy ladies for the most part. So when they make the Batlamias, that's when you want to Book of Moon. If they summon 3 Tellarknights, they can go into hard Deltaros, but again, the Deltaros itself isn't going to beat the Winda. And then you can just flip it down. And if they have Stellar Nova Alpha, they either force to negate the Book of Moon, or they let it resolve and the Winda can get her float off without being negated, and you're in a good position there. Yo, Matt the Duelist, how's it going? They don't have Endless Trap Hell anymore, so the grind game is a little bit weaker. And the XYZs in the deck don't necessarily like matter too much. It's only if you're like really far behind, because they can't beat Alti Pelfin very easily. None of their stuff really gets big enough to deal with it. I guess technically if they're playing specific stuff like Excalibur, like obviously the Sin could probably potentially chase it out. Or if they flip it down with their own like flip cards, Canadia, Book of Moon, and then try to pop it, that's a thing, but we can obviously take out into Windows, and that's very, very powerful. The only, like, the main thing is watch out for Skybridge, because Skybridge is a quick play. So if you're trying to, you don't want to really interact with the main deck monsters that much, because they can just Skybridge away and continue their plays. You want to interact with the extra deck monsters coming down. Specifically, Batlamias is the big one. If it comes down, you want to floodgate it, force them to have to either try and negate it or try and protect it with like a lance or something. And then if you have Book of Moon, just wait for them to discard a card first, because if you flip it down while its effect is part of the chain, it'll get flipped down and will fail to resolve because it's not face up to be used as material for the rank up material. Do I run this list only? I would run this list. I would specifically play. I wouldn't play the Needle Ceiling in a tournament, but for ladder purposes, we play the Needle Ceiling because it's a concession to like stuff like Lunalights that is still kind of seen in the ladder, and like Blue Eyes too is pretty popular in the ladder. So something like this is what I would generally play in a tournament setting, give or take. Maybe cut the ambush for another return, just because it's not great against Hunting Ground. I think that's pretty much it for the Satellarknight matchup. I don't think there's much more else to say, because like you can even like bouncing Delteros means they don't float, so that's an easy way to attack them. And then if they have they don't have infinite amount of back row like some of the other like trap heavy decks do. So if you can just churn through the back row as well, get to the point where you can start bouncing, because the back row is going to be like flip cards too, like Book and Floodgates, and they're not going to be many like pop cards. The only main thing is like and if you bounce Oasis as well, it still pops the thing that it brings back, because it's when it leaves the field I think it pops a monster. So bouncing back row isn't quite as bad against Satellarknights if you're going for an OTK play as it is against like magnets that can utilize like powerful rebirth and the ability to float away from bounces, I guess. So yeah, Satellarknight matchup's actually not that bad. Just bounce Delteros if you can. Just try, if possible, try to play around Stellar Nova after Alpha. If there's no delays on like your summons, that might mean that there's a Stellar Nova Alpha, so you might want to adjust your playstyle accordingly. Like maybe you want to banish another window and then have like return accessible instead of doing like a search and going into ulti-paleo attack. Then if they try and Stellar Nova Alpha you, or you can tag out, I guess technically after you kill the Delteros, or I guess they would float anyway, so I guess that wouldn't really work. You can't tag out during the damage step. But if they don't have any Teller monsters, you might even consider just tagging out to double window, just so that they can't Stellar Nova your tag out before they summon another monster. So this is when you're going to be like attacking, like if they have main deck monsters, this is when you want to do it, is when you're attacking them that way. Next matchup we're going to talk about is Shiranui. Shiranui also got hit recently. Floodgate went to 3, which means you can no longer run a playset of each alongside Spectral Sword. So what they're doing now is they're playing 2 Spectral Swords and 1 Floodgate. And again, their back row is very similar to that of Satellarknights, where a lot of it's just going to be like flips and like stuff like maybe like Fiendish Chain as well. Ballista Squad is like the main one you want to watch out for when they go. And you kind of want to be patient with the matchup too. How you want to approach this matchup is you will always want to leave yourself a tag out. And if you can set up double window, that's an amazing position to be in. You can be more aggressive here against Samurai Skull too. Like if they go Samurai Skull, dump Spectral Sword, you can, for your best judgment, if they played like nothing but back row, you're probably going to want to wait a full turn. You might want to go on Ulti Pedalfin and wait out a bit. Because if you you don't want to like attack the Samurai Skull right away, because that might open up a synchro play for level 6 if they dump Spectral Sword to the graveyard. However, their plays from the graveyard are actually a lot weaker now. Most of the lists have cut Revive King Hades, which was a huge problem for Ritual Beast. Because that was one thing that you wouldn't want to do, is you wouldn't want to give them the ability to summon Hades, and then have them like Canadia force you to tag out into like your double window, and then their Hades just eats a window for free, and if they ended up top decking a Gouki, that would be quite bad as well. Where in the scenario where you wait a turn before attacking the Samurai Skull, the Gouki can, they can dump the Solitaire, and they can make a Hades. And then I guess they can make another 6, so they could eat both the windows anyway. But it does end up making them use both Spectrals, and they kind of need the Spectrals to set up Shogun Saga plays for the late game. So a lot of the time they'll end up making a 6, and then that Solitaire summon to summon the Spectral Sword will be used to make the Shogun Saga so that they can eventually climb up into the Sun Saga. So the Hades no longer basically sees play in the deck. There's just no space for it. A lot of the time they've sacrificed that slot that would have been Hades for a rank 4 XYZ, whether it's Sin, Diamond Direwolf. Those are kind of the common ones that Shiranui plays now. Otherwise, the deck functions pretty much the same. Whatever you do not bounce Samurai Skull with Petal Fin. It has multiple repercussions. One of them being is it allows them to replay the Samurai Skull and lets them set up if you don't have a way to OTK them. And you likely won't have a way to OTK them because Samurai Skull will let them summon from the deck when it's removed from the field. So you basically have to kill it by battle. So the general way you want to approach the matchup is because, like, now that they don't have Hades, you can bounce the Shogun Sagas in the late game, which is what you want to do. Because if you bounce the Shogun Saga, it's very hard for them to go back into it, and it's almost impossible for them to go into Sun Saga without having multiple Spectral Swords and a level 6 in play. Basically, if you can stop Shogun Saga from doing, if you flip the Shogun Saga down, or you stop it from, yeah, basically if you bounce it, flip it down, then it limits their ways to go into Sun Saga. And if they don't go into Sun Saga, like, they don't have, that's how they control the game, is by going to Sun Saga and, like, trying to wreck your board. But it's so much easier if you just flip them down or bounce the Sun Saga. So the main idea way you want to approach this is you want to utilize your tech cards, obviously. Your follow-ups for Laura is obviously good. You're bouncing for Petal Fin. But you always want to go in, like, to Altia Paleo, have double Winda banish. You always want to have a tag out for when they try to react with you. If you go into Winda and they floodgate you, you can tag out, or sorry, you go into Altia Paleo, they hit you with the floodgate, you can tag out the double Winda, pass the turn. Don't do anything else, just pass the turn. You don't want to be put into a scenario where you have to tag out into non-double Windas, because that'll give them the ability to potentially start breaking apart your board, whether it's with Bleeds Squads or Synchro Summons. If they have multiple back row, obviously if they don't have any back row, you just continue plays. But if they have multiple back row and you're forced to tag out into, like, double Winda, just sit on double Winda. Just don't bother forcing any other plays. The double Windas are going to be more than enough to hold the fort while your opponent tries to struggle to deal with them. And then if you have the other tag outs anyway, like Elder Hawk or Laura, a Paleo Hawk, whatever, Tamer and non-Tamer, still tag out available, that one of those windows can float into an Multi-Petal Fin, and that Multi-Petal Fin can tag out at that point as well. So the main way you control it is just keep forcing your opponent to go 0 for 1 with their back row. As long as you have double access to double window at any given point in the matchup, you will be fine for the most part. Next matchup, 6 Samurai. 6 Samurai is kind of interesting in that obviously dual wield can be a huge problem. Yo, Mango, how's it going? Dual wield can be a problem, except for the fact that dual wield has to target 2 cards. So if you have, like, Sphere Creep in your hand, this play becomes a lot safer. But if they go into Shien and they set, like, obvious dual wields, you can normal summon Winda, check for a delay. No delay. Probably means it's a dual wield. Battle phase. Crash Winda, go into Altia Paleo. Altia Paleo kills the Shien for free. If the attack with Winda connects, it's in damage step. It'll summon the Altia Paleo, and they don't have another window to activate anything else that's not a counter trap. They don't play counter traps, by the way. They don't have another window to activate anything before this gets to attack afterwards, and that eats the Shien for free. And they can't do anything about it because you only have just the Winda in play, and then just the Altia Paleo in play. The dual wield becomes offline. It's a little risky because they can potentially summon multiple things and like come back because you won't have the tag at that point. But this is the easiest way to deal with their turn 1 such as that. And then obviously Sphere Creep helps that a lot, getting a D draw for free if they do end up dual wielding you is very nice as well. A lot of the times they play Tie That Binds, so they might trigger D-Draw by accident. And then, yeah, if you can search combo, that's obviously really good. Obviously, Bond is a little bit weaker here if they have Xian. But they have to control, for a Duel Wield to be live, they have to control exactly one attack position 6 Samurai monster and no other 6 Samurai monsters. So, if they only have Xian and they go to bounce speed with Dual Wield, your D-Draws will likely be active, because if they attack you, they'll trigger D-Draw if they want to keep their Dual Wields live. If they summon more monsters, then the Dual Wields become dead, and the Sphere Creators become infinitely better. If you're going first, ideally you want to Floodgate or flip down the Tuner monster, because that'll stop them from making any synchro plays that turn, unless of course I don't even think they can do anything. If they summon a Tuner first and you flip it down, I don't even think they can summon anything else afterwards. I think they just kind of have to, they'd have to like dojo summon, they'd have to already have a dojo, right? That's when you wouldn't want to flip it down, is if they go dojo summon Fuma. And if you flip it down there, then they can just summon another Fuma, then summon Kazan in hand, and then make a Xian anyway. This would still turn off the Dual Wield, keep in mind, because they control another monster that would be face down. So, it might even be correct at that point. But generally, you want to stop Xian from happening in the first place. It's not that Xian's like a huge problem, but it can interrupt you when you're trying to set up like return and like bond plays potentially. And then also Return to the 6 Samurai is something you got to be careful for, because that can revive like a Fuma from the graveyard if you think you have lethal and you're gonna try to punch to the back row because you think, oh, the back row is dead. But hang on now, there's suddenly a delay after there's a delay this whole time and they haven't activated yet. Well, maybe that's just the Return of the 6 Samurai. They can bring back a Fuma, it will pop the Fuma during the end phase, and they'll be able to float into something like Kizaru, and then Kizaru can search for their follow-ups as well. So keep that in mind. Other than that, the matchup is not terrible. It's actually very good. And yeah, that's pretty good. I also realized something. I missed a matchup entirely. And I feel like I have to talk about it right now, because I already went past it completely. I'm gonna have to backpedal a little bit here, guys. Sorry. I completely forgot to talk about Melodious. So, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to talk about Melodious right now, honestly, because I completely forgot. I don't even know why it's not even on my list here. I must have forgot about it. But, yeah, alphabetical order, by the way. I see a replay Redemption Sean. We'll watch it afterwards. No worries. Melodious. I have to do it on the side there now. No funny picture here or there. You have a custom one for me? Nice. So the Melodious matchup. I completely forgot about this. Oh god. Maybe I'll do some editing or something. Put it at a different point. The Melodious matchup is... it's actually quite good. A lot of the Melodious things that they try to do against you, like the main game plan and how they control the meta, doesn't really bother you. The main sources of controlling is either Graveyard Control with Shuberta, or making like an Indestructible Voltron and Bloom Diva. And we don't really care about either one of them, honestly. Bloom Diva gets bounced by Petalfin, and we like our stuff banished. We actually don't mind our stuff being banished by Shuberta. So what are some things that we can do to... so what do they do to try and stop us? Well, they can make a bunch of big board, like pretty beefy boards with like Sonata and like multiple fusions, and then using Score as well. I don't have Score in here to show. Score, you gotta watch out too, because like the thing is they struggle really hard to OTK through Winda. And the setup itself, the double Winda setup, is insanely difficult for them to pressure through. And like obviously our bouncers will be able to control the game. They can play Treacherous Trap Hole, and they can use it multiple times because Shubota can banish some of the other traps. Like if they have Necrofusion already in the grave, they can banish it to, or the other Treacherous to re-enable the second Treacherous if need be. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm pretty sure the skill that sends a Melodious. So if they normal summon and don't use first movement solo, if they normal summon a Melodious monster, you can flip it down, and they can't send it to the graveyard to summon Shapina to get the Melodious back to the hand. So keep that in mind. But you only want to do that if you've noticed that they've made a normal summon. First movement solo special summons if they control the Melodious monster. So if they end up normal summoning first, they probably don't have solo, which means it's a safe way to flip them down. Bloom Diva obviously doesn't beat through a window, but it can still deal burn damage on like Ulti Petalfin or the windows, which I guess it doesn't really matter that much, honestly. Games generally don't go long enough, and it doesn't usually stay in play long enough for that to really matter. Shuberta's effect is a damage step effect, so keep that in mind if they try and attack. You don't want to give them the opportunity to go to damage step with Paleo here. You want to take out, obviously, and you don't want to leave things out in attack mode because score is can be a real big deal if you get caught losing a monster score. And a big thing about score too is it reduces both attack and defense. So if they attack like my soprano, or my oh no, I accidentally misclicked, my soprano is attacking your Ulti Petalfin, you want to tag out. You absolutely want to tag out because score reduces defense, you're going to lose your Ulti Petalfin. So you got to be very careful of that. Otherwise, the grind game is like not the best. Primer can be an issue, but you've got tech cards like Sphere Kribo. Book of Moon is also helpful at slowing them down. The aggression, you don't really care much about their aggression as long as you have like windows set up and like Petalfin bounces, and obviously you can force their back row. The only real annoying thing about this matchup is Skill Prisoner. If they can make a Bloom Diva and back it up with Skill Prisoner, that basically buys them like 2 turns per cycle, because if you do the first turn of you bouncing, they can Skill Prisoner to stop the bounce from happening, and then that'll last till the end of the turn. And if you try and do it again, they can protect it again by banishing it from the graveyard, and that basically beats a whole cycle of the turn again. But again, they can't pressure the window wall. If you have an active window wall set up, it's not easy for them to beat over the window wall, especially when you back it up with your tech cards and you have your follow-ups with Laura as well. So generally they'll have to draw multiple skill prisoners for it to actually really matter, and even then, if you do your searches right and you know what you're doing, you can burn them out of skill prisoners and bounce the Bloom Diva. Keep in mind though, but also bouncing Bloom Diva, they can, if they only play one Bloom Diva, they can Necrofusion back into it. But again, it's mostly just like annoying, time-consuming issues that Melodious presents when using cards like Skill Prisoner. Not even all the decks play Skill Prisoner either. It's mostly in there for like the Harpy matchup. But in terms of like ladder and whatnot, not everyone's gonna play Skill Prisoner, and this is literally like the only annoying thing about the matchup. Everything else about the matchup is pretty easy, honestly. Like, it's very easy to control them. This is bounced by Petalfin. This is answered by like anything Petalfin, I guess. Yeah, so Melodious is a very easy matchup, honestly. I wouldn't stress out too hard about it. And this is like the deck. The reason why you'd want to play Ritual Beast in a tournament is because a deck like this. Just keep in mind though, when you are playing against Melodious, it is very common, like in a tournament, for them to side multiple copies of Poisonous Winds. So you're gonna want to have back row removal for that. All right, now that I've completely went off track of my deck discussion, there's gonna be people in the comments being like, "You didn't talk about Melodious," and I had to mention, "Oh, okay, yeah, no, Melodious was." We talked about it here, just, much later. We'll put you in suspense. Ooh. I feel like we don't really need to talk about the Melodious matchup because it's just so easy, that's all. Okay, so after Melodious, after 6 Samurai, we got Synchrons. The Synchron deck is very linear. Sphere Kuribo is amazing versus the Stardust dragon thing, so that's helpful. Having multiple bounces right off the get-go is also very important, because it means that we can, if they end on Formula Synchron and Stardust Dragon, yay, yes, thank you for the follow. If they end on Stardust Dragon and Formula Synchron, we can force out, again, I think there's another main phase effect too, so if you like toggle on and have Book of Moon, you can flip one of them down, and they won't be able to Synchro Summon, and you can beat them that way, even with just one Petalfin bounce. Just keep in mind that, but if you have multiple Petalfin bounces, it doesn't matter, you can just bounce them anyway. Is that thing even a deck still? Someone's trying to make it work. Someone keeps topping Freakleys and Battle Phase events, like almost every single time. It's a shout out to Master Z. Let's go. So yeah, someone's been trying to keep it alive, and it's been doing fairly well actually in those tournaments. So that's why I wanted to talk about it, because it has had success recently. And they so I guess in the main matchup, like they would generally like to, for an aggressive approach, they'd go into Shooting Star Dragon, which then, as long as we don't die to like reveal 4, reveal 5, you should be fine. You can actually survive 4 attacks with the Winda here, because you can if you have set Winda in return, and like I don't know, like a Petalfin or a Paleo, it wouldn't, or like an Elder even. You probably would actually just go Elder Petal setup, but if you had like Return and Winda and like another Ritual Piece in hand, obviously it wouldn't be Candlehawk here, otherwise you just go for a combo setup anyway. Is if they reveal 4, they can attack a Winda. Winda can float into like an Ulti Petalfin or an Ulti Paleo. They attack the Ulti Paleo. For the second attack, they go to the third attack, you can Ritual Beast Return, summon Winda. That'd be the third attack, and then you can float into like another Ritual Beast, like a Paleo, and that'd be the fourth attack. And then actually that survives reveal 5 too. Actually, if it's just Shooting Star Dragon, this line of play survives all 5 attacks and would trigger D-Draw if they go for the final attack afterwards. If you go float Winda into like Petalfin, that you actually die that line, because you still take the 33 and the 33 afterwards if you don't have any other protection. So in that regard, if you only have like a Winda Return and like a Paleo there, you want, and this is under the assumption they reveal like 5, right? If they reveal 5 tuners, you can survive by floating Winda into an extra deck monster first, or a different like Ritual Beast, and then returning back the Winda and letting that float into like a Paleo or something. Even though the Paleo is going to be probably in your hand, banished, but yeah, that's how you would do it. The main way they would try and stop you if they knew you were playing Ritual Beast is by going into Chronicle Spark, because that's what's going to allow them to protect themselves multiple turns to help set up like Junk Destroyer pops, and then trying to beat over through the aggression, like the Windows setups, is by going to Chronicle, and then they can use Necroid Synchro to bring like another big body into play, and just kind of brute force the Windows setup while we're trying to like deal with their Chronicle Spark. But we can also, because it's a once per turn effect, I'm pretty sure, so you can like try to bounce it, and then when they go to activate it, you can flip it down, I guess, to stop it from doing things. I'm pretty sure that's how that works, and then it will still get bounced anyway. Or if you have multiple books, obviously you can book chain book and then start bouncing it. Otherwise, yeah, very linear matchup. There isn't much to talk about regarding the matchup. It's very much like the Photon matchup. It's very much a glass cannon, and it shouldn't really be a problem anyway if you just like floodgate the right thing. Like it pretty much, if you floodgate anything, if they have like multiple bodies, if you floodgate the turn, it might be like so. If you floodgate, so you might want to floodgate the non-tuner. It really all depends what they might have. So the matchup is, it will appear sometimes, but yeah, it's not the most difficult thing. Next matchup is the Stromberg matchup. Another deck that hasn't been around for really quite a while, but sometimes it sees a bit of play on ladder. And we have the benefit of... the biggest thing about this matchup is just reading what the cards do. And thankfully, half the time, we don't even have to read, because we can attack right through Stromberg with Winda floating into Altipaleo, or Altipaleo just attacking through Stromberg anyway. We aren't affected by Stromberg's effect when you attack to pop with Altipaleo, which can be really big, because that's how you can pressure the Stromberg board, or like you can bounce their monsters with Petalfin. You bounce their board with Petalfin and then just hit directly with Altipaleo. You can even search another Winda and just use the Winda to crash, and that gives you an extra 2600 attack on the board. Like, that's how you can punch through Stromberg setups, is by searching Winda, summoning Winda, and just like having her float into Altipaleo with the opponent's Stromberg. And then if you have Bond in the process, it's 3 Altipaleo swings with minimal effort, which is very good. That's kind of what you want in the matchup. They can... I'm pretty sure they might be able to do some, like... They do some rank 3 plays on occasion. But most of the time, it's all synchros. Like, they'll set... Instead of making, like, rank 3, like Horbage, and, instead of making stuff like Horbage and, like, Gaia setups, they'll make, Brionic. Brio, Hyper Psychic Riser, Goyo Guardian, and... if you're playing a lot of traps, you're going to want to interrupt them before they go into these synchros, because it's quite possible they can go into Barkion, and Barkion can start negating your traps. But if you play like Book of Moon, that's obviously a non-issue, and if you have like Winda set up anyway, that's also going to be a non-issue, because they don't really have a decent way to deal with, again, just another deck that just kind of folds to a window setup. There's a lot of those. The only issue though, like all the techs that they usually play like Floodgate and like Fiendish Chain and something like Book of Moon. The one tech you gotta watch out for is Enemy Controller. Enemy Controller is the one most common one that they generally play that you want to watch out for. You don't want to be forced into attack mode when they have a ginormous Grand Maju in play and just have lethal. So a lot of the time you might want to, if they have an attack on, like if you have an Ulti-Petalfin set up and they want to attack with the Grand Maju, if your life points are like kind of low because they might have hit you directly with Possession, you might want to tag out into, you might want to not tag out, sorry. You might want to just use a Sphere Kribo in hand to put the Grand Maju into defense instead of tagging out, and then let yourself tag out during the end phase so you can control at that point. But you can easily win this matchup by like bouncing back row, attacking their monsters even, or just bouncing the monsters and just ignoring Stromberg pretty much completely because of our ability to just sneak right past it with Ulti-Paleo. Alright, I think the next matchup we'll talk about is Superheavy Samurai. So Superheavy Samurai is a sack deck, for the most part. They've added additional cards to the deck sometimes. Most of the time the lists are still the same as they've always been. They got a skill though that helps boost their defense, like all the all the Super Heavy Samurai defenses. And Gong's got Big Benkei now, which because Gong has Big Benkei now, a lot of the time Gong plays more copies of Flutist, which when Gong's Flutist can banish itself to negate Petalfin, which will then end up destroying Petalfin as well. It's like Gong's Flutist effect isn't just like a negate that effect or negate the activation, whatever. It's a negate the activation and destroy the card. So you gotta be careful when trying to bounce Gong Strong's monsters because the Flutist can wreck you. If you have Steel Tombs though, you can shut them off completely with like a Cosmic Cyclone. Like if Gong tries to equip Gong's Soul Horns to a Stealth Ninja, You can Cosmic Cyclone Gong's Soul Horns in the battle phase while they're trying to hit you directly, so they don't get so Gong doesn't get the second attack. Then that would give you Seal Tombs activation, and you can Seal Tombs, and then Gong can't banish the Flutist when you're trying to go for the bounce plays. That's how we would do it beforehand. Things have also changed. Obviously, like, Sphere Creepo is garbage in this matchup, and you'd rather have something like Veil. Veil would be a lot better. We have tech cards now that deal with them. Like, before we didn't really play many other tech cards. Other than like back row removal and Cosmic Cyclone and like back row removal used to be just like omnipresent in like older Ritual Beast builds, just because the way the format was before with like Invoked, a bunch of back row decks. Nowadays, though, we actually have room to play a lot of these tech cards. Sorry, which deal with Gong's monsters a lot more effectively. One thing you can do too regarding like the Petalfin bounces to avoid losing your Petalfin if you don't have an immediate follow-up is you can use the Petalfin bounce to, if they only have one Flutist, this works phenomenally. You can use the Petalfin to attempt to bounce the Stealth Ninja if they set up Stealth Ninja, and if Gong goes to negate with Flutist, you can chain Bond to banish the Petalfin. The effect is still going to be negated, but at least the Petalfin will be banished and won't be able to be destroyed and be put to the graveyard. So this can allow you to go into like Alticano Hawk, do a search, tag out, back into the Petalfin without having to find a different way to get Petalfin back into the banish pile or back into play. It'll just be banished already. So that's one way you can utilize Petalfin bounces, multiple Petalfin bounces without having to work too hard with it, is by bonding the Petalfin away in response to Gong's Flutist effect to negate, to resummon. And then the other thing to keep in mind is Gong's Big Benkei. When Gong equips like Shield Wall and Soul Piercer for the piercing damage, that can get pretty scary, but a lot of the time it's not, unless Gong has Soul Horns, it's not going to be lethal through like mostly any setup. Obviously you don't want to tag out into a Paleo because it will be lethal. It'll be exactly 4,000 if they have Shield Wall, I think Benkei is like 35, right? Either way, you don't want to take too much damage because Gong can punish you that way. But other than that, if you open up text, the matchup becomes a lot better. And then sometimes they might not even be able to set up the whole big Stealth Ninja OTK, and they might just have to attack Winda. Gong's Wagon can search out Gong's Trumpeter, and then Gong can make Shuten Doji. So if you have a lot of back row, just be careful of that. But back row generally is very good against the Super Heavy Samurai matchup. So if you open up back row and like just your standard Ritual Beast gameplay, you should be fine. Just be careful of Gong's Flutist. Next matchup is Thunder Dragon. So this deck took quite the tumble actually with the most recent change, losing access to Aloof Lupine for the most part. Some lists still play copies of Aloof Lupine, like maybe one copy. The big thing to take away about this matchup is a lot of the time they might just pass the turn. And it's very obvious when they're playing up against Thunder Dragon is because right at the start of the duel, you'll see the prompt, the little hourglass thing, let you know, oh hey look, I've got Dragon Dark in my hand. That can give you an idea on how you need to play the matchup. You see Yami Yugi, that can usually mean one of two things. Destiny Draw Thunder Dragon, when you see the Dragon Dark delay, or Draw Sense Spell a Trap is a skill that they've also been playing too. But generally it's a lot better to play around D-Draw than Draw Sense Spell a Trap. You can't really play around Draw Sense Spell a Trap. They play a lot of hand traps now. Like they'll there's a few variants. It's not just those two variants too, by the way. There's also the Fiend Farewell version, but that version generally plays a lot more cards in the deck, and they're Hand traps are generally different. Like, they'll still play Battling Box of Veil. Like, both versions can play Battling Box of Veil, which makes it hard to play around their skill. And then the Fiend Farewell version can play Artifact Vajra and Trifortress Ops, which Trifortress Ops becomes obviously very noticeable when there's a delay after your third summon, so you can play the game accordingly to that effect. It's very hard to not trigger this skills though, but thankfully our regular setups are very good even if they do get their skills, because we can generally outgrind their setup. Like if they pass without doing anything, we can fish for delays. Like if they're playing against the Destiny Draw version, we can fish for delays by going into Ulticana Hawk and either pecking them for 1400, or if we have the Apelio setup, we can peck at them for 1900, which still plays under D-Draw. And then if they have the Sphere Karibo for the Ulticana Hawk, well then it's like, okay, well we don't have to give them D-Draw here, so we won't. So we can just pass the turn with the Paleo and Ulticana Hawk. And that's generally the setup you want to go for too when you have combo against Thunder Dragon, is you want to be able to set up double Winda Banished, obviously, and a Paleo on board. The reason for this is because if we can get an Paleo Banish and then have one of the Windows Phone to Ulti Petalfin, the Ulti Petalfin will be 3300 and the Thunder Dragon opponent pretty much cannot get over it whatsoever. The only way they would be able to do it is if they went into if they went into M7 to try and chase it out, but at that point you could just take out the double windows. In that regard too, if you have if while doing your combo here, you generally want to search Petalfin as well, just because if they when you do have the Apelio, and like when you do your first combo, your first general starting combo, especially if you're going first, you want to set up Apelio, Ulti Petalfin, double Winda Banished, and search the Petalfin. This way it pretty much covers like all bases. If they go into, like if they have their regular standard setup with even if they go Lupine, Banish Dark, Banish Roar, whatever, and they have that line of play, we can still beat that by boosting with the Apelio to have the Ulti Petalfin go to 3300, and now they have two choices. They can make M7 to try and chase out the Ulti Petalfin into double Winda, or they go Bouncer to try and stop us from taking out in the first place. However, by going into Bouncer, we have our follow-up Petalfin anyway, where we can summon it, bounce, force and negate. Generally, they'll kill the Apelio at this point because they don't want to keep Ritual Beast monsters in play. But even if they don't kill the Apelio, you can still go into Malevolent Sin and like detach that way. Like if you go Apelio or Petalfin bounce, they'll most likely negate. And then this'll if they deal with the Apelio, you still have the tag out available for Petalfin, and you can continue your combos there. And if they don't kill the Petalfin, you have Apelio, Petalfin, you can just go into a Sin, and then you can still tag out at that point. Petal is probably your best search to do turn 1 against Thunder Dragon, honestly, because it covers basically all bases. Like they can't make Levianeers to pop in, like, because you need to beat over the Ulti Petal. Like that's just not a thing that's going to happen. Like if they go Levianeer first, then you have Ulti Petalfin with double Winda Banish, and if they make 2 level 6s, if they have 2 level 6s, you tag out to Windas, so that M7 doesn't beat the Wind. They basically can only make 1 rank 6 during their turn, so it's either a toss-up between Bouncer and M7, and you just decide which one you feel like you need to play around. Like if they have 2 6s and you have Ulti Petalfin or Ulti Paleo, you're going to want to tag out into double Winda before they make the rank 6, because 1 M7 doesn't beat 2 Windas, and a Levianeer doesn't beat 2 Windas. You basically want to put yourself in a position when you can have Ulti Petalfin with a live tag out at 3300 defense, because it is incredibly difficult for them to run over. And then yeah, just keep maintaining your Winda floats. Make it very awkward for them to grind through. Sometimes if they're not paying attention as well, and they summon and they have Levianeers at 3000 attack, ambush can come kind of in clutch. It's actually funny. Or if you have two Witchable Beasts here as well, you can tag out in the battle phase into a Paleo. And if they have like Bouncer or like Levianeer, sometimes they might attack into Ulti Paleo, not realizing that the little Paleo can boost and they can't negate in the damage step. Because Bouncer specifically says negate that effect, not activation. You got a build that can make 2 rank 6 in the same turn. Can it beat Winda Book of Moon? That's also a fairly decent setup as well. If you can Book of Moon, whatever, like the rank 6 that might be threatening, that's a thing too. If you can Book of Moon some of the rank 6 plays, or flip them down, it might mean they don't have the materials, like the Light and the Darks, to summon the Levianeer for them to extend. They might just have to pass the turn. It's another thing that happens with like Charge Raiden as well, is a lot of times it's correct to flip down the Raiden. If they go normal summon Raiden, you want to flip it down so that they can't get a bunch of mills, and that might just be the end of the turn. Especially because they're kind of bricky now and just glutted with a bunch of hand traps. That might just be good enough if you just flip down the Raiden. Just gotta watch out though that you could be getting baited by them going normal summon Raiden, and if you do Book of Moon it, they could go charge right after. But that would require them to open both charge Raiden and not have another like Raiden, I guess, in hand, right? So yeah, the Thunder Dragon matchup is not really. People thought it was like really difficult. It's really not that bad as long as you know what you're doing, because like they can't beat over the big Ulti Petal Fin. You don't really make Sin too often, except for the one scenario I like described, just because of the nature of hand traps. But if you can poke in early for like 1400 with Ulti Canahawk, and they don't have like a hand trap, or they refuse to use a hand trap, that puts them in a very, very awkward position, because now Ulti Paleo cannot be stopped by Sphere and cannot be stopped by Veil. So doing a little bit of chip damage with Ulti Canahawk when you have your setup here, a lot of time is like ideal, and sometimes you just have to give them the skill. But you want to give them the skill when you know you can stop the onslaught that might happen. And then if they end up milling a bunch too, you can go the defensive route and try to play the deck out game by trying to window wall them. It's kind of hard and stressful to do so though, just because when they go off, it can go ba 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 like right in your face. And in order to win the deck out game, you have to continuously bounce Dragon Duo, which means you eventually do have to keep on searching. So you have to be cautious of how you search, what resources you want to banish, because you might need like your Return or your Laura later on, and you don't want to be forced to banish it to have stable footing. But the resources in Thunder Dragons are not infinite. Eventually they will run out of stuff to banish. So if you continuously like bounce Duo every single turn, in these scenarios in which they've gone severely far ahead, also because like they also need to use Levi to apply onboard pressure, otherwise like a Duo on its own just isn't going to be good enough. A Duo and Aurora or whatever isn't going to be good enough to apply pressure through a window wall. They're gonna have to continuously summon the Dragon Duo. And if you just keep bouncing it, eventually they'll just run out of resources. The matchup isn't that bad. It's just the hand traps can get to be kind of annoying. And 100 Thunders can also be kind of awkward, but you just kind of have to force them to activate it. You can't really punch through 100 Thunders. You just kind of have to. Well, actually, that's how you do. You have to punch right through it and like force them to activate it, and then they're probably gonna get some Dark Searches or some Roar Floats, depending. But you can also attack, or if they float into, like, if you're in the middle of like a swing and whatnot, and like against a Dragon Roar, and they float into Hawk, you can kill the Hawk so that they don't have Hawk. If they float into Dragon Dark, you can just choose not to attack into it to just give them less opportunity to search what they actually want. The Dragon Dark floats are usually a bait to you to attack into them. So if they just go back to the hand, like, the Dragon Darks in hand aren't doing a whole lot. So you generally want to just, like, leave them stranded with some Darks in hand, and hopefully don't just pitch it with a Melody or something, but it's a one-of. With Dross and Spell or Trap, though, they can, I guess, draw into Melody. They can either play, like, Melody, Gold Sark, or Volcanic Wall, I think would be the choices that you would generally see when they play the Draw Sense Spell a Trap. Sometimes there's 100 Thunders as well, but that's kind of a really bad thing to draw into. So you'd kind of have to, I guess you would have to search 100 Thunders early and then Draw Sense Spell a Trap into like Melody or Gold Sark later on. Or activate it twice in a turn because it's not a hard once per turn. But yeah, Thunder Dragon matchup is not that bad. Gets even better when you play skills like Seal Tombs. The only issue with Seal Tombs is because they don't really play any back row. Your Cosmic Cyclones are going to be harder to activate without you banishing your own thing, but you can leverage that. Like if you use Return in a play, you can use Cosmic Cyclone to banish your own Return, which then will get banished, which means it'll be another thing that you can send back to the graveyard when you're doing a Canahawk search combo. So Thunder Dragon matchup, very, very manageable. It's not that bad. It's just kind of grindy, and you have to... it might eat up the clock a fair bit, so if you play fast and you understand what they're capable of doing each turn, it shouldn't be that bad. Next matchup is Tech Genus. Tech Genus is also... can get kind of grindy, but it's... I think it's an easier matchup, honestly. They no longer use Stealth Delta Excel, which is good. Means no more turn 1 Halberd Cannons and or Onamaru Lethals. They use turn to level Balancer to modify levels. They can still do the whole Black Rose setup, but we don't really care much about the Black Rose setup when we got like Winda. It's just that if they have a follow-up afterwards, we need to kind of be sure. So we need to, when they have those setups, you need to, you have to be cautious. You need to be like, set a window and set one back row if you have multiple back row. Because you want to force the Black Rows out, and at least if they do at that point, you can go float window into the window, set another back row or something, like even an ambush. If you have the ambush, set it afterwards, and be basically safe from that point. You want to have a lot of interaction to deal with others. Like they're playing Vulcan the Divine now, so they can actually bounce the windows. Sometimes they play Brionic as well, and those are the two main things you would watch out for, is Brionic and Vulcan the Divine. And they can reset Powerful Rebirths with Vulcan Divine, which is kind of neat as well. But if you have... so this is even going second. Also, Book of Moon, though, can stop the whole quick Synchro Summoning thing from happening. It's a main phase effect, so if you really feel like you need to, you can flip it down in the draw or standby phase. Or you can wait for them to activate, and then Book of Moon the Star Guardian, and they won't be able to Synchro Summon because the Star Guardian will be face down. Yeah, baiting the battle phase is very important regarding Star Guardian. So if you have a way to set up like your combo line, like the main thing here is like if you do have like Elder Hawk and they have the Black Rose set up, they're just gonna Black Rose you when you do that. So unless you have like Book of Moon or like Bond, you're gonna get screwed over by that because you're not gonna really have a follow up. So generally you want to play defensive with Winda, and I guess some back row and like Sphere Creebo if that's the thing that's going. If you have Book of Moon, obviously you can just ignore that completely, but you gotta be careful because if they set a lot of back row, which is very likely because the deck is loaded with back row, they can like Powerful Rebirth, like a Booster Raptor, hit you with Survival Zen. You gotta be careful about what they have, what they're able to bring out, because they still play the Canadia package. They still do like the Paleos with the Survival Zen. So you got to keep that in mind. Watch out for delays, see what's activatable and whatnot. And being able to chain block the Paleos with a Paleo, chain blocking a Paleo with a Paleo is also important here. If you can set up in the Paleo and they go to activate, let's say they go to activate Canadia on something. I guess if you have a fusion, it doesn't really matter that much. But if they activate like Morella and they have one more other set card, the other set card could be a Survival Zen. So at that point, you're going to want to banish with a Paleo so that they can't bring back a Paleo from the graveyard so that they can activate the Survival Zen and get that Survival Zen in the graveyard. So that's really important to keep in mind. Floodgate almost FTKs this deck, by the way. If you can Floodgate something early on, like if they go Raiden Floodgate it, they have no real way to unclog their board through a floodgate, which limits the amount of, like, they basically, the limit they can do is if they can make a Black Rose and pop their own field. But generally, you're going to be able to stop that regardless. You can also, in the FC version, set a dead Spiritual Beast and then bait the battle phase and make a Quirion. Yeah, that's in the Flight Control version, yeah. That one's not really as popular anymore, but yeah, that's what you could also do is you have to bait battle phases and, like, not set all of your resources. Obviously, sometimes it's not always going to work out for you, but a good portion of the time when you force specific things, like if you set, you got to understand, like, what can they do during their turn. Are they going to be able to force out an aggressive push? And a lot of the time, it's kind of, yeah, but if you got Sphere Kuribo for Hama, you should be generally okay if they go that route. Or if they go, like, Brio, and I guess they don't really play the Wonder Magician anymore because Cell Delta XL's gone. It's mostly just, like, Hama, sometimes Onimaru, and, yeah, basically like that. So, but anyway, oh yeah, Floodgate Trap Hole, extremely, extremely good at, stopping Tech Genius. Like, Floodgate Trap Hole, and then they attack into a window might be good enough for them to just concede, honestly. But be careful what you're interacting with. Like, Screw Serpent is a good target, Star Guardian is a good target, Raiden's a good target, Booster Raptor, generally not. Mostly because if they have Survival Zenith in the graveyard, they can pop the Booster Raptor and pop something else of yours. The main thing in the early game is you only really want to do it if you're 100% certain that they don't have Misk in hand. If they have Misk in hand, then anything you try to do to that Booster Raptor just isn't going to matter. It just will not be affected by it. So when you're trying to interact with the Tech Genius board, try your best to not do it on Booster Raptor. You want to do it on, like, the Screw Serpents and the Raidens and all those instead of the Booster Raptor. Otherwise, without with your regular setup of Ulti-Petal Fin, Double Winda, the matchup is very easy. They have to basically somehow in a single turn Vulcan the Divine, chase you out, and then go into Brio afterwards. But that's asking for quite a bit, and because they end up milling themselves too, sometimes, like, if you Floodgate one of their monsters, and you have the Ulti-Petal Fin Double Winda setup, you don't really have to do much. You can even just let them deck out if they've been milling a bunch. Just be smart with the matchup, understand what's in their graveyard, when Survival Ends can pop, if they can Survival End on field, and just, like, try and chain blocking so that they can't get Paleozoics onto the battlefield. Next matchup, the Steven Freshy special. Triamid. I would go as far as to say, if it's not Megalith, this is the hardest matchup on the list of matchups we have on here for today. Triamid, basically what they do is completely counter what Ritual Beast is doing. It's not impossible by any means, and it gets a lot better when you play back row removal, specifically Cosmic Cyclone. But their standard setup of Hunter, second Triamid, set back row and field spell is, if you don't have back row removal, that is almost impossible to deal with. At that point, it's all up to the Triamid players of choice of whether they want to lose the game or not. Because being able to swap out of field spells allows them to fill the graveyard so that they can use, because, like, Pulse is a real card. We can't set up combo if they have Pulse, and we have to bond away. And the big thing is they can go into Cruiser. They can use a Cruiser to search out Triamid Sphinx, and we can't really punch through Triamid Sphinx at all. And then the other Triamid can set up King Golem to where we don't have any line of defense. So when they have double Triamid monsters, it becomes increasingly difficult. Sometimes when you play cards like Needle Sealing and not so much Lightning Vortex, but Needle Sealing, if they are kind of careless and they leave, like, a King Golem out, and you have, like, there's enough monsters to proc Needle Sealing at the start of the battle phase, always toggle on the start of the battle phase, you can Needle Sealing away the Triamid monsters, if they've already summoned Sphinx, this gets better for you, because then the Sphinx is pretty much gone. But you still have to worry about Pulse being able to revive things. Like, Pulse can revive, like, even a Dancer, and then the Dancer can start reshuffling, field spells that are already in play. Like, it can go into the Fortress, which, you know, prevents one. This is only on the assumption that the Triamid opponent, isn't playing around Needle Ceiling and they don't set up Fortress. That's generally how you'd have to, and then like obviously back row removal at the right time. If you can hit back row removal during the end phase of like their turn or during the battle phase of their turn, because they can activate. Yeah, Seal Tunes RB does the best against Triamid, exactly, because that stops pulse activations and stops recursion from Pulse. It stops Pulse from doing anything. Book is also good because if they have Dancer Master, they want the bounce. You take the previous turn, you can bounce one of them when they take Book. They won't be a summon Sphinx either. Yeah. For sure. They want to bounce. Take the previous turn. Yeah. If you have like multiple bounces, you might be able to beat through that. The issue with like the double monster setup and like Petalfin bounces is that they have King Golem in play, and you try to bounce one of their monsters. They can just in response use that monster's effect to swap the King Golem, and then they can use the King Golem's effect to resummon that Triamid monsters. All the Triamid monsters are soft once per turns, so they get to activate again, and they can like go into a cruiser, and then they can use that Triamid monster again to send a cruiser for another King Golem, and then the King Golem again to have another summon. Yeah, it's kind of it can get very awkward in those scenarios. To try to bounce a master if they have Golem, or they get to summon. Yeah, exactly, that too. Granted, we generally don't bounce on their turn, we bounce on our turn. But yeah, they can use Master to... That's another thing too you gotta watch out, is they can pop back row, or pop set cards with Master. And if they send the field spell, they still get the field spell effects. So that's something you gotta be careful about. The biggest like issue in this matchup is obviously King Golem, being able to summon monsters during the battle phase by being swapped over. And obviously the big effect is not allowing us to activate effects when Triamid monsters battle. So Sphere Cerebrals effectively become dead. Winda effectively becomes a vanilla monster in that matchup, and then they can get bigger enough with Dancer to beat over Ulti Petalfin. So it becomes a very very stressed matchup. Going first, if you have tech cards, flip cards, Floodgate, Trap Hole, Book of Moon, the matchup gets increasingly better. If you can flip down their first monster they summon when they summon Hunter, for example, if you flip it down, they might not have the resources to use their Triamid Pulse pop. Like, they open up Triamid Pulse, Hunter, Field Spell, and like maybe a second Triamid monster. I guess it would depend what their other card in hand was. If they had a third Triamid monster, if you Book a Moon the Hunter face down, then they can only play the one field spell. They only have one field spell in the graveyard. The pulse is effectively turned off. Also, they could draw multiple pulses, and those can be dead as well. You can effectively kill them from that point, because they won't be able to do anything. They'll just have the flip Triamid monster face down, the one or two pulses there, the one field spell, and they won't be able to get any pops. And if you have enough extenders, you can actually win through a pop regardless. Just try not to attack the Triamid monster when you do this line of play, in case they hard draw Sphinx, because Sphinx would be able to summon itself. And also, Sphinx can summon itself when any Triamid card is destroyed. So if you have MST and you pop a pulse, they flip it up, or you pop a field spell, that will trigger Sphinx to summon itself as well. So keep in mind when trying to combat that. If you have this set up, unless you know you can OTK through a summoned Sphinx, or if you like are 100% certain that the set card is Treacherous Trap Hole, like there's no Hourglass delay, then that's when you want to like MST the back row there to like guarantee you have a full setup. Has Fiendish Chain been considered, or is it too cloggy? The issue with Fiendish Chain right now is Harpies Hunting Ground. That's the main issue with it, is it just doesn't do enough against Harpies, and Harpies is massively prevalent everywhere. So yeah, if you go first against the Triamid matchup, it gets increasingly better, but it still can be pretty difficult, especially if you have a slow start. If you have an amazing start, like you have your full combo, plus you have back row, generally that will spell a W for you, assuming they don't just have it all. Like they can still, if they play King Golem first, you might have to be a little bit careful, because if they swap out the King Golem for another field spell, that could allow them to summon another Triamid monster. Like they go King Golem into Cruiser, the King Golem can let them summon the second Triamid monster, and then that Triamid monster can swap the Cruiser out for, can swap the Cruiser to find the Sphinx that they're missing. You can remember losing to RB once when they went second, they cosmic your field spell. Exactly. Those are the most important things to how you win the Triamid matchup, is you need to stop them from setting up. Absolutely stop them from setting up. You don't want them to have the graveyard filled, because it's gonna, as soon as they get a board of Triamid monsters and they can start like swapping field spells, you're gonna get buried alive. Like Dancer's gonna make things too big, King Golem's gonna pressure your entire board and completely run you out of ways of recovery, and there's just no real way to come back from that. So you want to stop it before it happens with your floodgates and whatnot. You want to try and play around Pulse as much as you can if the delay is there. And then yeah, if you go second against them, or if if you're playing, specifically if you're playing back row removal, and in the tournament you can obviously side it, you want to be able to like Cosmic Cyclone the field spell during the battle phase, because they can't swap any field spells with their own effects on their own turn, and since there's no second main phase, they don't have the luxury of being able to place another field spell down. So you generally come out ahead at that point. Your window activations will be live, and then they won't be able to swap any field spells, because there are no field spells there that can allow you to set up your multiple bounces with Petalfin and then get in there for lethal. Just remember, when you're trying to go for lethal, that a good majority of the time, Canahawk and a Paleo alone isn't enough, because Cruiser's ability to gain them 500 life points. So keep that in mind when you're trying to go for lethal, is that you probably will have to summon an extra body, or go through the line of a Paleo, an Alti Paleo, or like make a bond play with an extra return play. Just keep in mind that you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket when trying to go for this play, because if you end up like setting all the Triamid monsters, like if you floodgated one and you bounced it and you didn't have lethal, you're gonna let them set up on you, which is really, really bad. So just keep in mind that Cruiser gains life points as well when you're trying to go for OTKs, and try to manage an OTK. Like if you can even go for Sin. And Sin is particularly good here because it allows you to beat a lot of certain like Triamid boards as well. Another big thing too is even if they have if they have one Triamid monster and a King Golem, it is still safe to bounce that Triamid monster. Even though the King Golem can resummon that monster, whatever field spell they go into is not going to be allowed them to, like when they summon the other Triamid monster and they can use that the swap there to find like a Cruiser or a Fortress, that extra swap isn't going to be able to summon another Triamid monster without the help of like Pulse with a stacked graveyard. So if they don't have like a Pulse activation, or if they don't have Pulse in the first place, you have a way to deal with Pulse, and they don't have Sphinx. If it's MST, if it's Cosmic Cyclone, then Yippee Skippy. Then the second bounce will deal with that. Triamid monster. When there's two monsters, it's a lot harder to go for this line, because the second one can swap back into King Golem, and then when the monster comes back down from the King Golem, that one can swap as well, which can then summon the Sphinx or whatever. Yo, Before Dawn, how's it going? So yeah, the matchup can be very, very bad, but also depending on techs and the coin flip, can switch quite drastically. And yeah, if you play Sealed Tombs, it gets a bit better, because you can lock with a Cosmic Cyclone on a field spell in the battle phase, and then you Seal Tombs them so they can't pulse, you basically have a pretty solid, if not guaranteed setup, barring stuff like Treacherous Trap Hole or the random Canadia. Sometimes they play Canadia. Very uncommon, though. Next matchup, Vampires. Vampires is a matchup that I'm not super familiar with, but from what I've understand and what I've been told is that for this matchup you generally want to they don't play a whole lot of back row removal, so Book Winda is generally a pretty solid opener, and it's kind of hard to stop their like regular setup from going off, but the thing is, the regular setup isn't really all that impactful. The main things to watch out for is enemy controller and Baron. Not many pun. Wait, I made a pun. Uh-oh. I didn't even know. That's the worst part about it. I didn't even know. Not super familiar. Oh. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to retain all this information right now. It's kind of hard. But, so yeah, you generally want to, because Baron's effect isn't an on-summon effect, it's a like once per turn effect. You want to Book a Moon the Baron when it comes out so that they can't steal the window, because it doesn't matter which position, which battle position, if it's face up, face down, attack, defense, face down, attack, face up, defense. They can still just like take it if you don't interact with them. So you want to be able to deal with the Baron when it comes out, and any of the XYZs that might pressure you. They can play Dweller and Roach. Those can pressure you as well. But I don't know how like aggressive they can force two at a time without losing to the window setup. So yeah, other things to keep in mind is that Kingdom will basically add 500 attack to like every single vampire stat. So Baron being 24, if they attack into Ulti Petalfin, be careful. You will probably want to tag out, because the Baron will go up to 2900. You might lose the Ulti Petalfin. Also, by doing this, though, you got to watch out for the obvious enemy controller to switch into attack mode. So manage your life points effectively. If you can, try to take out into Double Winda, because Double Winda will obviously have a high enough attack to where that won't generally kill you. And yeah, this matchup also, you don't want to leave anything in attack mode. You want to have everything in defense mode if possible. Like even like a random Apelio can spell Doom if you summon it and end up leaving it in attack mode. Mostly for a couple reasons. The first one being, as we just discussed, enemy controller. If the enemy controller take the Apelio can start attacking during the battle phase. Like if they deal with something, they can use Apelio to steal use the enemy controller to steal the Apelio, start attacking with it in the battle phase. The big thing though, the major thing, Utopia Ray. Don't get Rayed. The one thing you do not want to do is get hit by Utopia Ray. And this deck is very good at doing that. So everything you should have should stay in defense mode. Also with Vampire Kingdom, if you play back row removal like Cosmic, I know I say this a lot, that's a good one to pop as well, is the Vampire Kingdom, because that can slow them down quite immensely. That stops Dukes from allowing to send and pop. Well, you can still send with Duke, but that stops the control that the Vampire Kingdom has by popping. And with the ability, the Kingdom being able to pop, like say if you have Ulti Paleo out, popping Ulti Paleo can chase you out, and that can unfortunately leave you exposed to the Baron and enemy controller plays, which you want to watch out for. If they take like one of your windows for an enemy controller and they can overlay for like a Sin or something and get rid of the other window, it can be really bad. So having an out to, if you play main back row removal, you probably want to hit the Kingdom with it to stop that kind of interaction from going off. It also stops the boost, which allows you to play more defensively with Ulti Petalfin. Yo, Barry, how's it going? And Yeah, also Domain, too, has an interesting effect in where you can pay 500 to get an additional normal summon, even if it leaves the field, so that ends up being pretty good when trying to accumulate advantage. So yeah, the biggest takeaways that I've seen with the Vampire deck is Ulti-Petal Fin Double Winda, always still really good against them. Set Winda and Set Book, also very good against them, because you just gotta deal with their big... they don't really play Vampire Vamp 2, so we don't really need to talk about that at all. Deal with the big boys. Let the little ones dirtle around and do their thing. Watch out for Ballistic Squad, because it's another tech that they play, another back row card. But I wouldn't also use back row removal on the actual back row cards. I would use it on the field spell. Mostly because if you hit the back row, it could be Vampire Takeover, which gets in the field spell that you want to deal with. Or it can be Vampire, what some do's it? The one that summons from... lets them summon a vampire from the deck. So then it ends up just becoming a waste at that point. So yeah, ideally you want to keep the back row removal for the Kingdom. And unless, you know, obviously they have Ballistic Squad, or like, you can OTK by doing this line of play to force out the trap card that summons a vampire by hitting it, force them out, and then doing Petal Fin bounces. Otherwise, you should be generally good the most time. Just realize that they have ways to... They like to steal a lot. They like to tribute the stuff to pop. They're another Samurai Skull deck, so don't bounce it. Leave the... That one has a lot less... that one you can safely attack into whenever, because they don't play Spectral Sword. They don't do that kind of shenanigans. You could just beat the shit out of the Samurai Skull, and then it's gone for good. Awakening, that's the name of the card. Thank you, Mango. Yeah. So yeah, beat over the Samurai Skulls. Do math. Add 500 to all the vampires when they... It's all the zombies, actually. I'm pretty sure it's just zombies. I'm pretty sure you even, like, if you attack with like a Gouki or a Samurai Skull, they get the bonus as well. Yeah, so add 500 to everything when Kingdom's in play. Kingdom's the primary target to deal with. Window wall setup is very good against them. Watch out for enemy controller, Ballistic Squad, and the main things you want to interact with are the big boys, Baron and the XYZ monsters. And don't get raid. Obviously, don't get raid. Another zombie deck, though, we can talk about briefly is Vendread. Vendread has a little, I guess, floodgate lock known as the Executor lock. This is the main thing. They're another Ritual Cage deck, so they can be kind of annoying to deal with. The Executor lock revolves around getting Vendread Executor into play while having the Ritual Cage out. That's a pseudo lock. What that ends up doing is coughing real loud. In addition to that, it makes it so that, because we need to deal with them by bouncing, but if they have Ritual Cage out alongside Executor, we cannot bounce the Executor because Ritual Cage says you can't target ritual monsters, but you can't bounce the Ritual Cage because Executor says, hey, you gotta come at me. Like, what are you looking at him for? I'm over here. So that also shuts off Cosmic Cyclone too, and other back row cards, because those cards need to target Executor. Don't look at your Cosmic Cyclone while you have your set like Return or Ambush. Be like, oh, I know, I can just Cosmic his thing, and then you end up Cosmicing your own thing by accident. So you need to be careful you don't hit your own things. So at that point, but the thing is, you can still hit the Executor with like other back row. Like, you can still Book of Moon it and then bounce it while it's face down, because it's no longer it's not considered a ritual monster while face down. It doesn't know what it is. He's confused about his own life because, you know, he's kind of dead and everything. So you can bounce it that way with a Book of Moon. The main issue comes with if they get two Executors in play. If they get two Executors in play, well, now they cannot be... You can't run over them because they're too big for our main attackers in the deck. they can't be targeted because they both say, hey, I'm over here. And you can't. So the way it locks him up is you have to target one executor, but you have to target another executor. So because they both say you have to target me, you can't target any of them. And then you can't deal with the Ritual Cage. Once you get 2 executors out, it's all your targeting is completely turned off. You can't bounce them anymore. And if you try to switch them to defense mode with like a Sphere Karibo, yeah, they have like 0 defense, but they have Origin in the graveyard usually to protect them. So you would need to set up multiple attacks to get rid of all the Origins out of the graveyard. So in that regard, you want to be able to deal with one of the executors immediately with your flip cards. If they have summon a second executor and you have flood, you gotta flood it. Have to flood it. Can't let it dissolve. Generally, you're going to be flooding most executors anyway. If they summon an executor off evolution, keep in mind that the evolution will pop it. The executors will be popped, so that's something to like. You might, but then again, you might still want to just like book it anyway. Just be careful because if they do another Origin, you want to wait till after they like actually do the Origin before you start committing to lines. But if you can floodgate, they're also very bricky, so that's also a benefit too. You don't see many many like Revenant plays where you can start banishing special summon monsters. I guess if you played Seal Tombs, that also helps a lot, and obviously Necro Valley makes it really difficult for them. Seal Tombs makes it so they can't banish the Origin, and that's when you do the line when you need to attack them by when you use Sphere Karibo to put them to defense mode. You need to attack them. That helps make that easier. Also, they don't play many back row, so you're right as early as you can just MST or Cosmic the Ritual Cage and get that out of the way. And then the Executor lock becomes a lot more manageable to deal with because they'd have to summon 2 in the same turn. Otherwise, you can just bounce it with the Petal Fin. Some lists play the Jin, there's one of the Jins. It makes it so that monster can't be targeted. If they use that, you're gonna have to find a new way to win. Basically, the ways I've already mentioned before. Floodgate, Trap Hole, Sphere Karibo, and yeah, if they have multiple monsters, Lava Golem. If you play Lava Golem, I wouldn't recommend playing Lava Golem though. It's kind of very fringe. And there's just better options right now. Needle Ceiling again doesn't really do much against them because they have Origin protection. Origin does not protect Battlelord though, and Battlelord can be a huge problem as well because that can shut off monster effects, which Wind of Floating is exactly that. So be careful of Battlelord. Battlelord is one of those cards you're going to want to stop as well. Usually before it gets its effect off. So yeah, Battlelord, Executor. Slayer is not too much of an issue. Slayer is mostly used, it seems, as an engine to search cards. So I wouldn't worry too much about the Origin setup. And if they do get the Executor lock, like the full one established, and you're not playing stuff like Herald of the Abyss, and you are literally left with no else, they go through their deck quite a lot. Like, they turn through their deck just with the ability of, like, Vendread Knights and sending stuff with Vendread Evolution. Yeah, you might be able to window wall them out, at least. At least that's what you're going to have to do. When they set up that scenario, you're going to have to try and window wall them out. Because that will be your only way to win the game. And because they keep dumping and searching frequently, you might be able to do it a lot quicker than you think. Just watch out that that Vendread Knights can also allow for additional attacks afterwards, so just be careful with that. But if you have back row early to deal with them, it shouldn't be that bad of a matchup. Sometimes they just, again, like other Ritual decks in the format or in the game, they're very bricky. So that's it for the Vendread matchup. Next up, Water XYZ. I guess I could categorize the fish deck in here as well, but we're going to be mostly talking about the Diva into heavy infantry builds, because those ones are a lot more stronger right now. And they play Necro Valley. Necro Valley doesn't hurt us too much. It's actually almost generally a -1 in the matchup, because the part that messes them up isn't our like recursion with the like being able to reloop a graveyard with like a paleo. The biggest brick wall for them is Ulti Petalfin. They have a very tough time running over Ulti Petalfin without going into Spider Shark. And the only other than that, they have to like Bookamoon us face down to force us out. This matchup though, you have to play very, very patiently. And you gotta like understand what they are capable of doing with their like their pops. Like you can't just go Elder Hawk and get popped. Obviously that's terrible. But so like set Winda Pass against a Dweller board actually isn't the worst thing. There's a good chance that they will use the first detach to deal with the win like they'll use their non-infantry detach to deal with the window and then try and attack over it, but they can't deal with the second window without having another Dweller or another XYZ play, because it'll lose the boost from the water. So, and a lot of the time, especially because they might not even know what you're playing, because you haven't revealed yet if they're going first with Dweller. Sometimes they just don't even activate. Sometimes they want to keep the pop for like the float, or like they might want to see what's underneath first before deciding if they want to detach, because they can detach afterwards if it's something that doesn't die. It can float. The window can float into Ulti Petalfin here if they go and attack, and then now all of a sudden you have Ulti Petalfin and you can buy more time to get the other combo pieces that you need. They'll still have like the materials attached to it, but eventually like you can find a Bookamoon to flip it down, or maybe you find Bond, or you just sit on the Ulti Petalfin, wait for them to make another like make a Spider Shark, maybe floodgate it, and now they're very pressed for answers to have to deal with the Ulti Petalfin. They need to Fiendish Chain and pop it. And all the while you can still just keep setting more windows or setting up banishes with Hawk, and then maybe taking a bit of damage there. You just playing really defensively is really important for this matchup. Obviously you can be aggressive if the opportunity presents itself, but you want to stay generally defensive. Like you don't always, while there's an active Dweller in play, you don't always want to tag out. Like even if you have Ulti Petalfin and like double Winda, but if they have Dweller and back row, you don't always want to tag out, especially if you don't have a follow-up. If you do not have a follow-up, this is actually a misplay most of the time. If you tag out onto a set back row that's been there for like a turn, and they have Dweller, tagging out the double Winda, you can get punished super hard by them activating Dweller and then activating Treacherous Trap Hole on your two windows. They will not be able to float. So keep that in mind when playing against water. You generally want to stay defensive until you have follow-ups. And then if you can play through back row, a lot of the time they play Bookamoon, Treacherous. Sometimes they play Chalice as well. But you can do some neat things. You can force them to have to, like if you stay on Ulti Petalfin, you can control the board, because remember they only get two activations of Territory of the Sharks. So if you stay on Ulti Petalfin and then you can sculpt another like Elder Petalfin line of play, you can force out the Treacherouses at that point, or force out the Dweller pops, and then still have follow-ups later with like an Apaleo later on. So just, and then yeah, obviously if you like, the main ways like you win this matchup is just by like playing very patiently. You can deck them out quite often, surprisingly enough, because it requires them to draw a lot of specific attacks, and by the time they have outs, you have other things to do. Like you can have your Book of Moons to interact with them, other floodgates. You could have Ambush as a desperation measure. They'd have to draw multiple MSTs over the course of many turns, plus have an additional follow-up. And if you outgrind both their Territory, the Shark activations, they don't really have anything else to do afterwards. And this is when they have like the best draw. This is like the Diva heavy infantry plays, or like also Lightning Vortex can be very good here too. They can obviously protect with Book of Moon and Lance, but if it's a Book of Moon, that gives you time to apply pressure and attack over the Dweller. And if it's Lance, then I guess that's the worst case, is if they have the Forbidden Lance. But again, we can be very, very protective of how we approach the matchup. Set Winda is better than it looks, just especially if you back it up with back row. I mean, that goes without saying. And yeah, setting up double window, obviously very good. And like, we can still pressure dwellers with ulti paleo attacks and whatnot. And like, or again, just like most matchups, you want to always leave yourself a live takeout to double window, because they're not always going to have treacherous and they develop pop. But like I said before, a lot of the time you might not even want to go into ulti paleo. You might want to just sit on ulti pedal fin and play more defensively until you have guaranteed follow-ups like Bond, Laura, or like Elder and another Ritual Beast. Yeah, they don't always open broken. Sometimes they just go like Bust Sharks into Silent Angler, and then even then you don't have to worry about the Dryden pops at that point. So that's not so bad there. Next matchup is Witchcrafter. Witchcrafter is, they're pretty much all on grit now, so it's kind of hard to OTK them, but you can still kind of outgrind them because like they don't have a whole lot of power in their setups. Not many of them play Kiwi anymore either, which is also good because it allows our Book of Moon plays to be livened. They're also kind of slow and kind of bricky, so they don't always have the luxury of going into Masterpiece right away. What we can do when they don't have like the Masterpiece setup is we can always Book a Moon, the Vera face down, or if we have like Pedalfin, Elder, that's obviously going to be really good because it's going to force out activations that they might not want to activate. The major thing to watch out for this matchup is Witchcrafter Unveiling. Unveiling has a couple applications that can be kind of troublesome. One being that if they have one in hand and one set, that can be really awkward, because if we bounce the Veil or bounce the Madame Vare, they can Unveiling it back into play like during the battle phase. Most are also not playing Adele, which makes the matchup easy. That does help a lot as well. They don't have the ability to just cheat Vare outside of Unveiling. Unveiling also has the other added effect of not being able to react to spellcasters. So if you have your setup right, you have your Pedalfin and like your double window, and they go to activate Unveiling, you could probably want to toggle on here, wait to see what they summon, and then tag out into your double window before the Vare has a chance to negate. Otherwise, they can negate you. You won't. If you're negated, by the way, by Vare, and you try to tag out, you will stay negated. You don't get the effect. So you got to watch out for that negate, that interaction. So you generally want to take out into double window early. They don't have ways to pressure windows early on. If they really have a way to pressure window regardless. Without balance, they're not always going to have access to Patronus. Yeah, and Patronus helps speed them up quite a bit. Exactly. So yeah, in the case that they do open like the Masterpiece opener, one of the things you generally want to do is try and like bait the battle phase, force them to activate. Because if they go into battle phase and they activate Masterpiece, it's only going to block off the one attack. But if they do it in the main phase, you can proceed with the rest of your turn. Maybe do a tag out, do a negate. One trick you can do revolving around, and this is up to if the Witchcrafter player decides to misplay, is if you have Bond, and a lot of the time they don't even see this coming, even though it's so obvious. You can search Bond while you're in the middle of the combo. Let's say you try to bounce something, or you haven't even bounced anything yet. They just have the Vare, and you've done your search whenever you banish with Pedalfin. And let's say you do your search tag out, and you're going to summon your Pedalfin in your window, I guess. And then you search the Bond. You clearly show them that you have the Bond. You activate the Pedalfin on the Vare. If they chain negate here, you can bond away the Pedalfin, so that instead of Pedalfin getting negated, it's going to be whatever Ritual Beast you've decided to go into, which is probably going to be Ulti Paleo. And the bounce off of Pedalfin will still resolve. The way they would have to counter this interaction is if they negated immediately when the Pedalfin was summoned before we got a chance to activate. So, yeah, and then again, Steel Tomb's also extremely good in this matchup. If they try and do the whole thing, because this is how you would play the Ritual Beast matchup beforehand, is you wouldn't go into Vare right away. You would wait for, you would sit on one of the smaller witches and just go into Vare when they try to harass the witches with the Pedalfin, or if you would go to battle phase, I guess. they would that's how you would bait out it as well, is that they had a small witch and you wanted to proceed the battle phase. This would be a way to get them into Ver. But if they do sit on like a small witch, just toggle on. If you have Book of Moon, or if you draw into Book of Moon, you'll be able to flip the witch down during the draw or standby phase. It's a main phase effect, so they won't be able to tag out, so you can flip them down and stop their Ver summon that way. Mostly the main things that hurt this matchup is just like being able to continuously unveiling loop with multiple unveilings in Ver. But without Adele and a lot of power cards, they generally will either they won't have very fast starts, so you'll be able to OTK them. And a lot of the time, if you open up decently well, you can OTK them through Grit, because they aren't always going to have Masterpiece set up. And oh, there's one more thing I was going to add. I can't remember what it was. You can OTK through Masterpiece, and we got the bounces there as well. Oh, and you can, because they end up searching a lot too, like they end up going through the decks because of the Witchcrafter's effects, they put themselves in deck out disadvantage quite often. So you can, again, window wall. You can generally window wall them out. They can't produce multiple big bodies in play. There's effect to boost in the damage calculation is a hard once per turn effect. If they have multiple Vers, they can still only do it once. And usually it only goes on a Shmieta, and like the Shmieta can... It will basically be the only thing that's allowed to attack, so a standard window wall setup can ruin that, as long as you understand, as long as you play around unveiling and that you can tag out after the negate. Like if they try to negate, you want to be able to tag out because you don't want to sit there with an ulti-pedal fin. So just be careful about unveiling, and then yeah, you should be able to, should be fine. If you can't OTK them, you might be able to deck them out. Next matchup is Yosenju. We have Yosenju. A new deck added to the, like, it's not really new that's added into the meta. It's just that the meta has lined up to where Yosenju is very good in it. Yeah, the only scary thing crafters do against RB is every, and even most of the time they don't even play Synchros. They play like us, maybe a small XYZ package with like Helio and some other rank 4s and maybe some rank 3s. You do want to be careful on the deck out route because they can get 5 attacks with double collab on Jenny combo. Yeah, for sure. But again though, they can get 5 attacks, but only one of them is going to be boosted enough to actually deal with the window, like the window wall. Lucio, how's it going? So yeah, Yosenju, recently added into the tier list at this time for having a pretty solid Harpy and Melodious matchup. We don't, the changes that they've had, they're now a Destiny draw deck, they're no longer really ties. The changes that and the adaptation that Yosenju has had on the meta has actually improved our matchup against them, because they're no longer playing, we don't have to worry about Shadow Game anymore, hooray. They're no longer playing OEM in the main deck right now, because it's just so bad against everything that's doing well. At least, all the good decks are cutting OEM right now. They just play Battling Box of Veil and Kiteroid. And like, their Destiny draws generally don't matter. We can punch right through them. If they do play OEM though, you want to situate yourself where your last attack is going to be Ulti Paleo, or just not Ulti Paleo at all. Most of them cut Drowning Mirror Force, so you don't have to worry about that. And Drowning Mirror Force is generally pretty obvious. Think for the host, Matt the Duelist. Drowning Mirror Force is generally pretty obvious, because there won't be many delays, if not any at all. Unless you have multiple back row settings, probably Sword, Sting, and Drowning Mirror Force. You can play around that. The thing about OEM is it copies the original attack of the monsters that it's battling. So, what you want to do when you're predicting OEM and you're trying to go for a lethal swing is you want to set up Ulti Canahawk and a Paleo. You want a Paleo set up as quick as possible if you think you're facing against OEM. That way, if you have Ulti Canahawk and a Paleo and Bond, that's lethal through OEM. because you can attack. If you go into Altipaleo, it's not lethal through OEM because they can summon OEM on the Altipaleo, and you're going to be stuck at 2600 attack, and the OEM is going to be 2600 attack too, so you're not going to be able to clash over it. So if you use Hawk though at 1900 attack, that'll beat over the OEM, and if they take the hit, then it doesn't play around Destiny Draw. Hooray. And then you attack with the Apaleo. This is a lethal swing now, so if they have OEM, only OEM, they're forced to use the OEM to summon it, and you can beat over it and then bond into another lethal swing. OEM summon effect is a hard once per turn, so they can't summon another search another OEM or whatever, it can't have another OEM to stop that. So that's very helpful there. But again, like I said, most lists are cutting OEM. The Destiny Draw targets aren't super amazing, honestly. I guess the main way they would be able to OTK or hit us when we have the Ulti-Pedalfin set up is if they're able to summon double comma 1 and then make a Sin. But again, we have cards like Sphere Crew to help alleviate some of that aggression. A lot of the lists now play like triple MST, so back row isn't as reliable, but I guess it's needed for them to like play through like Needle Ceiling and Treacherous Trap Hole and other like roadblocks, because Yosenju actually has an incredibly tough time dealing with set cards. And not just Fallen Traps, I mean set cards. So in the face of Yosenju Sword Sting, you're going to want to set Winda almost always, because Sword Sting can only bounce face-up cards, and comma 1 can only bounce face-up cards. So they don't have a real way to beat over Winda. They have to attack through it with comma 2. And even that now has been cut down to 1 and 2 copies. So you don't even have to grind them out that much. That is like the only card in the matchup that really matters, other than getting Utopia Ray sacked. So Winda set is very, very powerful here. And then, like, even if they toggle on and you have, like, a second Winda, if you set the second Winda and they want to bounce the Winda, they still have to deal with the set Winda. And if they want to, like, let's say they only have 1 comma 1, right? And they want to chase you out with, when you go into, like, Ultipaleo and you're trying to put on the aggression, you can take out the double Winda. And again, if they don't, unless they do the very specific scenario I talked about earlier, they won't be able to, blow past the wall of Winda that we have set up here. They would have to effectively pass the turn, and then during our turn, bounce both the Windas with the Sword Sting. But the issue with that is we can just reset the Winda, and we're back to where we were before. So setting Winda is extremely powerful in this matchup. Back row is extremely powerful in this matchup, assuming it doesn't get MST'd. Like, Floodgate Trap Hole can gum up the board, which can turn off Sword Stings, which is important. That allows you to set up Pedalfin bounces, because generally Pedalfin bounces aren't very good in this matchup, because everything returns to hand anyway. But if you can Floodgate one of their monsters and then bounce the back row, that can lead for aggressive lines of play. Sometimes you don't need to. If you expect a lot of hand traps, just based off because that's the thing too about the Yosenju matchup, is it's kind of predictable. You can predict whether they have hand traps in hand. Because if they summon one Yosenju monster and don't summon anything else, probably means the hand is all text and hand traps. If they summon 2 monsters and they've got like 1 more in hand, the last card's probably a hand trap if they don't set it. And then yeah, if you have Needle Ceiling when they summon 3 monsters, it just auto wins the game pretty much. One thing I forgot to mention, this is also kind of uncommon now, but some of these lists also plays Yosenju Shinchu L, which protects them from like if a Yosenju monster would be destroyed by card effect and by battle, weirdly enough, you can destroy it instead if it's in the skill zone. So that's another way they can, if you're going to go for an OTK on OEM and they have Shinchu L in play, make sure you provide enough attacks that you can beat through the Shinchu L as well, because that can protect the OEM as well. And the L can also protect all of the Yosenjus from getting Needle Ceiling, so be careful with that. Back row removal's helpful here, I guess. If you have this set up, you can just banish the L, hit them with the Needle Ceiling, give them the thumbs up, extend your hand, tell them to shake your hand, you washed it, and then they'll go cry in a corner. Otherwise, you can hit Sword Stings is also fine. Hitting tanky is also important if you go first and they play tanky. Tanky is probably the most important thing to hit, just so they aren't able to search like the Izna that might be missing, or the comma 3 that they might be missing, or the comma 2 that they can use to attack to get the comma 3. You want to set them back a bunch, and then just keep applying pressure, because like they can only play so many hand traps, and then the more hand traps they have, it's the less amount of Yosenjus that they have to like recover anyway. And then because they only play, if you get to the point where they're gaining too much advantage and you know they have too many hand traps, they're probably going to deck out before you. And in that case, you kind of want to set yourself up that you can deal with comma 2s. If you can deal with all the comma 2s, they don't really have a way to beat you, and they might actually just end up decking out. Also, be very careful if you go for lethal with a paleo that you pay in mind. They can't be dropped under 1,000 for Ray. Oh yeah, and that too. I mentioned a little bit about that as well, but they are also a pretty, because of the nature of Kiteroid, they can be a very effective Utopia Ray deck. They also have the ability potentially to do additional damage outside of Ray 2. Like, even though we could boost a paleo. Actually, no, I don't think that even works, because we would check for negative stats, and we wouldn't be able to increase over. Yeah, no, I don't think that even works anyway. I mean, granted, they could also have the direct attack with Kama. The thing about the matchup too is, even though they have Destiny Draw, and we kind of have to give them Destiny Draw, they have to do the same for us too. Because of the walls of windows we have, and the inability to actually like punch through, they have to attack directly. The Kama 2s will only be doing little bits of chip damage, so eventually they will give us Destiny Draw, and we can kind of capitalize on that, find the missing piece that we need. Red T, how's it going? It's another matchup where they can't put themselves in Ray range on their own. You kind of have to be the one that does it, so if you're gonna make a swing that puts them below 1,000, make sure that you have a way to stop Ray from happening. Like, whether it's Book a Moon, your own thing, because it's a little bit careless. Or I guess you could Book a Moon their own monster too, though. But if they go like MST on your Book a Moon, flip your boy down. And then obviously, yeah, what Sean said, you could bond. You're probably going to bond anyway, just because you're trying to be as aggressive as possible. So that's what one of the things you can do. Just don't get raid. Try and stop the onslaught of attacks. Eventually they will run out of hand traps, and because we're pretty much cutting. Also, Veil can clog them in this matchup, which can turn off like Sword Stings and whatnot. That can give you opportunities to bounce, and it will give them less aggression overall, because they would have to either make an XYZ play using one of the Yosenju monsters, or they'll have to be stranded with the Veil stuck in play. And that gives you opportunity to like maybe bounce Sword Stings or anything that might be causing you some stress or headache. Also, pay attention to the normal summons as well. If they go normal summon Yosenju, normal summon. I want to say if they normal summon Izna, you can Book a Moon the first Yosenju down so that Izna doesn't get to draw. And that also might tell you, especially if you're going second. Or if you're going first and they're going second, if they go normal summon a Yosenju, normal summon Izna, that might tell you that they don't have another Yosenju in hand. So if you Book a Moon that comma 1 or that comma 3 or whatever it is, and that also helps too. Because if they go comma 1 or comma 2, it's possible they could be playing around like some of your back row. But if they go comma 3 into Izna, there's a very, very good chance that they do not have another Yosenju in hand. So if you can flip that down, cause the Izna to not be able to draw, and then attack over the comma 3, you force them to have to top deck another Yosenju card. And if you can keep grinding out Yosenju cards, like they can run out of Yosenju cards. Outside of the blowing up with Yosenju skill that can occur them from the graveyard, they actually can run out of resources, even after drawing a bunch. Because we have the way our deck is set up with the windows, it makes it very difficult for them to actually punch through. But the main thing you gotta watch out for is comma 2 pecking you directly, and to not take unnecessary damage for this matchup. Last deck to discuss is a variation of the deck we just talked about. It is my Yosenju. Apparently our M's come later in the alphabet, but here we are. My Yosenju is a different take on the Yosenju, and I want to kind of clump them together because they are Yosenju, but they're also different. Like their playstyle is completely different. Not many of these lists play any of the commas except for he's not a comma. They don't play like any of the other commas. They just play. They go pendulum summoning. They pendulum summon with either Hitot, Daibak, L, or R. Up, up, down, down, left, right, VA start. Select start. Something like that. I don't even know. Either way, this matchup is probably easier just because it's this matchup is even slower. And they can't capitalize off of Izuna draws really because they don't play any of the other smaller Yosenjus except for the gates, which don't get normal summoned early. They're usually used as your skills, and sometimes they're kind of clunky and it takes a while for them to set the skills. They have to use the skills to set the skills up, either the so the Spectacular Showdown, whatever the skill is that is Destiny draw for Yosenju, or the Neo News Silvio, whichever the one that gives you Yosenju channeling and sets your skills for you, or searches a Diabaka Hitot. Generally, we can set up on them, and they can't really do a lot. We got to be really aggressive in the matchup, because we can't give them too much time to set up. The worst thing that they can do to us is they can activate Izuna, and then if you activate Izuna, you pretty much have to tag out now. If you don't tag out, you can no longer respond to the Yosenju monsters coming down, which means the Diaboks and the Hitots that come out will get their bounces off. That's kind of where you don't want to be, is to the point where they can get the bounces off. But at least if you tag out, you force them to bounce main deck monsters. Like if you want to generally take out the Elder here too, at some point, like Elder Winda. That way, at least if they don't bounce the Elder, it forces an attack on it, which could potentially save you, especially if you have like Sphere Kuribo here. And then, but if they do bounce it, and you do have like the Sphere Kuribos, that's generally how you're going to be able to try and survive that point, is by using Sphere Kuribo, because you won't be able to respond to the bounces after the Izuna activation. And if they get multiples of them in play, it can get very scary, because the Hitot boosts are quite prominent. They can get very big. They can make a single dieback. Depending on the setup, they have like double Hitot, and dieback can get it up to like 6k attack, which in that case, Sphere Kuribo ain't going to save you. Which is why you got to be aggressive as fast as possible. They can still play Sword Sting. Watch out for delays. You have to keep this is pretty much the same for all matchups, but if you do like a summon, like say you go normal summon Elder, no delay, that's probably going to tell you that the card they have set, especially when they have a Pendulum Scale active, the card set's probably a Yosenju secret move. So you might want to you might have to play around that and be very careful to not get negated. Thankfully, because the deck is so slow at setting up most of the time, yeah, exactly, Sean. Secret move on tag out. You want to watch out for secret move if there's no delay on your summon, because the only back row they generally play is either Sword Sting and or secret move. So if there's a delay there, it's probably Sword Sting. If there's no delay, it's probably secret move. So you want to be careful about that. But because they are very slow at setting up, even if you get negated, if you have a follow-up, you'll be fine. Like, you can even wait a whole turn most of the time, as long as you have a follow-up readily available, like a second Elder or something. And they don't run Drowning, so it's usually just secret move or Yosenju Sword Sting. So yeah, they also play Veil. They play Veil and Kiteroid, usually the same ratios that the comma versions do. So yeah, you generally just want to be able to kill them before they get the Izuna set up. If they don't have the Izuna set up, like, they can keep on pen summoning, obviously, but because they keep returning back to the hand, they're always still open for attacks. It's not like you have to try and beat over them like you would have to against like Megalith. So far my experience with this matchup has been quite favorable. Yeah, it requires having really like to punish you, requires for them to have Izuna, to be able to bounce your board, and like multiple diebacks, I guess, because like even if you have like one back row, double window, and like Elder setup or whatever, like that's what you decide to do with, because they took so long to set up, you took so long to kill them. yeah, after the Izna activation. Also doing this tag out here. I mean, not that the Synchron move can cuck the tag out here anyway, so that doesn't matter. And the thing I was gonna say anyway, so disregard that. Your best friends after they do their thing is Sphere Kuribo. But if you can survive the hit with Sphere Kuribo, or if they're not big enough and you have Veil, any like sort of hand trap, if they manage to get to the point where they can do that, then you're pretty much good to go anyway, because they'd have to draw into the Izna to make that effect live again. And at that point, you probably have like another return. Your Laura probably has something to bring back as well. If they bounce the Elder, you can go Elder, another thing, try and go for the kill there. But yeah, be aggressive. It's another matchup where you can pack for 1400 to try and play around skill. But generally, you only want to do that if your next attack is also going to be 2600, because 1400 plus a boosted Apelio is not going to be lethal. So you want to be careful. You need to check for Veil delays sometimes. Oh, also another thing regarding Veil too, you want to kill Veil. When they summon Veil, you don't want to leave it in play, because when they do, if they can Pendulum Summon, like a Diabok or something, they can return the Veil back and just loop you over and over again until you get the Veil off the table. So you want to make sure that you can deal with the Veil. Line up your attacks so that, you generally do this anyway to play around skills, but you want to line up your attacks where your second attack is big enough to go over the Battling Boxer Veil. So yeah, you want to make sure you're going to deal with the Veil so that they can't recycle them. I saw that on Steven's Freshy's stream. I was like, that's actually pretty clever, a thing that they can do. Is that, yeah, they can recycle Veils, so you want to watch out for that. Other than that, matchup is kind of not bad, honestly. Just set yourself, do your regular combos, be aggressive, and see who can get to the finish line first. Sphere Kuribo helps a lot in this matchup for sure, as well. Needle Sealing a little bit less so than the other matchup, just because the Pendulum monsters just go back to the extra deck, and I think some of them are protected through the Shinchus. But either way, this newcomer is pretty solid, and a pretty solid matchup for us. And yeah, so with that, that's going to conclude all of the matchups that I have here today. And for closing thoughts, there's actually a few things. Flood helps at the ton if they don't have Izna. Yeah, for sure. Flood can help on, if they pen someone that don't have Izna, flooding multiple bodies can be really good. Because they have to target first afterwards. And the thing is, they can still tribute someone over, so it's not complete lights out afterwards, but it can set them back quite a bit. But yeah, closing thoughts. I know I missed a few things earlier. Like, regarding the... Because I can't... We've been going on for like... wait, this is going to be about somewhere between 4 to 5 hours, give or take. And well, I'm just going to miss a few things. A few things that I realized that I might have missed earlier regarding certain matchups. The Harpy Lady matchup, just a small thing. If they go Egotist into a Harpy Lady 1 with a slash in play and they set some back row, there's a good chance that you can telegraph Swallow's Nest out of that. And then regarding the DDD matchup, I think I forgot to mention that I'm pretty sure Caesar King Ragnarok and Pendragon, they both don't target. So if this is more relevant for Pendragon because Caesar's kind of hard to cheat out in the play. When they go Pendragon and they start, if you have a specific back row that you want to keep or you want to interact with, it doesn't target, so you're gonna have to respond accordingly to that. If you want to decide to, like, if you need a specific card to stay, you might have to take the gamble if there's multiple back row and hope they snipe the right one. Otherwise, you might have to just like book it down. If you want to keep that, like if you have Book and Floodgate and you need to like Floodgate, Beowulf, you might want to Floodgate. You might want to Book a Moon the Pendragon, and then when they're forced to get the Pendragon out of the way to make like a fusion play with like like King of the Swamp contract, you can Floodgate the Beowulf coming down, because it's still the biggest problem there. And then yeah, watch out for Caesar King Ragnarok, but you can generally play around that by taking out the double window. They can take one of the windows, but they can't be the other one. So yeah, that's obviously like most of what I said today is just general like kind of guidelines that you want to follow when assessing most of these matchups. Obviously your opponent can't play perfect. You obviously can't play perfect either. And decisions can be changed based off what the opponent does. One of the benefits of Virtual Beast is that even in this day and age, so many players just do not know how to play around the deck. And a lot of players are just confused on how rulings work with the Ritual Beasts. A lot of people still try and like Floodgate, like Windows, or Canahawks. I mean, Flood and Canahawk is kind of okay most of the time because it stops you from setting up. But like they'll Floodgate a Window thinking you can't contact fuse, you can contact fuse face down. Or they'll try and Fiendish Chain Elder, not realizing that he places a condition after he's summoned. So you can get a lot of the edge you get when playing Ritual Beast comes off of inexperience from the opponent. So you can actually win a lot of games like just off of that. And a lot of the stuff I said here can be applied. Like the opponent can, if the opponent plays perfectly, some of the stuff I said here can be changed, I guess. So like your even lines when they don't play perfectly, they can be the lines can get jumbled up depending on decisions that they may have made. Like sometimes your floats will be different. Like just because I said, oh, you can float into Petalfin when they do this isn't always going to be the correct thing. If they, like sometimes, like against Blue Eyes, sometimes you might take out into double window and they might not even negate the window. Like when you take a double window, when they make a Spirit Dragon and they attack, sometimes they don't even make Spirit Dragon. Sometimes they make Vermilion and they pop the window and you're pretty much set up at that point. Like a lot of Ritual Beast strengths come from matchup knowledge, which is why I wanted to bring this this whole video, I guess, out to you guys, was to understand that, like, to help if you guys understand like basic combo lines, which is why I assume you want to level up your game with Ritual Beast, but you might not know what to do in certain matchups. This will definitely help you out when you're trying to go up against certain matches. This will be at least a guideline for how you want to approach each matchup effectively. So with that, I'm pretty sure that concludes everything that I wanted to talk about. All the matchups I want to talk about. I obviously, like I said, we couldn't complete and talk about every single matchup because that would take like a millennia. But we had talked about a lot of matchups that I thought were that at least are either coggable or you might see in tournament and fringe scenarios. But yeah, that about over 50 some matches we discussed here today. Hopefully that you guys can level up your game with the information that I provided, and that you guys maybe this level like helps you. Maybe there's some little techniques and little stuff that you didn't know about that you might have learned here today regarding this. Hey Andy, how's it going? New boxes Dookie? It kind of is, yeah. So yeah, thank you guys so much for sitting through this. I know there was a lot to talk about. It's almost like 4 to 5 hours worth of talking about matchups, but I hope you all learned something very important. A lot of cool things, a lot of neat tricks, how to beat certain matchups, and obviously games won't always go perfect as well. Like even though you may have followed certain guidelines, it's not the opponent also, like, especially if you're playing on ladder, you can't really predict with ladder. Like I could say to you that, oh, Shiranui doesn't play counter traps, but then you run into one Shiranui player who's playing Divine Wrath. Like all this guide and stuff is for what you would generally see, but your opponent can still, like, nothing is like completely set in stone. Your opponent can still play oddball texts that you might not like. Like you could see main deck Poisonous Winds from some guy who wants to try and counter Harpies, and like counter traps from decks where you don't think the counter traps would be present, and just weird random texts that you might not be able to predict. But these what I've shown today will give you a general understanding on how you want to approach each individual matchup. And yeah, a lot of the time when you open up like Elder Hawk combo, it's really up to you to decide who wins or loses the game. So as long as you have the knowledge of the matchups that you're going up against, you should be okay. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this up here now, guys. And thank you so much for joining and watching this adventure of talking about all the matchups that we provide today. We can talk about more matches if more matches come up, but I don't think it's really necessary at the moment. At least for those, that should help you get started. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.